Na sisi tunahakikisha tumesimama na William Ruto, sio kwa ajili eti sisi tunataka ukabila. Si hatutafuti rais wa Pwani, hatutafuti rais wa Waluya, hatutafuti rais wa Wakikuyu, hatutafuti rais wa Wakalenjin, hatutafuti rais wa Wakamba. Sisi tunatafuta rais wa Kenya yote, na huyo ni William Ruto. Ndio hatujipange kikabila, tunajipanga kitaifa. Kwa hayo mengi tutakuja siku nyingine tukiwa tuko sisi tu viongozi wa Pwani kuwaeleza kinaga ubaga hii issue ya bottom up, vile tutakavyopendua uchumi ili kila Mkenya apae fursa na yeye kujihami kiuchumi, aweke heshima kwa familia yake, to put food on the table and to put hope in their future. Hiyo ndio ile tunataka kuwafanyia. Na sisi lazima tuwe na mchango mmoja. Tulimpenda Raila kwa miaka mingi. Raila kumbe alikuwa anatafuta handshake. Sasa akaja akatupa sisi mikono. Ati handshake. Mimi nimwambia Uhuru Kenyatta, wewe kuja huku, wewe uje huku. Vile tunavompeleka Uhuru Kenyatta retirement tarehe 9 August, tutakupeleka Raila Odinga retirement with a pension tarehe hiyo 9 August. Tulipokupatia uwezo, leo poti ya Mombasa imegura, ukiangalia kwa macho, wewe na Joho mkaishindikiza. Sisi tutaregesha uchumi wa watu wetu, tutaregesha heshima ya Pwani. Na nawaambia, kama mwataka Pwani ipate heshima, lazima tubadilishe muundo wa siasa, tubadilishe uongozi wa kisiasa, tusimame na Hustler Nation ili tupendue masuala ya kiuchumi, tupendue masuala ya kisiasa, wa Pwani waheshimike na Kenya nzima waheshimike.
Clinton.
Yes, Mutembei.
Clinton.
Yes. Unipati ama sina network?
Yes. Mbona bwana mnasema ati mnapeleka baba retirement?
Si baba naye anafaa tu kwenda retirement, Mutembei. Hiyo pia ni swali.
Nakupata sana. Endelea.
Hebu kiasi Mutembei, nirekebishe earphone yangu. Mimi sikupati.
Clinton, unanipata? Aende retirement aje? Kwani baba ndiye shida hii ni yote kwa Kenya?
Sikupati Mutembei, acha nirekebishe earphone alafu niongee.
Nakupata vizuri.
Okay.
Tergat.
Yes.
Tergat, uko hapo? Tuambie bwana, mbona mnasema baba aende retirement? Na retire kutoka wapi? Mtu retire tu kama kwa nyumbani already ana retire tena.
Sindio, siende retire hiyo miaka naye. Nini anatafuta hizo miaka zote na apati?
Anaenda retire kutoka wapi ndio nauliza. Baba anafanya kazi gani sasa hivi?
Kutoka politics ametuzungusha sana. Awachie hizo vita kina Kalonzo bwana wa fight akina Mudavadi. So tu siasa kifight anasungusha wa jamaa bure na hata wezana na Ruto.
Hata wezana na Ruto aje na mtapa Kiamba alikuwa na 50%.
Wapi si Raila ajaribu aweke candidate huko. UDA ni chama ya Ruto. Raila ajaribu abebe huko. Ajaribu achukue candidate aone.
Si Raila amekuwa na 50%, 21,000 votes Kiamba.
Sasa Kiamba alikuwa na candidate huko.
Yeye mwenyewe Raila.
Hapana. In perspective.
Okay. Nimesikia Hassan Omar anaongea akiwa very bitter eti lazima 2022 wanatuma Raila pamoja na Uhuru wote waende retirement. So that's why nilikuwa nauliza Raila anafanya kazi gani kwa serikali?
Sasa unaelewa bwana. Hiyo sio kitu ya kuelewa. Wewe unaona vile Raila
hii retirement ya Raila na retire wapi?
Sasa unajua hii ni siasa man. Hii ni ujinga ya wanasiasa. And you and I know it's just politics. That's what they do. They take us from one man to the other. Sasa sijui ni nani mwingine atakufa waenda wakapimane huko tena sasa. That's what they do man. Lakini I think the larger point mimi I think utakuwa na chaos 2022 man. Mimi naangalia ile maneno watu wanarushiana kwa Twitter man. Ai.
Hakuna chaos. Hizi mna fight kwa social media mnamalizana.
Are you sure?
Yes, there will be no chaos my friend.
Sasa kama by election ilikuwa na hiyo moto yote wiki mzima, you would think ilikuwa na uchaguzi the whole country. I mean, you know?
Sijua mtaki baba win pole kama msumbui.
I don't know. I think it'll be an interesting few months. So we'll see what Uhuru does this week. I think he's going to try to reorganize his team. I don't know how he's going to do that, but things are not looking good for your party. Mutami, unajua sasa uko Jubilee, uko Jubilee sasa wewe.
But me siko Jubilee bro.
Why do you guys deny the obvious? Munasema mko kwa serikali, wewe na Abdalla mko kwa serikali. We know that.
Abdullah,
handshake ilikuwa ya nini kama mko kwa serikali?
I know, that is the question.
Goja, kwani after handshake nani alipewa kazi ya serikali? Ni acheni hizo bana. See, we are not in Abdullah.
Raila is acting now like deputy president. Ruto is not a deputy president. We know Raila as a deputy president.
See watu wameenda Ukambani wote the other day. They went when the president was invited over there. Who showed up? It was Raila Odinga, you know?
Exactly. Tell him now.
But yeye kama Raila.
Alienda kwa kama deputy. He's a de facto deputy president of the republic.
Wewe uliona vile alikuwa anafuata kwanza president nyuma.
Hadi alikuwa na struggle atoke kwa picha bana.
And in any case, you look at this loss of Jubilee, I think the biggest people who are making the most noise is ODM really. You would think they were in the contest themselves.
Alafu unapata Edwin Sifuna anasema tunaongoja president atupange.
Yeah, they're in government. There's no doubt about that. So the loss they are lost too.
Anyway, tupeleke huyo jamaa pole ni kama hajijui.
Wait. Iko wapi Mutembei?
I think Mutembei ameishia.
Naona anacheka sana nyuma ya kati. Nani amemchekesha? Mutembei ni kulete live na hiyo kitu unakunywa. Ametoka mbio. So wanasemanga moderator afai kuwa na maoni. So itabidi ni meze yangu. That's in life. So Ruto takes over coast. I think hiyo ndio topic wameweka hapo. Abdullah ni aje?
Nzuri sana kabisa, habari ya siku nyingi.
Tulikumiss bwana, mpaka leo nasikia gavana wenu mlikuwa na moja tu ametoka kwa chama na alikuwa moja tu. Sasa mna gavana.
Kwanza ujue huyu ni mtu ya deep state.
Walikuwa tu na Lonyangapu amesema KANU hapana. So Abdullah, umeisha tu hivyo.
Kitokoza na wasalamia nyinyi sana. Mimi siku hizi nimeenda huko Northeastern. Nimeenda kuchunga ngamia zangu. Sasa nimerudi Nairobi sasa. Kwa hivyo mimi naambia mambo ya deep state iko sawa kabisa. Tunaamini serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta na hata wale ambao wanahitaji kwenda kwa chama kingine wako na uhuru ya kwenda, wako na haki ya kwenda, kwa sababu sisi hatuwezi kulazimisha watu kwa serikali. Lakini serikali ambayo iko imara sasa ni Jubilee na KANU na ODM. Hizi serikali zingine ambaye kina UDA hii na nini, wote ni watu ambaye hawajui pale wanaelekea. Alafu jambo lingine mimi naona mnaandika ya kwamba cost imechukuliwa na Ruto. Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Hakuna siku cost. Hata sisi watu wa KANU ni ngumu kuingia kwa cost. Wala Jubilee ni ngumu kuingia kwa cost. Cost automatic ni ya ODM. Na ODM hakuna mtu anaweza kuwanyang'anya cost. Hata William Ruto akienda cost azunguke bado watu huko mwisho watampigia tu baba kura. Kwa hivyo hii mambo ya kwenda huko ni kuhasarisha pesa tu, lakini mwishoe Ruto mwenyewe atakuja kuregret. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema cost bado iko na Raila Odinga, na tunahakikisha kwamba cost Nyanza, Northeastern, hiyo yote ni Raila Odinga. Na umuhimu ya Central, tukiangalia 2022 Raila Odinga hahitaji kura yote ya Central. Central kitu muhimu tunahitaji kwa Central, sio lazima watupatie kura zote, wala sio lazima wapatie kura zote Jubilee ama ODM. Kwa mfano ile kura juzi ilipigwa Kiamba, ukiangalia ile kura ambaye Karini Njama amepata, automatic 2022 itakuwa ya Raila Odinga ama Gideon Moi ama Musalia Mudavadi, yule mtu ambaye Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atatangaza. Kwa ile alama ambaye 20,000 something tumepata, ambaye Karini Njama amepata, hao watu ambao walianguka kura juzi, hakuna siku watakumbuka Ruto, wala hakuna siku watapigia Ruto kura. Kwa hivyo hii kura ya Central First watu wazishughulike nao sana. Maana ndugu yetu Speaker Muturi pia anasimama. Speaker Muturi akichukua kura nusu ya Mount Kenya, Ruto achukue nusu. Yule mtu ambaye Uhuru Kenyatta ataendorse, kama ni Raila Odinga, kama ni Gideon Moi, Kalonzo achukue nusu. Hiyo automatic ni yule mtu ambaye Uhuru Kenyatta ataendorse tu ndio atakuwa rais wa Uhuru Kenyatta. Na jambo lingine mimi nataka niongeza, UDA mpaka sasa hatujajua mwenyewe. UDA hakuna mtu ambaye atakuwa rais wa 2022. Ruto mwenyewe anawezekana hiyo chama atakosa certificate, wala atapata karatasi. Kwa hivyo hii mambo isifanye nyinyi wasiwasi, iziwateleze, msichanganyikiwe, mzione kama Ruto akona watu. Ruto hana watu. Ruto ni watu kukuja tu kwake ni kusherekea. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nataka nieleze ndugu zangu. Kwa hivyo ninaambia watu kina Mutembei, congratulations, hii kazi mnaendelea mpaka saa hii, bado hamjachoka, na muendelee hivyo vile mnaendelea. Watu wengi wanafahamu, na nyinyi ni watu ambao mmesoma. Lazima tupatiane ukweli, tufahamishane ukweli, ili Wakenya wengine pia wajue ukweli uko wapi. Kwa hivyo mimi naambia cost bado uko na baba, na hakuna siku cost watahama kwingine ama waende kwingine. Asanteni sana.
Lakini nina swali moja tu kwako Abdullahi. Pengine uniweke sawa. Kuna kitu sielewi, watu wakisema kwamba Central Kenya iko divided kwa sababu Kiamba ilikuwa ni 50-50. Watu wa UDA waliposema kwamba kura huko Kiamba maybe ilikuwa kati ya Raila na Ruto. Wakati sasa Raila party yake amepata 50, mnasherekea. Lakini wakati hiyo walikuwa wanaleta hiyo maneno, mlikuwa mnasema ni propaganda. Sasa kwa by election, hata Migori senatorial tulikuwa na by election, of which a candidate mwenye alikuwa linked na William Ruto alipata kura nyingi sana. Do you want to tell me that kura zote Migori County si za Raila, hizo zenye yule candidate wa Ruto alipata will automatically be for William. And do you think those who voted for Kariri Njama, ingekuwa ni presidential election, wangepigia tu Kariri wao, lakini ya rais pia wapee William at the same time? Mbona mnasema kama mtu ni wa Kariri haizi akapea William, kama mtu ni wa William haizi akapea Raila? Does it go like that, ama kuna mtu anaweza vote in a different direction? Mbunge najichagulia mtu wa independent, lakini rais napea William, ana napea Raila. Siko na wenye wanavote hivyo.
Ndugu yangu Clinton, umeniuliza swali mzuri, lakini jambo moja tofautisha Central, tofautisha Nyanza. Watu wa Nyanza ikifika election kubwa hakuna siku watawacha Raila Odinga. Lakini watu wa Central ni watu ambaye roho yao wanaamini siasa. Na hao watu kwa mfano wale Kariri Njama ambaye ingawaje tulishinda kura, lakini kuna watu wameingilia ndani kidogo wakachokora wakaharibu. Hao watu hakuna siku watasikia jina la Ruto, hata ukowanunulia na pesa ngapi. Hii watu watahakikisha kwamba ile kisasi walifanywa juzi watalipiza wakati mwingine. Hiyo ni kitu automatic ambayo inajulikana kwa watu wa Central. Kwa mfano watu wa Central sahi, mimi nafikiria wewe hukoenda kwa hiyo kampeni. Hiyo kampeni ya Kiamba mimi nilienda almost 2 days. Hata wakati ile tumeshindwa nilikuwa hapo. Watu walikuwa nalia. Watu walikuwa nasema lazima tuhakikishe kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta hata dharauliwa mara nyingine. Kwa hivyo mimi naamini watu wa Central ya kwamba Kariri Njama alitufanyia jambo mzuri sana, na kitu muhimu hata wale walipigia William Ruto, walipigia UDA, hawa pia tuko na raja nyingi sana kwao. Unajua watu wa Central shida, the problem ambayo tuko nao sisi watu wa Jubilee ama watu wa KANU, hawa watu wa Uhuru Kenyatta hajawahi kuenda nao. Hawajawahi kwenda huko na kueleza watu ukweli. Sasa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akiwacha wakati wake aanze kutembea Central 3 months or 4 months, hii mambo ya UDA yote utasikia. Na hiyo ndio raja ambaye kubwa tuko nao. Na ndugu yangu Kariri Njama pia tumeongea naye, yeye pia anatakana alike Raila Odinga hii wiki ama next week. Kuna mpango ambaye ataalika Raila Odinga kwa uwanja kubwa kabisa, ili wafasi wake wote wakuje wakiwa wanavaa Raila Odinga uniform, wakuje uwanja wamkaribishe Raila kwamba waseme Raila tuko na wewe, ili ya kwamba kumbe Raila pia ako na watu. Hiyo ni njia ambaye itaipangwa na wakati ambaye itapangwa mimi sijajua, lakini itapangwa, hiyo itakuwa siku karibu kwa sababu information nyingi.
Okay, thank you. So watu wa Raila wamepatikana tu after Ruto ameshinda kura, mkakuta mko 50-50. Ndio hii 50 nyingine inakuwa ya Raila.
Kabisa.
Okay, thank you. Thank you Abdullahi for your insight. Daktari, kama kuna swali kwa Wangugu, samahani, kama kuna mtu akona swali kwa Wangugu, this is the time. Okay, hakuna. Daktari. Microphone daktari.
Swali naulizwa kwangu, kwa nini mimi sijaongea?
Hapa nimesema kama kuna swali
kwa Abdullahi.
Eko. Yeah. So okay. Kama kuna swali daktari, it's your time to say something.
To say something about about William Ruto at the coast or something. Is that what the debate is about?
Yeah, but people are bringing Kiamba issue.
That he's taking over the coast. I think that is far-fetched. As Abdullahi said, I do think that the coast remains allowing a stronghold, but I don't think that is gonna be the same thing come 22. I think the coast remains vulnerable. I think it remains a hunting ground. I think anybody can make inroads there. As we've seen during that one by-election. I think it was in where was that by-election at? Ilikuwa wapi? Where the independent candidate won.
Ilikuwa Msambweni.
Yeah, Msambweni. So I think William Ruto, if he does a good job over there, he can get him some votes. He can endear himself to the coast province. So I'm not going to really address much of that. I think the coast remains a hunting ground for everybody. Now, going back to to Kiamba, I totally disagree with this narrative. Watu wanasema sijui ati William Ruto needs to get more than sijui 50. Wanasema ati yako just because he the candidate over there got less than 50, that's what really Ruto, you know, that's the approval rating for Ruto in Kiambu or in Central. I think that is reading too much into it. I do believe that winning Kiamba gives William Ruto a huge boost when it comes to Central. You know, right now, I think Jubilee, they are trying to look for answers. You know, people are trying to downplay that win, but if it wasn't that significant, I mean, Jubilee, hakungekuwa na hii pointing fingers tunaona. I understand there's a huge meeting tomorrow. I think today you've seen Kanini Kega going after I think there's already 2 camps now. Kuna the Kanini Kega, kuna ile ya Murathe, kina Tuju. I think that sparring, that war, it tells you that they are feeling the heat. And then so the president, his party, they are feeling some type of way, and by extension, you know, ODM too. I just looking at social media and what people are saying, you can tell that ODM is feeling some type of way. They are feeling that they are going to hook up with this party that is dying. I mean, nobody wants to merge or to come together with a party that is in crisis. You know, I think ODM is trying to think, so tunajoin na hii kitu, lakini hawa watu wanapigana. You know, the president clearly is bleeding. There's no doubt about that. You know, having lost Juja, having lost in Kiamba, I think even in Mogoga, even though they won by a margin of votes. And this is the president's backyard. So I think for ODM and all the other NASA affiliates, you know, they have to really think, is us joining with Jubilee a good thing? So I think Kiamba brought that up. And then that's what I would say for now, as far as the politics are concerned.
Daktari, when you talk, can you mute please, Daktari? Kuna echo inatupiga. So Daktari, ukisema kwamba Jubilee wana meet kesho, kutizama ni kwa nini tulifail. Wakati walipigwa Juja pia walimeet, wakasema we've strategized. Now that we are heading to Kiamba, tunaenda huko kama tushajipanga vizuri. Na hata kwa campaign zao walikuwa wamejipanga. So kwa nini tena walifail? Na hii meeting wameitisha kesho, maybe ni ya kufukuza kina Tuju, kina Murathe, ama bado itakuwa tu ni kujipanga walivyokuwa wamejipanga kabla ya Kiamba? Daktari, in 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, but kufukuza watu has not really been a solution to them. I mean, kwani watafukuza watu mpaka lini? They started with kina Kangata, wakafukuza kina Kareb, nothing is changing. So for how long are you going to keep doing the same thing over and over again and nothing is changing? I think what they need to do is to go after the deputy president in terms of bringing back into the fold. Maybe from where I see it, I think Jubilee is addressing what is not an issue. The issue here is we in Central, we are feeling that our loyalty is being put at jeopardy. Hatutaki kushinda tunaambiwa kila siku that the Central people can never vote for anybody else. We are loyal people. I consider myself a loyal person. And I don't want somebody to go over there and demonstrate that our word cannot be trusted, you know? And that is why we keep sending this message to Uhuru Kenyatta that you told this guy that after your 10 years, he's going to get his 10. And now you are trying to walk away from that. Well, ukienda kwenu Ishaweri, it is going to be us, the Central people, who will have to pay for that for the rest of our lives. Hatutaki kuendelea kusikia hiyo kitu. So that's why we are telling the president, no matter how many people you chase away from the party, you have to go get the deputy president and reconcile with him. That is the only way to stop this bleeding. But if you do not do that, we will continue punishing you mpaka 2022.
Hey, Rais amekusikia Mheshimiwa Daktari. We will continue punishing you until 2022.
That is my view.
Thank you. Any question to Daktari? Or any reaction? Okay. No reaction. Rupia.
Thank you very much, Clinton, and everybody on board. Good evening, or whatever it is, wherever you are. And just quickly into the debate. First of all, I would sympathize with my friend Wangugu. Wangugu is a clueless follower of UDA. And let me just bring to your attention that unayomba kwa hii kitu. Auelewi, yani, in short, you don't understand politics. So you should keep off. Then to UDA and Jubilee, I think it's very interesting the way things are unfolding. But I can tell you, UDA did not win the elections of Kiamba. And it's just a matter of time before the Jubilee party picks it up and prove that. First of all, they rigged. They went there with money and handouts, and they dished it out. I have told the people from Central, including Wangugu, that there is nothing that Deputy President Ruto can do or is going to do better than Uhuru Kenyatta. This one we have seen, even the way that the Jubilee government has run the country, because you find from the word go that Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto were pulling from the both ends towards different directions, because one believes in transformation of the whole country, but the other one believes in transformation of his own people and transformation of his own family.
Excuse me, Charles, before you continue, you've made a very nice statement. There is nothing that William Ruto can do better than Uhuru Kenyatta. Is there a competition between UDA and Jubilee in 2022? Ruto is an UDA presidential candidate. Who is Jubilee's presidential candidate? I
think Ruto is very confused because, first of all, the owner of UDA told him he cannot even be given ticket for UDA. And you see, they are wasting time. I will reveal it with time.
Who is the owner of UDA? Tuweke sawa tafadhali. Owner wa UDA ni nani?
Clinton. UDA is not for Deputy President Ruto. Is that true?
Yeah, but
so let me get the name. Let me get the name and give it to you.
Okay.
Is that right? So he is just clinging on UDA, and he is not even going to be a presidential candidate on UDA's ticket. This is something that unajua wenye wako UDA, I don't know the confusion that is with them, because at the end of the day, they don't even know that they are going to run on UDA. Hawajui. Jubilee ndio iliwapeleka wherever they are. And I told you that unajua wenye wako UDA ambao wameenda huko na ukora ni watu ambao wana pursue their own interests. And from the huge gains that they have gotten from the government of the day under the banner of Deputy President Ruto, in terms of huge contracts which have not been done to completion, and money has been taken from them, they feel that if Deputy President Ruto becomes president, they will continue to get these things, to fleece the country to its knees. So the likes of the MPs from Mount Kenya who are following William Ruto are actually following the handouts. And you saw it even in Mombasa today, when there was 400,000 shillings, 400,000, yeah, that was issued. And then Aisha Jumwa had to elope with 200,000, so that she only distributed 200. So you see that kind of pathetic politics that the order is actually championing. And they are going around saying that we will uplift Mama Mboga. They don't even have a formula for uplifting the mtu wa chini. They don't have that in their program. They don't have that even in their minds. What they want to do is to get people who are illiterate, who doesn't know what they are doing, so that they can fleece the government and take all the money. But at the end of the day, if we have a government that is careless, like one that can be led by William Ruto, we are not going to have a country, because we are going to have a country where if he goes to Eldoret, he dishes money out there and is a president to people who are there. So he will just say, now, I'm giving Mama Mboga some money, I'm giving Boda Boda some money, so that those people continue clapping for him. But he cannot show them that in whatever you are doing, I can uplift you. First, you have to start. How can we create jobs for the graduates?
Excuse me, Rupia. Umesema kwamba ODA hawako win Kiamba, walienda huko na pesa wakadistribute.
Alafu wakarig.
So, hii pesa walirig, walipea IBC wakarig, ama walipea wananchi wakawapigia kura? How did they use the money? Yeah.
We are getting information that there were extra ballot papers that was stuffed, and they were bought from somewhere. And again, they were doing voter bribery. They were giving the voters money and telling them to go and vote so and so. So that
when you are given money to go and vote so and so, and you voted that person, akashinda, how can you claim hakushinda? Pesa ulipewa umpige, ukampigia akashinda. How can you revert hiyo ushindi wake? Umekula pesa yake, umempea, ameshinda. So inakuwaje hakushinda?
You know, according to the laws, voter bribery is wrong and is illegal. If if it is found out that happened, then that election can be nullified. So that one, you must know that.
Is there any election in Kenya imewahi kuwa nullified juu mtu alipeana pesa?
So many
since independence.
Those are irregularities or malpractices. So we categorize them under that. And when we go to a court of law and you find that it is found out that the malpractices or the irregularities happened, then the elections will be nullified and people go back to election, or whatever the court directs that we go and for a recount, or we go back for elections. You get that?
But the Jubilee candidate was sure with the two boxes. Ni nini ilikuwa ndani yako sure? Ataki the process ikuwe recounted yote. The two boxes.
Clinton,
I think why the two? Why the two?
We are narrowing this thing down to Kiamba. But you are even seeing these guys were in Mombasa and the money they distributed. Why must they distribute money, and why must they just go that Ruto must be president? What is if you are good and you are selling your policies to wananchi, why don't you just sell them in a honorable manner and leave? Wananchi wakiona huyu ametuuzia vizuri na ameongea vizuri na tunaona kuna track record, then we will vote. But why force voters?
Malizia in 2 minutes.
Clinton,
what I'm saying is this, that even if the purported win,
Clinton.
The purported win, can somebody keep quiet? I finish, then you will call Clinton. The purported win in Kiamba even had actually boosted Jubilee, because ODA is not a Mount Kenya party. It is a Kalenjin. If Ruto has to lead it, it is a Kalenjin party. And now the Jubilee, what the Jubilee has to do is to go to Central and tell his people that Jubilee is our party. Jubilee sponsored us to the government. What we have done is this, because Jubilee has got a scorecard. I heard the Ruto mentioning what Jubilee has done in Mombasa. Today, was it today? Yeah, today. I heard him mentioning those things. Sasa kama Jubilee imefanya vizuri, ni wao ndio wamefanya. So president is not inside. Kama imefanya vibaya, then ni kwa sababu ya handshake. And even the problems we have in this country today, high taxation, what you call it. My time is up.
Yes.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, so you'll have another chance. Yes, Abdullah, you have a question?
Yeah, Robi, nataka niongezee kidogo Robi. Jambo moja ambayo
kwa dakika ngapi Abdullah?
Give me a chance. Kama mbili hivi.
Sawa.
Ndugu yangu Ruben Fasta ameongea maneno ambayo iko sawa. Kusema kweli ameongea maneno ambayo iko sawa. Bado kuna box karibu 3 ambaye haikuhesabiwa Kiamba. Na hiyo pesa ambayo walitumia 300 million kwa kutafuta kampeni. Kati ya hiyo 300 million, almost 100 million ilikuwa kwa IBC. Na hiyo jambo kitu kwanza first mimi nataka niwaambie ndugu yangu daktari alikuwa amezungumza, naona amesema yeye ni mtu wa Central. Hawa watu ile raha wako nao ndio nawakula.
Abdullahi, are you sure about that information? No, we can't just go out here and throwing information.
Kabisa. Ngoja nimalize ndugu yangu. Daktari ambaye ile kitu namsumbua ni raha ambaye namkula. Na imesemekana mtu kama raha anakula mwisho lazima kuna wakati atajuta. Kwa hivyo mimi naambia fasi ndugu yangu daktari, jambo ulizungumza wewe ukisupport UDA kitu kwanza, one time you will regret. Utakuja kulia na utakuja kutoa machozi. In Kenya, in history ya Kenya, hatujawahi kuona watu wa Mount Kenya wamegawanyika. That is unity ambaye Wakenya wanaipenda na Wakenya ambaye tunaitumia. Lakini kuona watu kama wa Hassan Umar, Aisha Juma, wengine wanakimbia kina Boni Khalwale. Our aim is not so kupenda Ruto. Their aim, Central people were divided. Na hiyo Ruto ameweza kusema kweli. Ruto upande mwingine, Ruto mimi napatia congratulations, kwa sababu watu ambao walikuwa mawe ambao hawezi kusukuma, sasa imepita hiyo mawe imepasuka, imeenda sasa kikundi 3 ama kikundi 4, and that is damage kubwa sana kwa watu Central. Kwa hivyo mimi naambia daktari, kama wewe umesoma daktari, hiyo ni Mungu amekubariki, lakini wewe natakana ufikirie, uthink nani mtu muhimu kwenu, nani ambaye atawajali. If you want to damage your life ama your future kabisa, we just vote for Ruto and you will come to regret one day. Utakuja kulia kwa sababu hauji future yako, hauwezi kujua, hauji maisha yako kwa vipi. Wewe unapiga kura, ngoja wewe unapiga kura lakini watu wanakula chakula. Moses Kuria anakula chakula, Ndidi Njoro anakula chakula, Ichumbwa chakula, yule mzungu ambaye aliretire chakula, pesa. Lakini wewe ni njaa tu, unapiga live unasema UDA, hata uji UDA na kusaidia nini? Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu,
UDA ilikuwa na mbunge mzungu Abdullahi.
Mimi yule mzungu ameretire, amepatwa, Jubilee walimsaki.
Nani huyo?
Huyu mzungu, huyu mtu wa Meru, mtu wa gani huyo? Maura mzungu.
He is not a Muslim, he's an Indian Kenyan. But Abdullah, you cannot get away with this. Kutuambia tutajuta. So what party are we supposed to vote for you to silie?
Mimi siongei, lakini ndugu yangu, lakini ndugu yangu, tafadhali sasa mumekata mawe kwa njia mbili, tafadhali kateni njia 6 ili mtu kama sisi, watu kama KANU ODM tuweze kufaidika, kwa sababu hiyo unity yenu moja haitatusaidia sisi. Lakini kama mtagawanyika hivi, hiyo ni raha yetu. Sisi watu kama tunapita
we will unite behind the deputy president, also the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya. Tutakuwa behind yake wote.
Hiyo ni ndoto, na hiyo ni ndoto.
Thank you.
Lakini
I'm around to dream, my brother.
Please give me time, please.
Who is talking?
Hassan,
but si time yako bana, tulikuwa tunaenda in order. Anyway, sema.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and we also thank Mtembei for this discussion. what I would like to tell, I first start with the Rubia. Is just talking about the recent Kiamba by-election, and what is purporting is he doesn't have any evidence. But in short, I want to tell him is if he has any evidence, we have court in Kenya, apeleke evidence yake kotini na ache mambo
That I
ya
know evidence will be
Kiamba.
taken to court. So hiyo tunajua.
Yeah,
Wasema kitu ingine.
yeah, si ati unadanganya Wakenya, mambo hakuna. Kiamba wamewin, Hasala Nation wamevotia UDA kwa sababu wanajua Jubilee imekufa, na hiyo tumesahau. Na watu waache anadanganya kwa Kenya ati Jubilee ndo wamesponsor UDA. How comes? At sasa wewe una sponsor bibi yako aende uliwe na mtu mwingine. Unakubali Rubia? Bibi yako upeleke mtu mwingine kweli?
You didn't listen properly. I said
UDA,
Jubilee sponsored the MPs and
no,
William Ruto.
UDA. Yeah. What? Let me finish. You had your time. Just give me time, please. Know how to communicate.
But usikuwe na time ya kusema uongo. Nimeongea hapa watu wakisikia.
No.
So just say what I said. Usikuwe na time ya kusema uongo.
Okay. Hassan, 3 minutes.
Give me time.
Hassan,
give me
3
time.
minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. All I want to tell them is UDA is now just a 5-month-old party, but it is a national party. And he said that the owner, you don't know the owner. Let me clearly inform him that the owner is Deputy His Excellency, our Deputy William Samoei Ruto, and that is the party that will going to use it in 2022. Whether you like it or not, UDA will become a national party. Whether the Raila, the Kalonzo of this world will join together with Uhuru and come up with another party, but UDA is the vehicle that His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto is going to use and to fight on 2022. And the other issue that I want to clarify is that people are putting as UDA is dividing Kenyans. UDA is not dividing Kenyans. It is just the rest of the parties, but it has only one philosophy that inasema inaunganisha mahasala zote Kenyani. Na watu sasa wanasema at Jubilee is not in a good position with UDA because most of MPs are joining UDA because it has a philosophy. Now the Jubilee hakuna mahali wanaenda sahi. Sasa the only thing is that now they are attacking UDA from all over corners. Let them put their house in order and then compete with UDA in 2022. That's what I said for tonight.
Okay, thank you Hassan. Thank you Hassan. Hassan, wewe ni mpiga kura wa Kiamba, si ndio?
Yeah.
Okay, kwa sababu venye umeongea ukiwa sure bana. Asante.
Hapana, mimi Kenya niko sure is UDA will be a national party. They are talking as if it is a village party like ODM or Jubilee. I am sure it will be a national party.
Okay, thank you Honorable Hassan.
Yeah.
Okay, kwa wale ambao mnaulizia jinsi ya kuingia kwa show, kuna link kwa comment section na kuna link 2 kwa Facebook ama ni 3, ziko 2 na YouTube moja, so unaweza ingia anywhere you like. Kama uko YouTube kuna link, kama uko Facebook kuna link mara 2. Okay, nimesahau. Next person, kama unashuku ni wewe, si uanze tu kuongea. Yes, Mugambi John. Sauti. Eh,
Yes, there are some things I want to bring order or perspective.
samahani John, achilia hiyo earphone iende chini. Sasa sema.
Yes, there are some.
Hapana, hatukupati. Alafu ukiinua hivi juu unapumua sana kwa earphone, so hatukupati vizuri.
Can you remove the earphone and use your loudspeaker?
Hey. Okay, Mugambi, sema. Sauti ndio iko chini kabisa.
That time unanisikia?
Sasa uko sawa.
Yeah. Yes, nasema there are some things I want to bring into perspective.
Hello. Okay, Wekesa.
Good evening, guys.
Mugambi rekebisha alafu urudi tena. Hiyo time tumepea Wekesa. So proceed, Wekesa.
Yeah, the debate is interesting. I just want to say that I think there's a way we are obsessed with our candidates and until we are not reasoning at all. When I look at the excitement of UDA in terms of their performance at Kiamba, I wonder, because it's like we don't have an history of our own country where the new parties were formed that were going to form the next government. One of the things that I know people are excited that UDA is all over the country and everybody is talking about it. But we have had political euphorias that are much more better than the UDA wave. I expected having these guys campaigned for 3 years, actually for now it's 4 years, to be at a greater advantage than Jubilee in Central. Remember when they began as Tanga, the other groups began as Kieleweke, but the president stopped the Kieleweke team and the Impress team that was being led by Kina Waikuru. So that time there was a checkmate, but the president didn't want politics, so he stopped them. So they have been campaigning alone, enjoying the field, scoring in goals where there are no competitors, where there's no opponents. So when it comes to an election where you narrowly survived with 530 votes, then it also shows that your message has not clearly sunk with the electorate. And I want to say that for me, while they are excited that Jubilee is dead, on the other hand, Jubilee has demonstrated that it's not dead, that it's alive and has strength. Because look at it this way, UDA has a presidential candidate, so has a future. Jubilee doesn't have a presidential candidate. Uhuru has made it clear that he's retiring. So if and they were busy telling us that Kiamba and Mukuga election is going to be a litmus test and a show of the things to come. So for us, we believe their message. So if actually that election is a show of things to come, then we are going to say, we can easily conclude that they are going to perform dismally when it comes to the general election. And then when you look at the performance of Jubilee in the other by-elections, it was very low. And so they tried to reorganize their house, and for in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, they have performed very well. So to them, they are seeing that maybe that strategy is working. Someone has argued that Jubilee was worried, that's why they were meeting. Yeah, the worries are in all parties because we are next to a general election, and they are rearranging and putting their house in order. Even the night before the Kiamba election, there was a meeting, there was a purported meeting at Lavington. And they were worried that the election, they might lose election. These were the UDA guys. So meetings happen in every party for strategy and planning so that you can be assured of your victory. As for the team to be expelled and others to remain, I think now on the mountain there are those who think that who are looking for an excuse to exit. There are people who will exit Jubilee, and there are those who will remain. And so those accusations and counter accusations shows there are people who are not sure whether they will be re-elected. They know there is a strong force on the ground. But let me say this, there are also aspirants of Jubilee. They are not in the parliament, yes, but they are aspirants in Jubilee who are coming up, and they are posing a strong force even to the current MPs. And therefore, some of them, when you see them flip-flop, it's not that they have seen a current. They just want to survive, but they know they have strong opponents on the ground. When you look at the Kiamba, the people who campaigned strongly for Jubilee, we had only a few current MPs, but there are other potential leaders, potential MPs, and potential MCS that really met an input, and they were able to be felt on the ground. So those are the cross currents that are happening on the mountain. I don't know if I need to talk, the topic changed because we were to talk about the cost, but everybody is talking about Kiamba, and I just felt like let me stick to the conversation.
Okay, Wekesa, I have a question to you, and you address this comment as well. Wekesa, kuna Jubilee members, senior Jubilee members walisema kwamba tukilose Kiamba tuna resign, or we must win Kiamba. Now that, inamaanisha walichukulia hiyo election kuwa serious sana. Lakini nyinyi mnatuambia the election was not serious. In fact, waliacha tu.
No, so me, I've said that election was given the seriousness that it deserves because each side wanted to see that the future of their political engagement will depend on this. It was a litmus test. And for me, the outcome didn't come out the way UDA expected. They expected to sweep the mountain and declare that Jubilee is dead. But they realized after election, actually even they struggled to get that win. We had already won the Muguga seat, but they struggled now to get the other seat. And that shows that they are still not very formidable force. And if Uhuru and his team just goes back to the mountain and decide to put their feet on the ground, I can guarantee you that Jubilee will regain its own backyard. This UDA wave, you can look at it through the by-elections that have happened. In my own county and constituency, Kabuchai, there was a huge wave of UDA. In fact, the guys were camping there. I know even the likes of Caleb Costan had booked a room in a hotel in Kantui. They were staying there for a whole week campaigning for the candidates, and the money was exchanging hands. But when it came to the real results, what they are both normally called that village parties. A village party was able to get 19,000 votes, and the UDA National Party, as we are being told, got 6,000 votes. So what do you learn from that? We learn from that changing an electorate is not a one-time. It's not a quick fix thing. It's a gradual. For people to, for example, for people to migrate from Fort Kenya to UDA in Bungoma, it will take not just a few months. It may take even 5 years. So,
but Wekesa,
yes.
Mbona hatukuwa na candidates wa ANC, Wiper na maybe Simba kwa hiyo by election ya Kiamba? Is it because of handshake?
I will tell you this. In the past, you know me, I come from Raila's camp, so sometimes I use his own analogies. In football, in the past, people used to enjoy the ball possession, and then you can go and show some gimmicks. But nowadays, when you look at people playing the football, they are strategic. You don't shoot just for the sake of shooting. You aim. So there are places when you see that in Western, they saw that it is better for Wetangula to field a candidate than ODM and ANC and Wiper, all of them to field. And that's the model Raila operates with. That's why he is calling back the NASA fraternity and saying, we still need Kalonzo in Eastern, we still need Kinamdavadi in Western. He's not competing with them, he's giving them chance to enjoy their own territory and domain. But the model that Ruto uses, that he wants to cannibalize everybody. And that's why when you look at the whole UDA, apart from empowering Ruto to become very powerful, who else has risen? And you see that he was down, but since he joined UDA, he has become a principal. He has become, in fact, our people like Kina Halwale have remained mtu wa mkono. They have remained just people like, because they are not being empowered. When Raila put up a team in court, he called them principals. He had a Pentagon. When he put up a team in NAC, they called them Summit. When they put up a team in NASA, he called them principals. Why? This is a leader who believes that I grow together with other leaders. But there are those who think they can cannibalize and they trample on others so that they can only be the ones shining and the rest of them remain subjects, following them.
Yeah, time yako inaisha, but UDA imetoa mtu wa mkono wa Kariri Njama, Njuguna Wanjiku, akawa MP. Sasa anaongoza boss wake. Ni kuinua kiaje unataka kama CEO?
Now that's normal. They were campaigning for the seat. I'm saying the people who are campaigning along with you, look at the people like Kina Moses Kuria, even they are not sure whether this guy will form a coalition with them. But I'm very sure he wants even to ask them to leave their parties and be in UDA, because he believes in a one-man show. And that's why when they saw that he had won the Juja seat, they had to look for a candidate and neutralize him so that he cannot claim another seat and begin bargaining for power. It's good to allow other leaders also to come up and grow with them. You don't outshine everybody and become the only person. That's why even in government, we are told the reason why the guy all of a sudden become exceptionally rich is because even every small tender, he was calling and asking for that tender. Allow also other people to do business. You cannot be the only person doing business with the government that you are the only person who wants to be the powerful leader and whatever. So
Okay,
I don't
thank
see
you.
him developing any other leaders.
Thank you. Mugambi John, kama umerejea. Bado.
I told you to leave alone that microphone and use your phone. Toa hiyo kitu yenye iko kwa masikio. I tried it and I failed. So I'm just advising you, please. Toa hiyo earphone and then you use your phone.
Bado John.
I think now yeah.
Okay, John rekebisha. Kama unashuku wewe ndio unafaa kuongea after John, please take over.
Can I talk?
Okay, proceed, Moses.
Yeah, well, it's been a long time and good to see you all.
Karibu, welcome back, man. While you are away, they won. They won in Muguga.
You know, after kama tunashinda, we need to leave them some 1-2 seats to win too, you know, a fair world, so that they can have something to talk about. You know?
So unawaachia kwao bana, kwao nyumbani kwa mlango mnachukua kubwa, mnawaachia ile ndogo.
Yeah, you have to show them some little respect, you know, just
Clinton, you are insinuating something that
I am not insinuating it, man. You are the one insinuating it in my mind.
If UDA wanted to take Muguga seat, they would have taken it. And they only wanted the Kiamba. But again, that does not show that they have made actual inroads in Central, because if they had won the Muguga seat, hiyo sasa ni mashinani kabisa, hiyo hata ingeonyesha wako ndani, lakini vile walifanya wakawin Kiamba na pesa yao, it does not show that they have actually made inroads there.
No, they didn't their money, they won the people's hearts, Rupia. Unaona?
Nothing like, first of all, you don't know what is happening here. I don't know why you are even given a chance. You were supposed to talk. Hata uko USA hakuna kitu unajua hapa chini.
Let me talk what I know, Rupia.
Rupia, relax. You've made a very serious statement. UDA wangetaka Muguga, bado wangechukua. Thank you for recognizing their strength.
Na hiyo pesa yao
wangebribe something. Yeah, let Moses say something.
First, there was a guy here called Abdullahi. I would love to recommend that guy. You know, somebody with a disability, you don't call them a mzungu. You don't know what people of that nature, whatever they are going through. So that was completely out of order and very, very wrong. I wanted to call him out, but I didn't get a chance to get in. But next time, let's just respect people, even if don't conform to their political class, you know, or don't agree politically. Let's
Excuse
not.
Mwangi analala hadi anapumua kwa mic. Ama naona vitu zangu.
Kuna Mwangi na Mbii. Ni mimi ama ni huyu mwingine?
Kuna Mwangi mbili. Sasa ni wewe Mwangi mwenye ameongea.
Yeah, wewe
okay. Nianze na mimi. Naona tu Mwangi wawili hapo.
Sijasema uongee. Sasa unaona ulikuwa umelala kabisa. Nilikuwa nasema umelala unapumua sana kwa mic. Sasa zima jamaa malize point yake alafu utaongea. Ama kama uko na usingizi sana tukuache ulale.
Na niko na haja sana na hiyo debate. Juu watu wanaongea hawajui mambo ya Kiamba. Sisi ndio watu, mimi ni wa Kiamba.
Sasa finya hapo kwa mute mic alafu utapewa time. Finya tu hapo.
Wacha mtu wa Kiamba aongee bwana. Hao ndio tunataka. Moses kwanza, Moses is in the USA. Wewe ukuje kitu unajua.
This guy called Rubia. Let him give the others time, eh? This Rubia is taking all the people's time.
So that one will depend on the decision Moses will make. Hassan, mute your microphone.
Yeah. Moses peana time
bwana. Make the decision. Umpe dakika zako 5.
Rupia, I'm a Kenyan and I follow.
Sikia kwanza diongee.
I know I follow it daily, you know. Yeah,
even if it's US. Maybe he's a UDA supporter. Give him time,
Hassan,
Moses.
please. Hassan, please.
But
Hassan, please.
but you know your people at Malanga game morning they were burnt yesterday night.
Okay.
That's close to home. That's really close to home.
Moses, you either proceed or you give your time to Mwangi wa Kiamba
Yeah,
aseme kitu.
let me proceed. First I was addressing Abdulilahi, and then secondly, you know, UDA speaks. The win speaks volume to what's going on in Kenya, because the people are just tired of what's going on within the administration. Kwanza umejua kuna mtu alikuwa anasema ati ukiingia Mount Kenya you wanna win, you are dividing the people, we are happy, and that's completely wrong too. If today I want to run for the president of Kenya, I have a right to go and campaign in Mount Kenya because I want that portion. When Ruto was running as one in Jubilee, they went and campaigned in Nyanza. They were campaigning in Kisumu, Migori, Homa Bay, Kisii, Nyamira, and they were welcomed. Hakuna kitu yenye walisema ati they are trying to divide Nyanza region like to get other votes, you know. And that's something that somebody talked about, and I don't think it's right as well. But as a Yuda person, I think I'm happy with what's going on. And we will keep showing them dusk as we will keep winning. You know, and when we win, people like Rupia, they will come here with a lot of emotions, because this is also a good platform to come and spit all the emotions that you feel like and go to bed when you feel fresh. You know, as you other people.
You bribe voters, and we are going to catch up with you.
Proceed, Moses.
Good luck with that. Safari ndio imeanzika. Kama hujaingia kwa basi sahihi, utawachwa nyuma. So I didn't have much to say, but I'm so happy with what's going on with the UDA. And
when you come back, we'll give you wheelbarrows to drive.
Give me a wheelbarrow, nitaenda ushago, nitapelekea grandpa peleke nao manyiwa shambani. We'll make his work more easier. You know another thing, Rupia, like people have been questioning DP that how are you going to convince a graduate that wheelbarrow can solve their problems? One thing I always ask myself, Kenya does not belong to only graduates. It belongs to everybody. That's why in UDA we sing kazi ni kazi. Sio lazima ukigraduate uende kwa ofisi ufanye kazi ukikaa kwa ofisi. You can be out. There's a lot of graduates today that does boda. Kuna wengine wanauza mboga. And that's what our leader DP Ruto has been stressing on. Kusikiza hawa watu, empowering them. Watu wa pikipiki, watu wa boda.
But he has been stealing money that is meant to empower these people.
And who stole money ya kazi kwa vijana? Who stole that money? Kazi kwa vijana ilipotea wapi?
So you beat me all the time.
Yeah, I want Moses to finish in 2 minutes. I want Moses to finish in 2 minutes.
Moses has finished. He is engaging him.
Okay.
So
let me
there's
time.
nothing
In 2 minutes, itakuwa imeisha. Engage him in 2 minutes.
Okay, engage me, Rupia.
Moses, let me tell you one thing. The person you call that he is empowering youth. He's not empowering youth. No. We know very well that the government of Jubilee had two sides. Let me just tell you. Had two sides. The TNA and the URP. When they took government, they went on distributing among themselves or between themselves.
You are bringing TNA and URP. Na nimekuuliza swali rahisi. Pesa kwa vijana ilipotea wapi? Pesa kwa vijana ilipotea wapi?
Raila has been when he was Kibaki. Pesa kwa vijana.
Yeah, you don't know.
But Raila has
tukiingia kwa scandals.
Yeah, Rupia umesema Ruto anaiba pesa ya vijana. Has even vindicated the court of law? No. We have courts in Kenya, and as we speak right now, Ruto.
So who can convict a politician in a court of law in Kenya? At which politician?
They are against him. They can decide and take him to the court of law.
Not really. The courts are independent and they work the way they work.
Yeah, and they should
to
see is bring us the.
So don't always tell.
Amekimbia.
Oh, hata ilikuwa imebaki masekunde.
Yeah, ameenda.
Moses, you have done, Moses, you have done a
Na
good work.
ametoka tu. Kuna mtu alikuwa hapo chini. Kuna mtu wako chini alikuwa anamngojea tu atoke na aingie. Amekuwa replaced immediately.
Ametoka tu.
Moses have taken Moses
Jones,
is talking on fact.
Jones,
ulikuwa
umeweka mkono kwa login jameni.
Jones wanted to yesterday, so I'm here today. Jones, you remember me from yesterday?
Yeah, thank you for joining the channel, Mr. Moses. You know, there was a fellow here a few minutes ago called Wangungu or something.
Yeah.
Wait, Jonas.
Okay, so it's also back.
Wait, Jonas. Jonas, we are not doing justice to other people here. Let them say something and then you'll take over from there. Yeah.
Sawa.
Thank you. Mwangi wa earphone.
Yes.
Ulikuwa unasema unatoka Kiamba kwa dakika 3-5 hivi.
Ya mimi ni wa Kiamba. Lakini nasikia hawa watu kama huyu Moses. Habari yako Moses?
Mzuri sana ndogo.
Okay. I think nikikuangalia hivi naona kama umetoka hii side za Western. Ama nakosea?
Umesema ukweli, mimi ni mtu wa Nyanza.
Okay. Mambo ya Kiamba ukitaka, unaona hiyo jina yangu inaitwa Mwangi. Mimi ni Kikuyu na niko Central.
Endelea.
Na naweza kuambia UDA kukula ile Kiamba ilikuwa ni ile mahasila watu wako na ya economy hivyo mambo kama hizo. Unaona? Lakini yule alikuwa best candidate ni yule Kaleli. Unaona? Sasa UDA hata mimi nilishangaa kuona wakitoka kwa barabara kucelebrate. Huwezi toka kwa barabara kucelebrate kitu 50-50. Na tuseme saa hizi tukienda venye tuko tunafaa tujiulize ni nani atakuwa amelose. Mwenye atakuwa amelose ni yule number 2. Juu first Uhuru hakuna kiti anataka. Unaona? Sasa mwenye atalose ni yule number 2. Kwa hivyo kama ni mimi naona sasa unaongea sana juu ya huyo number 2, mwambie akuje down, akuje Central, atafute zile kula hizo 50 anaona zimepotea, akuje asitafute. Na akuje sisi tutamwelcome akuje, lakini akuje ina njia ya honest. Unaona? Sika tunaelewana?
Endelea. I'm waiting. I'm hearing.
Umesikia Moses?
Kaka na
sasa kwa hivyo maybe amkuwa mmekutana na mwenye ako ile side nyingine. Mimi niko mmoja wa ile side ya Jubilee. Naona? Na kusidwa Kiamba kulegeza ile msimamo yetu. Ati kesho tutahamia UDA ama UDA. Hapana. Sasa kama mimi ni yule diehard wa Jubilee, siwezi ama UDA ilisida. Hapana. Mimi ni mtu wa Jubilee kustay na kukaa. Unaona? Kwa hivyo tukiendelea hivyo, kama utapata hiyo rafiki yako maybe mko karibu na yeye, mimi siwezi mfikia juu yako kwa level ingine. Mwambie kuje down. Hiyo kula anaona 2-3 zimepotea, ajue ni muhimu sana kwake 2022. Akifanya blada yeye ndiye ataumia. First
hata sababu anapendwa all over Kenya. So bado anatembea pande zingine pia, sio tu Mount Kenya.
Okay. Sasa hata kama anapendwa, ujue anataka kula sana za Central.
Pia.
Tukienda 50-50. Unaona rafiki yangu? Tukienda ile 50-50. Amiki hapa mimi naona mwenye analusi ni yeye. First kama sisi hatutakuwa na candidate 2022. Tunaweza chukua Musalia ama Raila tumpatie hizo kula. na ukiangalia 2013 venye tulienda kama block. Naweza support mwenye Swikadi Hassan alikuwa anasema Mount Kenya imekatakatwa. Naweza msupport hivyo na niseme ni kweli.
Hey,
na nikiwa mmoja
unaona
yes.
in 202 Mount Kenya iligawanyika, si ndio? Kuna portion ilipigia Kibaki kura, kuna portion ilipigia Uhuru kura, si ndio? But Kibaki managed to penetrate in other provinces through
the vote was not 50-50, Moses.
No,
the Kibaki Uhuru campaign, you're talking about 5% Uhuru or even 2%. 98% of that vote was Kibaki's. Don't mislead.
Okay, sijui John ni mimi ama ni Moses, uko kwa mimi ama Moses? Sorry.
Nilikuwa nikiambia Moses is trying to say that the Mount Kenya vote was divided when Uhuru Kenyatta was running as a KANU candidate. But it was divided at a 2% on Uhuru Kenyatta's side and 98% on Kibaki's side. You cannot really call that a division.
No, that's not right. That's not right. Can you check?
If you
can you
speak about a division, Moses, you should really be talking about Matiba and Kibaki when they ran in different parties. That may have been a division, but not the one of Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta.
Bwana Jones.
Yes.
I have
Mwangi, malizia statement yako in 1 minute, Mwangi.
Okay. Naona marafiki wangu ni kama tumeganya nazo, lakini nitajaribu hiyo dakika moja, hata ni karibu kumalizia. Najua ni Moses ndaona na lakini ni kuongea tu, tunaongea, hakuna ubaya. Moses, abia boss yako na watu wake akina Moses Kuria tunawajua na tunawaona. Wengine hao unasikia wakipiga kelele, hakuna mtu atalitain hiyo chia yake. Wengine watatoka. Kwanza Central sana uangalie. Mimi nakwambia kutoka Central na Mwagi yako hapa, naona Mwagi mwingine anaweza sema ni ukweli ama ni uongo. Central si wabunge wengi huwa wanarudi. Utakuta ni wachache sana wanarudi. Kwa hivyo unasikia wakipiga makelele huko. Ngojea 2022 utawatafuta uwakoshe. Kwa hivyo huyo DP asiweke nini yake sana kwa hao wabunge. Ati aseme sasa ndiko na watu pale au tutawagusa. Wengine hao tunawaona na tumewagojea. Tutawaonyesha. Mr. Mutembei, asante kwa hiyo time yako. Asante.
So, Bwana Mwangi,
yes.
Kama UDA imepata 51 na Jubilee imepata 50, hapo UDA imeshinda. Pale Muguga mliachia UDA kura 20. Na nyinyi kama Jubilee mlicelebrate sana tumewin Muguga. Shida iko wapi? Ruto akicelebrate 51 to 50 eti amewin Kiamba.
Walienda hata
Okay. Wacha nikwambie kama uliangalia hakuna mtu alicelebrate Muguga. Hata mwenye alicelebrate
wabunge wenu wako all over internet, hadi wabunge wa ODM. We are winning Muguga.
Yeah.
Okay, lakini si kama ile, sisi tunaelewana. Si kama hii ya UDA walito, sorry?
Okay, si kama ya UDA walikuwa na rally, that's what you mean?
Si kama hii ya UDA walikuwa wametoka kwa barabara na watu mamia ati wameenda kucelebrate na una celebrate 50-50.
Okay,
sasa kama Muguga
a win is a win, Mwangi, a win is a win.
Yeah, lakini unaangalia mimi wacha nikwambie Mr. Moses.
Because Kiambu is home, it was expected to go to Jubilee. They were competing. We were not looking to get 100% votes in Kiamba. Unaona? We were looking
Moses,
and the win is
wacha nikwambie Moses. Unaona mimi singetoka pale Muguga kucelebrate na hiyo kura 27, hiyo ni 50-50 na ya Kiamba ni the same. Kwa hivyo mimi singetoka ati niende nika celebrate Muguga ama Kiamba, hiyo ni 50-50. Kama ingekuwa ni kama Juja naweza kubali, hata hao wanaweza celebrate, hiyo ilikuwa lakini si hii ya unasema, lakini mtu mjaja unaona 500, hiyo ni kitu inaweza kugeuka, ni wale tu mtu unaweza
hapo badilisha haraka haraka na abadilike hizo kula ziende ile side ingine.
So now that Ruto got 50%, huyo another presidential candidate mwenye utampigia, hii 50 ingine ni yake. Ruto alijipeleka kwa uwanja akamanage 51%. Huyu wako mwenye hakuja akamanage 50. So who is this presidential candidate? Mwenye alipata 50 Kiamba. Uhuru is not in the ballot. Okay. So is the other.
So, kwa hiyo ya Kiamba naweza sema yule Njuguna alishinda kweli, lakini hiyo kula kwangu ni kidogo sana ya kucelebrate sana ati umeshinda.
Sasa shida yako ni celebration.
Mwangi.
Si ushindi.
Sina shida na
sorry. We were
yes,
not
Moses Malizana Mwangi in 1 minute to end the next.
Yeah, we were not campaigning in Kiamba to get 100% of the votes. We were campaigning to win, to clinch that seat. And that's what we got. Unaona? Yeah, we were not campaigning to get 100%.
Okay, thank you. Kulingana na venye unasema Moses, na venye yani watu wa UDA walikuwa manajipiga kifua ati Jubilee imekufa, hatukuwa tumetarajia tulikuwa hata venye kula zilitoka tulitarajia maybe UDA itakuta kutoka 60%. Lakini time walipata hizo na walikuwa wanasema Jubilee imekufa, kuonya sana Jubilee kwa uhai ni venye hawajajiorganize. Wakijiorganize kuna watu wataona moto pale.
Thank you Moses na Mwangi. Thank you.
Yeah, Clinton, 2 seconds. Ukiangalia huko Kisii, the last by election, ODM was number 1. UDA ikakuja number 2, si ndio? Jubilee was number what? Number 3. So which means UDA is building up all over the country. Not only in Kiamba, not only in Mount Kenya.
Okay, thank you. Thank you Mwangi. Tunarejea kwako. We ni mtu wa Kiamba kabisa, ndani.
Ya na wa Central. Ukitaka swali ya Central niulize, mimi ni wa Central na niko Central. Na ninajua ground iko aje huko.
Sasa we bwana, we hatukuamini sana juu unatuambia hata kuna leader wa Jubilee alicelebrate Mogoga ama Magaga ward. Na wako all over the internet. Mara wata resign, wana celebrate vitu mob. Meanwhile stay on bwana Mwangi. Yeah.
Kuna celebration ya kutoka balabala na kuna yenye hivi kama venye tunafanya hapa. Hizo ni tofauti.
Okay, thank you Mwangi.
Okay, sawa.
Hi Clinton.
Who is talking?
Hi Clinton. I me here, the other Mwangi now.
Another Mwangi? Mwangi what side?
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. Maybe you can just sorry. Nilikuwa nafikiria huyo amemaliza.
Amemaliza. Mwangi na Moses wamemaliza.
Should I continue?
Yeah, like now we have to keep time. How many minutes do you want, Bwana Mwangi?
Give me 5, I'll be done. I don't think I'll have so many.
Okay, 5.
Sasa unianzie na huyu Mwangi wetu wa Kiambu. Mimi ni UDA bana. Mimi hata si mtu wa One thing we have to, I think, to start arguing our politics on facts. Look at economy right now. Wewe mwenye unaani sasa natumia zuku kustream stuff. Zuku yangu imeongezwa na 300. I was paying 25. I'm supposed to take session. It's 2,800. 300 bob extra tax. What's that? So we have to bring a change. We have to change the leadership. Kenyan politics is a 2-horse race. Usifikiria ati kutakuwa na 3 candidates in election. The third one will just be a pace setter. It's either a Ruto thing or the other Raila Uhuru wagon. Either of them, whichever they will endorse, maybe Mudavadi or Gideon or Raila himself, it will be Ruto versus that person. Now, whoever will take over from Raila and Uhuru, if he comes from that path, he'll be endorsed by those people. He is taking over the strategies of these guys because, as we call them dynasties, let's not just take dynasty as a word. Dynasty is a system that, one, it takes control of the economy completely. And that's what Uhuru Raila is safeguarding right now. Msifikiria ati wanataka adigeuka Ruto juu ya kingine. Anataka kusafeguard mali yao, my friend. The monopoly of trade with the Railas and Uhuru and Kenyatta's family right now is extremely dangerous to our economy, not just in Kenya, even in the whole of Eastern Africa. So you have to build somebody else. You have to take somebody else who will bring a change in the trade diversity. We have to bring somebody else. I like the approach of bottom-up approach. I don't know whether you dare to actualize your stuff, but to be honest with you, bottom up will start with starting the rate for the vigilantes, for the SMEs. That's where we start. So if you are bringing somebody, the reason why I'm supporting UDA as a person is because, one, Kenyan politics is a two-horse race. If Daganyo kuna that horse, it is a two-horse. Either Ruto and somebody else will be endorsed by the dynasty. So you have to gauge between the two. If I support the dynasty, the problem of tax for the next 5 years is guaranteed. The problem will be there. If I support the dynasty, the monopoly of trade, kama wewe ni shujaa sahi, jaribu kuingia kwa milk industry. Try right now. Kama umejaribu, jaribu sahi kuingia kwa milk industry. You won't even pass. Jaribu kuchukua maziwa yako Kiambu, uuze Nairobi maziwa fresh. You won't. Hata hutafika gonja. Utashikwa. How can we evade that? How can a landlocked country like Uganda is having cheaper products than Kenya, and it's importing through our port? Are you getting what I'm trying to say? The reason why I'm supporting UDA is because I want a candidate who will bring change. Yet, if I support a candidate endorsed by Raila and Uhuru, he will only return the hand to the dynasties by safeguarding the monopoly of trade, two, the burden, the debt burden you have. The debt burden will only inherit everything. Yani itakuwa tu uhuru mdogo hapo. Msifikirie ati msipojeji. If you take somebody endorsed by these guys, atakuwa tu uhuru mdogo. The shida zenye mko nazo, they will continue for next 5 years, guaranteed. So what I'm saying is, we must have a change. Number two, in Kiamba, we had to celebrate that win banner. It must be celebrated. UDA is making a move, and it's making a statement, a very big statement. A party that is barely 1 year old, inatikisha the ruling party at the president's backyard. You have no idea what that means. Mugoga, for me, if I was being asked, I would say like a normal Kenya that you are rigged. Because the rejected votes were even many than the difference. The rejected votes were 110. If you know, the difference was 27. Whether you are rigged or not, we assume that the 110 are UDA. I might even split them by 3 quarters, maybe. Because of course, well, let's stop on those. Maybe you Jubilee one. But what I'm saying is, UDA is making a very big political statement. I'm currently in court. Now, vitu kwa ground, my friend, is different. However, we are not guaranteed that the support, 50% of support from Central to UDA is guaranteed Ruto a president. No, that is not enough. Is that automatically not enough? I can tell you Ruto right now is famous in Central than Uhuru. My friend, he is. And there's nothing you can do about it. So I'm paying taxes which are being stolen, and then you are blaming Ruto, and he's not the head of government. He cannot actualize a single project, my friend. He cannot. He's not a signatory. So let's not stop blaming Ruto, my friend. Who are the COVID billionaires? Right now, KICC is facing auction. Who is the manager of KICC? The sister to Uhuru. What are you telling us? Why are you blaming Ruto on everything that he has not done? If Ruto was really guilty and the system is against him, right now he could, one, be impeached, two, be in prison. So achani kucheza tu politics na propaganda. Can you bring facts on the ground? Hatusemi Ruto ni mzuri.
Clinton, I have questions.
In Kenya. But there's two horse race. Ruto versus the dynasty.
Mongi, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Questions.
I have a question for Mongi.
Can we ask?
Yes, wait a moment. Simuulize in order. You have 2 minutes for the questions. Mugambi, uko na swali?
Yes, I have a question for Mongi.
Yeah, put it.
He is telling us that Ruto is bringing the change. Ruto is is going to support the least in the community, the least privileged. We understand Ruto has been in office as the deputy president for now 9 years. And in the past 5 years, Ruto was so powerful in the government than Uhuru was then. So Where was he that time that he did bring the hustler support initiative when he was so powerful in the government? We know he controlled 50% of the government. Did he make any improvement to the common man that Mwangi is talking about? So if we did make any change when he was powerful in the government, how sure are we that the problems that the Jubilee government has already created, he is going to address them? So can he tell us how is
I can
going to
Wait, Mwangi.
into a response to that.
Wait, Mwangi. Wekesa, put your question.
Mwangi, I wanted to ask you, this Ruto you are telling us, as if he has dropped from the moon. In the history of Ruto's political life, he always supports those you are calling dynasty, including he was brought into politics by dynasty themselves. Even the first car was bought by the dynasty himself. These people, when there was a KK in 2012, Kalonzo, Uhuru, and Ruto. Ruto chose to support Uhuru and not Kalonzo. Kalonzo has a hustler background. So why didn't he choose Kalonzo, and why did he skip Kalonzo and choose Uhuru when he knew very well that Uhuru is a dynasty? The second question is, this Ruto, you're saying we want somebody who can bring change. He is in the government. He has not initiated any change. In fact, this seat they have won, they have not won so that they can add another seat in parliament and bring a bill and win against the other side. But they have won the seat to show Uhuru that we are against you. Are they really? I don't know of any bill associated with UDA in parliament that was brought to show that these guys already, they have aligned themselves with the hustle economy, and this is what they are going to bring. It's just noise in the rallies. So can you tell us the change you are anticipating, guys?
Okay, thank you. Before Mwangi answers you,
can I help you, Mwangi?
Before Mwangi answers you, Wekesa, umesema kitu important sana. When Ruto decided not to support Kalonzo, a hustler, and he supported Uhuru, a dynasty, Raila, a dynasty, Moi, a dynasty, what is the problem now that he wants the dynasties also to replicate what he did earlier by supporting him? Mbona sasa wanaona ni shida? Akisema na wasupport ni vizuri. Akisema sasa ni mimi nataka, sasa ni mbaya. So Mwangi, you can answer all your questions as I check on what is going on behind the curtain. Thank you.
Let me start with Mugambi.
Can I answer Wekesa?
Yes, Moses, you can answer Wekesa. Let me answer Mugambi first. Mugambi, okay. I think Ruto is not the head of government. As long as he was there in the first 5 years, where he was very much influential in the government, even the projects that he went to commission, my friend, they were not his projects. And that's why the leader of the government and his buddies, they saw this guy is going to be very strong if he continues championing the president's project. And there is no way you can be a deputy and you are taking control of the commissioning of the project. So don't think that Ruto was the head of the government. He was an elected deputy. That's all.
My question was, why didn't he bring the hustler empowerment when he was powerful with the government? Leave alone other things about the control of the government.
He did not bring that narrative because the government was on his side. Then, after the 2017 election, they ousted him. They sent him off. They showed him he was nothing. As a normal human being, you have to defend yourself. You have to bring out a defensive mechanism to remain in power, to remain relevant. It's a politician, remember. So he has to come with a narrative, which happens now to be the hustle narrative, which has been bought by, if not more than at least 50% of the Kenyans. So he could not have brought the narrative before the 2017 because it would have contradicted the Jubilee agenda for 2017. He could not have done that. So it is the second term, and he is earned to be the president.
So you want to tell us that the Asla nation is just a narrative to cling to power?
70% yes.
Can I rephrase the question for Mwangi? Mugambi, can I rephrase your question?
Kindly do, Ekesa. Come.
Yeah, I think the Senegal guys are there.
Yeah. For example, right now, Raila is not in government, but he has been for the cooperation of Raila and Uhuru, he has been influencing. You can see even the things that are happening in parliament, you can see the influence of ODM just because it's cooperating with government. So how can you tell us a deputy who has a constitutional right doesn't have powers? He's waiting until he will be elected as president is when he will establish authority. And they have been bragging in rallies that they have tyranny of numbers. I have 139 MPs in my side. So what are they, just cosmetic MPs to show in the rallies, or they can bring a bill and pass it in parliament and show that they have numbers that have add value to this country?
The only reason why you are noticing Raila's contribution to the second term of Uhuru's government is one, because he's the second wife. So the first wife did not seem to act anything. But because the second wife has just come in the house, there has been some new drawers. Then we think that the second wife is actually performing that the first wife. No, not at all. So, this guy is just...
So excuse me guys. I think hii kitu imefika boiling point na acha wenye wajaongea waongee, alafu tuweze kuingiliana. Nani alisema hivi, I have a question to him, alafu sasa ikuwe tu free. Lakini kina Duke wamengojea sana, so let them have their minutes and then tuulizane maswali ama tuelimishane.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but just to conclude on my second is that UDA has made a very big statement that nobody is ready to go against. You can prepare for this, and it will go everywhere. So prepare for it. We are coming for you guys. Thank you,
Mr. Clinton. Let me just take my time to ask questions to Mr. Mwangi, and just to kind of simplify.
You know what, Jonas? When you continue engaging Mwangi and some people have not talked, wanaona vibaya.
No, I was going to take
Mwangi atakuwa anaendelea kuongea.
I was going to take the time that I was going to have and share it with Mwangi, such that.
Okay, so like how many minutes do you want to engage Mwangi?
I only need one, since I was going to get about 3 or 5 minutes. I only need to spend that 5 minutes, maybe 1 minute to ask a question, and then Mwangi responds to the question. And then my 3 or 5 minutes to be consumed by me having an engagement with the two Mwangis, who are people.
You say you want your 5 minutes, and you came after Duke, and you came after Mugambi John. So am I doing justice to them? Kama wamekubali uongee mbele yao, sina shida.
Maybe Mugambi does not mind, but
okay. So when Mugambi gives you his time, then it is okay with me. So Mugambi, have you donated your time?
We're exchanging positions.
I think it is the positions, but not the time.
Okay, Duke, are you there?
Yes, I'm in.
I think I'm sorry, man. Thank you for being patient. So Duke, take your 5 minutes, Mugambi your 5, and then Jonas and Ole Sang. And then we now say everything that you think. Rupia said this, John said this, and then call it a day. So Duke.
Yes. First of all, I want to start by giving a rectification to what John has said. He said that in 2002, Kibaki got 98 and Uhuru got, you said 2%, but the statistics I found is that Kibaki got 69% and Uhuru Kenyatta got 31%. So that's the actual facts from there.
In Mount Kenya?
Yes, in Central Province actually.
Okay, I appreciate the correction. But still, that is not a 50-50. That is a clear mandate.
Yes, but it's not, it's 2% also.
Okay.
Second, I want also to respond to Wekesa. Wekesa is said that Ruto is not giving space to others, that in UDA we don't see principles, because says that he wants to concentrate power. No, the reason is Ruto is actually too powerful. He does not need assistance. So that's for others to combine so that they can be able to compete at level. Also, it is because he is a royal politician. He does not give false promises. So he cannot just bring people and tell them that we are going to share the power this way without him being very sure that he can give it to them. So, and the
What do
example
you
you gave
mean?
about what I mean in which context?
What do you mean by he does not give false promises and we call him Mr. 6 months?
What I mean is that first of all, he's waiting for the political temperature, for the real campaign to come, and then he will have like a proper strategy, a proper agreement. That's what I mean.
So he has never given false promises?
I was saying that's in the context of saying that UDA does not have principles. Do you expect them to have new principles the way it's in code? Because it's just one person who has formed this and it's very strong. And we are welcoming investors. So wait for that to unfold in the future. So UDA actually is a storm. The way it's not just a storm in the coast provinces. Most of you, as the theme of the day indicates, UDA is a storm in Kenya. The reason why it's becoming a storm in Kenya is because it is coming up with an idea. For too long, most of us have been supporting a given candidate or another candidate because of maybe tribe or because we hate another candidate. But this time, at least, there is a concept, there is an idea which has captured many Kenyans. And that idea is the bottom-up approach, which most of you are misinterpreting. They are talking about giving people wheelbarrow. Actually, wheelbarrow is like a symbol of the party. For instance, if you talk about wiper, there is an umbrella. ODM, there is an orange. So we have never talked about an orange. So don't just try to bring pettiness into the narrative. Actually, the bottom-up approach is about giving opportunities to the ordinary people, addressing the needs of the ordinary people. You know, economics is all about needs and resources. So Kenyans have needs, and the resources are required for those needs to be addressed. So, however, the resources are always limited. So if the resources are limited in economics, you should have a priority. There is needs which must come first, and there are others which must come second in that order. So what has been happening for a long period of time is that the resources have not been allocated or assigned to needs which are essential, which should be given priorities. For too long, we have been seeing about a small fraction of the population are actually doing better and better, while like 90% of the countries, they have no employment, they have no. So it's time for us to try that. So it's like the top-down approach is not working. That's, for example, you give money to companies to trickle down to individuals, and the money is rooted at the companies. So it's actually the amount total does not go to the ordinary Kenyans. That's why that narrative makes sense to most of us. That's why by trying to give, for instance, if, for example, we have a given fund in agriculture, and then we give that to the Ministry of Agriculture, and then the money is rooted in that. But if maybe that we take that money directly to it's like a devolution. We take them into rural areas. We give, for example, in maybe small farms, maybe to start irrigation, or we buy irrigation facilities, or we fund them to start business. That one is like opening, is like diversifying the Kenyan context. Is like giving opportunity to many people. Is like a form of devolution, which most of we are support. So that's the idea, which is capturing most of Kenyans, and that's why UDA is making sense. So that's my submission.
Okay, thank you for keeping time, man. Umepitisha tu na 22 seconds. Asante sana, Duke. Mugambi, do you have a question or you want to put your point?
I have a question for Duke.
Okay, in 1 minute, Mugambi.
Yes, Duke is telling us about the trickle down of the resources or the money to the common mwananchi. And we understand in the government, there are the programs that are channeled towards such cluster groups in the society. For example, we have the Youth Empowerment Fund, we have the Wezo Fund, and all those funds that are at the sub-county level. After every financial year, that money goes back to the exchequer because no one has gone there to utilize that money in terms of investment or even doing their businesses. So what will this hustler narrative do to make sure that the money that is already in the government for the youth and for the least privileged, how will it be utilized by those people? Because the money is there already, not that the Ruto is coming with the money. How are they going to make sure that those monies are utilized in the right way? Duke.
No, are you trying to say that there is a lot of money which comes back, that there are no people who are using that money? Is that what you are trying to say?
What I'm saying is, we have Wezo Fund. That Wezo Fund is generally for the youth and the small scale business owners. They are advised to go there, apply for the money, get the money interest free, and refund the seed capital. They never do that. So, because the money is already there, how are we going to address all these problems that you are calling bottom up, in that we are not doing it now? The money is there already. Yes, the money is there.
No. Actually, Weso Fund is a minuscule. I have a group and I applied that, and we were allocated like 5,000. And then you find an MP comes reading your check, wants you to craft for you. It's a minuscule. We want that in a large scale. We are talking about something, and actually, bottom-up approach is not about giving money to. It's like giving opportunities to those at the bottom. For instance, you can have maybe companies which employ most of people. For example, you can give, for example, tax reliefs based on the number of people a company employs. So if a company employs too many people, then you give it like a tax break. So it's like you are compelling that company to employ more people. So it's not about money. The problem is most of you have not understood what bottom-up approach is. It's not about giving money to it's about like focusing on the needs of the ordinary people. Those at the bottom. That's what bottom-up approach is. It can take many forms to implement.
Mr. Duke, are you happy with the roads program that the Kibaki administration and the Jubilee administration has been doing? They have built a lot of roads. You're happy with those?
Yes.
Are you happy with the rural electrification program that the administration has been doing? Yes. Are you happy with the universal healthcare program that this administration has been doing?
The universal healthcare is not working. It's a scam. It does not work.
Hold on, but they're working on it. Is it a good idea?
It's a good idea, but it's like a scam. It's not working in Kenya. I'm there.
Hold on. Are you happy with the universal education of our young people up to high school? Are you happy with that?
Yes, but it's not actually even free. The secondary school pays school fees.
Okay, hold on. Are you happy with the programs that we have in government to provide opportunities for minorities, women, youth, and this type of groups to apply for tenders? Because there are special category. Are you is that a good program?
Yes.
Okay. Are those programs that empower people at the base? When you provide people with electricity, when you provide people with education, when you provide people with universal healthcare, when you provide people with these type of opportunities to do business with government, are those not programs that bring money down to the base? And
No, you are no. Let me speak this way.
what are those programs? Or are those
First of
programs?
all,
Hold on.
when okay, let me respond. You are asking too many questions, so I cannot. Let me respond. Then you continue.
Well, the questions I'm asking actually are rhetorical questions because
no, they are not rhetorical. I know what I'm. Let me just give me a minute. I respond.
We all know that we have that the Jubilee government.
No, yes, the mistake is when listen. It's not that. Just a moment.
Tell us bottom up approach. It doesn't. It's already being done.
No. First of all, it's good that you have appreciated that the bottom approach is good. However, when we are not saying that, we are not saying that we are going to stop building roads and then we come up with bottom-up approach. We have not said that we are going to stop universal healthcare so that we come up with bottom-up approach. It's not about replacement. It's about like an additional idea on how to focus on.
Which is what now? What are you adding? What is it that you're adding to the healthcare? What is it which you're adding to the education?
For instance, okay, for example, what I can say this.
What is it that you're adding to the roads? What
for
is
instance,
adding to the opportunities for young people and for women groups and for minority people to do business with the government? What is it that you're adding to the political stability of the country? What is it which you're adding to the economic stability of the country with the bottom up? What are you adding? Because the only thing that UDA seems to have done, they have taken the word rich and replaced it with dynasty. And then they have taken the word poor and replaced it with hustler. So now, instead of really just coming clean and saying that we're talking about rich versus poor, they're now telling us dynasty versus hustler. It's the same vocabulary.
No.
Let's be clear with what they are trying to tell us, and let us interrogate this hustler versus dynasty, and then this idea of saying that bottoms up is better than the economic program that the Jubilee government has been trying to implement. What is it which is better?
John, you cannot come to my house or my home and take my cow and promise me a chicken. It doesn't make sense. That's exactly what Jubilee is doing for me. Taking all my money through taxes and then promising me universal health care, taking all my money from everywhere and then going and taking loans and pocketing them and promising me that you're going to do this blah 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 housing and stuff, and you have already drained me. That is what we are talking about.
Okay, can I also respond? Let me respond.
Guys from the bottom.
Okay, also let me respond.
Margie, it's good that you have talked about taxation. And really, when you look at the taxation in Kenya and the type of programs that they are trying to do in Kenya, if you want these handout things and social welfare, expect more taxation. I'm sorry, but expect more taxation. Because if people are expecting more free things, if you want more free things,
not part of our manifesto. It's not part of our manifesto.
Expect more taxation.
No, it's yes. If we have more, just a moment. If we have, it's good for us to have more taxation, but which is like fair. For instance, you're talking about universal health care. You find that maybe if you are paying 300,000. The amount you are paying for insurance is the same as the person who's earning 20,000. So that's not fair. Are you saying that? Maybe we can talk about.
I don't know of anybody who's paying. I think the universal healthcare is 500 shillings.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe the NHIF is 500 shillings a month.
Yes. So. Do you feel it's fair for somebody who's earning 500,000 to pay 500 and a person who earns maybe 8,000 also to pay 500? Is that fair?
No, I would agree. That's something that needs to be looked at. But let's talk about like that. I would agree.
Yes.
I would agree
That-
that one is something that
So
people
that's
can
what it means by
discuss.
addressing the needs of those at bottom. For example, you can say, let the healthcare premium be 10% of your income. So if you earn more,
is that a
you
reason
pay
to leave
more.
your party? Is that a reason for somebody to leave their party? Is that a reason for somebody to go and start a new party? Those are things which you go to parliament and you debate in
No,
parliament.
we are starting our own party because we are adamant in our current party.
Those are things which you go to parliament, you table them in parliament, you have MPs who have the best interest of the people, and they come up with the legislation. They come up with legislation.
No, the reason of coming up with UDA.
That's not
Another example, for instance.
Let's be
can I have my time?
Let's be honest when we talk to Kenyans.
Okay, thank you.
Kenyans, please.
Thank you. Duke, you had your 5 minutes plus 10 minutes engagement, 15 good minutes. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. So Mugambi, you have your 5 minutes. Sijui kama nyinyi pia mnaona hii kitu ya red hapo juu. In account tumekuwa live 1 hour na 55 minutes. Ina exist kwa screen yako. Yeah, so unaweza keep your own time tafadhali. Kama ni 5, go with the 5. Ikifika na 60, 2 hours kamili utakuwa umemaliza John.
Actually, 61. So what I want to say is just to summarize. It's just to summarize on what I've learned today and make some point clear. Number one, from the engagement that I've had from our friends, my friend Duke, Mwangi, and the rest who are supporting UDA and the Hustler Nation, they don't have implementable principles to convince the elites as to why we should buy the Hustler narrative. Out of Mwangi's own admission, Hustler narrative is just a political rhetoric to win power. Remember, sometimes
we won't mislead the people. We won't allow you to mislead the people.
Listen, okay, it is my time. Moses, wait, it is my time.
Yeah, but you won't mislead us.
You will ask me questions and clarifications. Just now, wait. So, before interruption, I was saying sometimes choices have consequences. Ruto and his people are choosing hustler narrative to clinch to power. Remember, these hustlers, they are millions and millions of people. You are giving them super expectations when you get to power. For example, you go in a market, you tell them, Mamboga, when I get to power, we will empower you. Those people, they will elect you today. Tomorrow, you are in the office. Remember, we have limited resources, number one. We have limited opportunities, number two. Number three, our economy cannot sustain all of us at the same time. So what happens at the end of the day? There shall be anarchy in our country. The country will be ungovernable. Our country, our leaders, most of them, they will just start disowning the hustler narrative. Then the hustlers will be left alone as it has happened before. That is number one. Number two, about UDA at Central. I come from Central. You know, in Central, we rarely elect an MP 2 or 3 times. Ruto is relying on the first-time MPs. Most of them, Idinyoro, name them. Name all the Central MPs who are in the UDA. They are the first-time MPs. So, go on to him, relying to MPs already who have their briefcase parties, like Moses Kuria, Kiujuri, they have their parties. Number three, there is no government in Kenya that will ever be formed by a single party. What Ruto want to paint our country is that UDA can make a government, which is a fallacy. He needs to calm down, strip off his pride, and engage other parties. The other day, they were telling Moses Kuria to disown his small party, join UDA. Remember, everyone in Mount Kenya who is influential is looking for the deputy president's post. For example, who will Ruto appoint as a deputy president? Those are the dynamics that we need to address or to look at if at all you are in UDA. Take, for example, he takes Kuria. What happens to Kiujuri? What happens to Rigathi Gachagua? So it is just a matter of time, and UDA will be as useless as any other party. Number 3, about Ruto going to coast, Ruto going and getting so many people in the field. Remember one thing is said: if you take a goat and a monkey in the market, one day many people will surround around the monkey the whole day, but in the evening they'll buy a goat and go with it at home. So having so much people in on the rallies, the caravans, that's not a translation to elections. Another thing that Ruto want to show us is that the regional kingpins makes no influence on what we choose. That is one of another policy that UDA is having. For example, in Coast, he was there today. Who was he with? He sent only the greenhorns. Remember, any elections requires resources. Do those people have resources? Most of them fees are there because they have mortgages that they want the deputy president to help them settle their mortgages. We have found of a case whereby one of them fees eluded with 200,000, which was meant for the hustlers. So what happened at the end of the day? Ruto may be left alone. He may be a lone ranger. People like Mwangi and Duke, who are saying they are hustlers, he gets the power. You will never get whatever he is promising you. People from Mount Kenya, Mwangi and the rest who are here, listen to yourself. You have taken presidency for a ride. When that seat gets out of your area, that is when you'll come to realize that presidency was powerful when it was in your area. Number 3, go to Central today. We have so many roads. We have so many things. But because our youth have been brainwashed because of the tough economic situation that we are in, they all are saying we want our fellow hustler. My God, who said Ruto is an hustler? If today Mwangi, you are adopted by Uhuru today, as Ruto was by Moi in 1982, will you call yourself hustler in that year's time? That's a fallacy. If I told Ruto is a real hustler, he would have supported people like Dinda, people like Kalonzo, people like Karua, people who have come from scratch. But because now you want the power, you want to show us that the dynasties are so bad. The people with money are so bad. Remember today, in your village, someone sees you with your own vehicle, with your house, with the investments, they will see you as a dynasty to them. So dynasty, it is relative, and it depends on how I see you. If I see Uhuru today, I'll say it's a dynasty. If you're a millionaire and I have nothing, you are dynasty to me. At the end of the day,
Mugambi,
a narrative
Mugambi,
for chaos. Yes?
Ruto has never come out publicly to tell the people that Uhuru or Raila or Moi are dynasties. Have you ever heard that term in his mouth?
Thank you. When you hear a dog barking, never beat a dog. Go to the owner. We know these people. Then go in a platform.
No, he doesn't own anybody. He doesn't own anybody. He does not.
But you know, Duke, if what you're saying is true, then what maybe he should be doing is that he should be holding political rallies and correcting that misconception that Mwangi has.
Everyone
is like now Mwangi told us that the dynasty is Raila. See, that's a misconception that maybe then then maybe
yes.
then
Can I first define for you a dynasty? Who is a dynasty? The definition of the word dynasty. Dynasty means is a reign of hereditary rulers of a nation or a region. So when we talk about dynasty, we talk about, for example, the Kenyatta family and the Raila family.
So
and
one generation
it's not about
a dynasty. One generation is a dynasty. One generation.
In fact, in Duke's own definition,
can I divide?
Like now the Queen
Jonas,
that's a dynasty. That's like one generation.
Yes.
Jonas, in Duke's own definition of dynasty is hereditary leadership. Uhuru never inherited leadership from Kenyatta. There is a gap there. There is Gideon Moi never inherited leadership from Moi. There is a gap there. So, Raila never inherited leadership from Odinga.
It's a connected dynasty.
You don't understand what you mean. You don't understand
It's a connected dynasty, my friend.
Dynasty only happens in kingdoms. It happens in kingdoms, not elected leadership. Not elected leadership.
Look at the application. Stop defining things with the UK, whatever.
No,
Look
don't
at the
make up
application
things
on the
that don't make sense. It doesn't make
No, you're not
sense.
making up things.
Duke is the one
Thank
who
you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And then he defeated himself with his own dictionary.
Thank you.
I think.
Thank you.
I
Thank
think.
you. Thank you.
I think.
Thank you.
As I
Thank
end,
you.
Duke. Clinton.
Si tulielewana unamaliza na una 1 na umefikisha mpaka 5. 10 minutes
Okay,
bwana. Hata kama.
I have been interrupted, but it's okay.
Okay, malizia. In 1 minute,
okay.
Please.
Yes, what I wanted to say is the problem that are facing Jubilee may be for UDA in one time. So let not the people who are in UDA try to perceive Jubilee as a failed party. Remember that Jubilee, it has its own leaders. If those leaders exist, they will have other leaders who will compete with the greenhorns in the UDA. So let us not celebrate the by-elections because we know an by-election is not a measure of a popularity. That's just a collective effort of everyone. A general election, when it comes, everyone will go to fight for their own powers. And that is when we realize who is strong. At the moment, we can't say because Ruto won in Kiamba, who won in Bugoga, we can say maybe they shared half-half. That is just a collective effort, and it can't measure one's popularity in a region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that final statement. Very educative. Ole Questa.
Hello.
Not Ole Questa. Wait, Ole.
Can I wait?
Maybe it's you. Proceed,
do you hear me?
Ole Questa. Yeah.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
You get me?
Okay, somebody else to answer that.
Yes, we can hear. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I've been listening to this gentleman. And this topic is really rotating between Jubilee and UDA. And according to what happened in Kiamba, if Ruto if Ruto and Uhuru was the ones who were going for that seat, it's between a sitting president, an outgoing president, and an incoming president, for that matter. Because for me, it is not for those who chose Wanjiko. What they were looking at, prosperity. Because for those who chose Jubilee, I remember what Warogoro said. Warogoro said, you might be leading Jubilee, and if you try to look back, no people have been living, and remember the people who started removing people from Jubilee, the only meetings they have not even had a national executive meeting. They have only been having meetings to expel people. They went to an extent, and it's not. The good thing about Jubilee, it was a national party in the first place. Look at the leadership of Jubilee. The leader was Uhuru, Ruto from Nandi. You come to Tuju, is from Lualand. It was cutting across. Suddenly, they turned it into now. The office became a place where you come and execute people whom you think are not supporting you. On the issue of hustler and dynasty narrative, I've really listened and I've been wondering. Ruto and was supporting Uhuru for 2 consecutive elections. And we didn't have an issue. It didn't have an issue even up to the last general election. But immediately and during the first term, Ruto was really supporting Uhuru, and by that he was supporting Jubilee for whatever he was doing until Fitina started coming in. At the you see, your deputy is now brighter. The star is brighter than the president's. It's becoming, and this is the second time it's starting. Me, if it was for me, I could not see the reason. There was nothing wrong with, because when we went to the ballot, we saw two people. We saw Uhuru and they were all in the ballot paper. Uhuru and Ruto. Now, if Ruto was working and overworking, even if it is the second term, what happened? What happened? What was that pain? What became so painful for people who were, for people to start thinking that this guy is overworking? And in any case, the second term was meant for Ruto, for Uhuru to now say, you know what, we have come this far. Now prove yourself that you can work, so that you, when it comes to 2022, people will see that. But they started saying, no, this guy should not be working, and he's not the boss. And they threw him out. Now that came, like, now Ruto just sat back and said, oh, wait. So this guy used me. This guy looked at me and said, you know what? I think this guy, I don't know where he came from. And he started bringing in Raila. When Raila came into fold, it's now because the family of Uhuru Kenyatta is now, that was the cream de la cream of this country. Even when you come to who owns the largest lands, it is Uhuru. Who has the best businesses is Uhuru family, followed by Raila family. Now, even when we talk about gas going up, the gas going up is for Raila to come and do election, for him to get money. Is the sole importer of gas in this country. So these are two people who are looking at their interests. Eh? For me, whenever I'm in Narok, I think the best thing is now Ruto is going ahead to see an opportunity to see that he doesn't have any other option but to build himself. Nobody was building him. Now, when we talk about the Ruto, the person, remember when he was the minister for agriculture? That was the best performing. That was the best performing ministry. Who never know that? Clinton. And when it comes to when he went to the Ministry of Education, all these TVETs you see in every constituency, that's the brainchild of Ruto. When it comes to last mile connectivity, this guy was really on top of this thing up to now. But now, yes, when 2018 came, now he's now the backbencher in the government he formed. Even if it is you, what will you do?
Thank
and
you.
now the narrative of dynasty against the narrative of dynasty against hustler. The hustler thing is just maybe is like somebody was saying, is a simple. The wheelbarrow thing is just a simple. Bring together.
Mr. Questa, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Talk about corruption.
Now, when it comes
who is talking? Wait. Who is talking?
Hello.
Who was just talking about corruption, please?
Yeah.
Ni nani? Kid.
Ni Mwangi Brown.
Oh, Mwangi Brown umemkumbusha azungumzie corruption. Si watu mko fani. Alafu hii show imekuwa fani sana. Watu tunaweka topic, alafu nyie pia mnakuja na topics zenu. Bana, from tomorrow tutakubali. Leo tulikuwa Coast na umeleta tu Dynasty sasa hivi tu na imeshika. Anyway, malizia Questa Olesoge. In 2 minutes. Nimekupea dakika 10 yote juu umepitiliza sana. So 2 minutes please. Two.
Yeah, somebody was saying that Ruto is not a hustler. Maybe I remind you some just small history about where this guy came from, just a little bit. If you look at his background, is even from the grandparents. They migrated all the way from Nyamira. These are people who came from Nyamira. And both his parents, his grandparents are Kisis. Then they came to Kericho. They went to Kericho. Kericho, that is where Ruto's father was born. Then he was assimilated to the Kipsigis. From there, he moved to Eldoret. Reaching Eldoret, that is where he got married to. That is in a nutshell. He got married to Ruto's mother, and that is how he became a knight. So that guy, from the background, those guys all along from the grandparents to him has been struggling. Even him coming to sell chicken.
So and they were struggling by moving from Kisii to Kericho to Eldoret, then getting married.
Trying to make ends meet.
Okay, thank you.
So even him, he went to school with a lot of problems. This guy has been is just a performer by birth. Is somebody who can pick something and make it out of something. If you go to his land, his own farm, I'm telling you for free, he's getting more than 10 M a day. So when it comes to corruption, there's a guy who has just asked about corruption. Corruption, that's everywhere.
Tuelewane 2 minutes. Acha nani pia aseme kwa dakika 5 tafadhali. You'll have your time.
Okay, maybe somebody...
Tuko karibu kumaliza, kila mtu atakuwa ameongea na sasa itakuwa ya kila mtu kuongea.
Okay.
Thank you, Questa Ole Zoge.
Okay.
Sasa yule anashuku hajaongea, it's your time.
Sijaongea.
Kid.
Yes.
Kid. Okay, Kid. 5 minutes, please.
Yes, niko. Ndio nataka kuongea.
Ongea Kid.
Sasa habari yenu?
Mzuri.
So I think tulikuwa tunaongea kuhusu mambo na cost, si ndio? So sometimes watu wameongea vitu mingi, but let me just, watu wameongea vitu nilikuwa nataka kuongea mingi. Ngoja tu niongelee kuhusu kitu moja tu, dakika 2 hivi. Cost, unajua saa hii kitu I think saa hii
uko kwa giza, hatukuoni. Zima kamera Kid. Zima tu kamera Kid. Zima tu.
Hapana, wakiche ta.
Let me...
Wewe najua kitu unataka kuendelea kuona. Wewe unajua. So tutategea washe taa.
Is it better?
Okay, ongea ukiwa hapo.
Sawa, so mimi nilikuwa nataka tu kuongea. I think hii siasa, especially a cost, I think there is going to be a shift. Though inaweza kuwa UDA ilishinda, then I think there is going to be a shift, especially once Raila declares, there is going to be a shift once Raila declares who will be his running mate and Ruto declares who will be his...
Kid, wajua shida iko wapi? Unaongea na unajisikiza hapo kando. You have 2 minutes. 3 zimeenda. Unajisikiza kwa radio nyingine ama simu nyingine hapo chini. So
hapana.
You have like 2 minutes.
Yeah. So ndio nilikuwa nasema we can expect a lot of changes as we head to 2022, especially mambo na hii coastal, those regions which are not going to field presidential candidates. Like for instance in Central, though UDA got maybe 50, Jubilee has 50. Once the deputy president declares who will be his running mate, and Raila declares who will be his running mate, then probably people are going to shift. But one thing you can be assured of, in Central, like many people have said, MPs most of them are never re-elected. Most people are re-elected, they are mostly in Nyanza and Rift Valley. And because it's due to regional politics. Like in Nyanza, you know, if Baba's really blessed you and given you the ODM nomination, then
No, this time it is His Excellency the Governor ni wa kusema huko.
Yeah?
Yule akikushika mkono utapita tu.
Nani?
Governor mwenyewe. My party leader.
So like in Nyanza and Rift Valley, that's the even in Kisii where I come from, when it comes to re-election, it's really a tough process for many elected MPs, because you know we don't have that kingpin like you can say Central us and maybe Ukambani and Nyanza and Rift Valley. So it will be the narrative which you campaign with. That's what will determine if you will be re-elected. But on this issue of Jubilee UDA, given that kuna huyu MP wa Nyeri, sijui ni Nyeri anaitwaje, nilisikia akipeana ultimatum, anasema Tuju na nani wa resign na Murathe, so we can expect fireworks. That's something which is developing. Maybe in 2-3 ama 1 week we can be able to talk about it. But in Central, I'm sure many MPs will not be re-elected. Jubilee, it might have some MPs if it will hold on up to the general election, but it will not have a majority in Central. There are chances that UDA, then this PDP, hizi chama ndogo ndogo zimejaa, will have some MPs, maybe a senator here and there, several MCAs. Rift Valley, it is going to be a different thing. Rift Valley will be purely UDA, given that, you know, the dynamics there. It's William Ruto's backyard. He will be a front runner to the general election. So I think people will also have that urge to support. We give him the home support, the other regions home support, because if he is a front runner and if he can become a president, amwezi taka akue like lame duck president without that support.
Kama kungekuwa na by election ama the real election sahi Kisii, hii chama UDA iko na kierere ingepata ngapi hapo kwenu? Kama asilimia ngapi?
You know, Kisii is very dynamic. I can assure you that. Apart from the party, in fact, the party which has tried to be in Kisii is ODM, but it doesn't get like 70% of the MPs. It gets maybe 40%, because Kisii people, they don't have that sense of belonging to a party, so they will usually vote for you depending on how they know you. What's your, is it a legacy I can call it? Vile watu wanakujua kijijini, because like my MP, somebody from a very minute party which is even not known, of which even me myself, I don't even remember the party, but we voted for him because he had done something 1-2 in the at the local level. So Kisii, and if you see the way 2017 and 2013 we voted, even the presidential election, it's almost something like 50-50 or 60-40 or 55-45. So it's very dynamic, and if it's anything to go by, sahi huko kuna a lot of popularity for UDA. There's also still die-hard members of ODM. So it's going to be really a contest. I can assure you, even if it's Matiang'i was to vie for a governor in Nyamira County or Kisii County, it will not be an easy sale for him, because when you come to Kisii politics, apart from the party politics, there's what we call the clanism politics, which is very essential for people who want to run to become the governor, senator, or woman rep. So that one is very different. It's not like the other regions, like people vote on the party basis. So
okay,
that
thank you.
Anybody can be assured of votes.
Okay, thank you Bwana Kid from Kisii. Asante kwa kutuambia yale ambayo hatukuwa tunayafahamu kutoka maeneo ya Kisii. Hiyo hata Dynasty Wekesa hakuwa anajua kwamba mna vote in a very dynamic way. Na unaona anajipeleka kwa mic anataka kujibu na nitakuzimia tu mic saa hii. So next person. Nafikiria ni Jones sasa.
Yeah,
Alafu Sama amekuja, so maybe Sama atatumalizia.
Yeah, Mr. Clinton, asante sana. So, I basically just want to make a few comments. It's nice that we have the two Mwangis here, because really these are the guys who are on the ground in Kiamba, and they probably, I hope they voted, and they possibly have the first-hand information of the pulse of what really is happening in Kiamba. So, I'd like maybe to say that the path to presidency in Kenya is going to be through Mount Kenya. So if somebody intends to be president in the Republic of Kenya, they're going to have to climb this mountain, and then they're going to have to come to the people of Mount Kenya and really tell them what their policies are and what their agenda is for the people of Mount Kenya. And this is not to say that Mount Kenya has a different requirement from people in other regions, because I believe all Kenyans throughout Kenya, we all want the same things. We're all looking for a reduction in the poverty gap. We're all looking for a reduction in corruption, and we're all looking for an end to tribalism. So really, if somebody is going to be president, they're going to have to go through Mount Kenya, and they're going to have to come and talk to Mwangi Brown and this other fellow Mwangi. And what I was wondering is, Mwangi told us that the UDA has not really won, because if they're not going to pay attention to the remaining 50% of the Mount Kenya vote, then they really don't have a path to the presidency. And what I would have wanted maybe to hear more from Mwangi is, what are those issues that UDA now needs to come back to the people of Mount Kenya to capture the remaining 50% vote. So I'd like to share my time with Mwangi Brown, if he's able to respond to that question, because he said that there's a remaining 50%, and if you don't have that 50%, you cannot claim to have climbed the mountain. You need these other 50%. And he also said that Ruto needs to come and talk to the people and tell them exactly what is it that, so really what I'm asking Mwangi is, what are those things that when now maybe he decides to come and talk to the remaining 50%, what is he going to be selling them? Because obviously, as you can see, some of our people have already bought into the hustler dynasty narrative without really understanding it. So now these are the 50%, Mwangi, what are they looking for?
Okay, thank you, John. Okay, kwanza ningetaka nikurudishe, unikubalishe nitumie Kiswahili tu.
Sawa, hiyo ni sawa.
Okay. Nitakurudisha tuende South Africa sahi.
Yes.
Ukiangalia walienda wakafunga yule Zuma.
Yes.
Yeah. Na hawakuwa wanafikiria Zuma akona support.
Yes.
Ya wale watu, siliona wale watu walijitokeza na wakasema yeye ni supporter ya yule mzee.
Yes.
Yani tumuite former president
Zuma.
Zuma. Sasa hata huku ni kama the same. Hii 50% imepotea. Ruto akitaka kuirudisha lazima aende kwa Uhuru. Hiyo aweke. Juu hata kama Uhuru atalitaya, hawezi retire hivyo ati useme hana support. Na kulingana na venye kunaonekana, hii support iko 50% ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Tusidanganyane.
Okay.
Ni ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Nakwambia kulingana na mimi.
Yes.
Nimesikia Mwangi ako UDA na mimi niko Jubilee.
Yes.
Na msimamo yangu na wao wengine uliona walifoti pale, na wengine huku kwa ground wako nyuma ya Uhuru. Unaona? Wako nyuma ya Uhuru. Kwa hivyo Ruto akitaka mzuri,
Mwangi Brown una make a very dangerous statement.
Wacha niulize yeye kitu.
Eti Uhuru ako tu na 50% central na ni kingpin na president in office surely.
Okay.
Wacha niulize kitu.
Wacha nirekebisha hapo. Ngoja nirekebisha hapo.
Yeah.
Niseme saa hizi natumia kulingana na ile UDA inasema. Ati wao wako na 50%. Sasa hii 50% ingine ndio tunachukua wale watu wana support Uhuru juu walikuwa, hata ukiangalia pale Kiamba walikuwa wanasema ni wao face Uhuru na sijui Raila na hao wengine. Kwa hivyo ni kumaanisha wao wakisema hivyo, mimi natumia yao, lakini ukiangalia hapa kwetu naweza sema 90% tuko 99% tuko pande ya Uhuru. Juu ni wetu na hatuwezi mkataa. Unaona? Okay, yes.
Mwangi, wacha nikuulize baada ya 2022.
Mr. Costa, you know, it was my 5 minutes.
Wacha niulize yeye tu ni moja Mwangi.
It was my time which I donated to him, so let him finish.
Okay, Mr. John, please, wacha niulize, niko tayari. Tu please.
Tafadhali.
Sawa.
Tu.
Mwangi, hii siasa tunaongea ni kuhusu saa hii ile kura ilipigwa ile ilipigwa ya Kiamba. Lakini usisahau kwamba ikifika 2022 baada ya election, Uhuru kama atakuwa akichukua microphone, hata hiyo maneno yake sijui kama itasaidia nini surely Central. Sababu ile kitu ungekuwa unatuambia ni kwamba yule mtu 50% yenye imebaki ni ya mtu mwenye Uhuru atasupport. Si ya Uhuru kwani ni nini? Uhuru ni mtu anaenda nyumbani, he is going home.
Okay. Sasa
ongea maneno ya
nimekupata. Okay, nimekupata na ndio nimekupatia Sabo na South Africa. Zuma ako nyumbani saa hizi, lakini unaweza sema hana wale support. Si uliona ako nao? Ndio nakwambia usiseme Uhuru anaenda ati hata saa hizi Mwai Kibaki ule former akitoka kwa barabara utakuta hata yeye ako na support yake. Kwa hivyo ile kitu ningesema Mr. John ni ile time yako kidogo natumia, na thank you kwa hiyo. Ruto akitaka kula zote za Mount Kenya lakini sitamuomba yeye peke yake, ningeomba hadi pia president wetu waende waangalie mahali mambo ilianza kupotelea, waazie hapo ndio itakuwa na kupona ya mambo yote, either pande ya Ruto na pande ya president.
Sasa, you know, just as a follow-up, Mwangi, we have seen and this is now both the Mwangis, you know, we have seen the people of Mount Kenya have been they have been bullied, they have been threatened, they have been called disloyal, and all sorts of things, you know. So now I'm just wondering, is it now a question of loyalty to a person, in which case you're talking about loyalty to Uhuru Kenyatta or loyalty to Ruto, or is it a question of loyalty to the idea that Jubilee sold us, that Jubilee sold to the people of Mount Kenya in 2013 and in 2017? What is it that people of Mount Kenya are going to be loyal to? Is your loyalty to the individuals?
Maybe.
Or is this loyalty going to be to the loyalty to the idea of all the promises and the manifesto of Jubilee? Is loyalty, you know, where is
John,
this?
maybe if I can respond to that, John. One thing you have to agree that Kikuyu community is a bit sensitive in matters of business. Very, very sensitive. Because it's you know, there is a way every community is defined, and you define Kikuyu community by business. So we are, as much as we are talking about political loyalty, that is not exactly what you are referring to. If you are to talk about political loyalty, we'll start with paying back Raila for 202. But that's not what you are looking at. the business right now has been so much affected.
So we're looking at ideals. We're looking at ideals. Is what you're saying?
Yes.
We're looking at
but
ideals.
no, we are looking also political loyalties playing part. But first and foremost, we are looking at what is this guy, what is the ideology that has really affected our performance in whatever we believe in our business, in our daily activity. And then we look at, then we go forward and look at the promises that our own person made for us in 2013, with his own words, our kingpin, who we loved and voted for 3 or 4 times already.
Which promise?
Who is Uhuru Kenyatta?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
That is that I'm doing, yes, that I'm doing 10 and I'm giving my friend 10.
But that's not an ideology.
And then when we add
that's not an ideology.
it's not no. I'm talking about political loyalty now. I'm not talking about political loyalty. That was not an ideology. First, ideology in terms of business, we are totally done. Business is not moving. Nothing is moving. Taxes everywhere. Money, we can't assess it, man. We can't. Even the ways of it, the guy was saying about ways of it, gosh, you can't assess that money. You've tried. You cannot. And if you assess it, inakuja ikiwa kidogo hata huwezi fanya anything nayo. So what I'm talking about is, we are talking of both ideological loyalty and political loyalty. In terms of what Mwangi has commented about the other 50%, it's true. Kiamba, we cannot say 50% was because of Uhuru. No. The guy, the Jubilee candidate, was very strong because he has done a lot on the ground. That is why he was able to take the 50%, not because of Uhuru, my friend. He has done a lot to the locals, that guy. So that's the reason why he was able to even compete with the UDA. But people are so much frustrated by Uhuru, and they don't even want to hear anything about it. Actually, he has no 50% of the central support. I can tell you for good. Because Kiamba was the backyard. That was backyard, my friend. And it got slightly below UDA. Tell me what is Nyandaro talking about. Tell me what Kirinyaga is talking about. There is no 50% for Uhuru in Central at the moment. He can win it back through coalitions that are going to happen after the dissolution of parliament next year. That's when we expect massive shift. So we are not saying Ruto is guaranteed to become the president, no. But depending on the coalitions that are going to happen next, that's what will determine that whether UDA is heading somewhere. But for now, we are UDA.
Okay, Mr. Mwangi, nikuulize, sorry.
Thank you,
unasema,
Mwangis. Thank you, Mwangis.
sorry.
Thank you, Mwangis. Thank you.
Okay.
Sam.
Hey guys. Yeah, so I've actually been hearing the conversation at the background here, and regarding today's topic, anyway, talking about Ruto going to Mombasa, I will just have to use an example like the Kiamba. What happened? Do you know? I actually thought that Ruto, the UDA, they were going to win by probably 90%. Did you see the crowd they were pulling in Kiamba? So, and then I heard some narratives here of people saying that that the reason why Karine Jama got 50%, while the Jubilee got 51%, is because Karine Jama was very popular in Kiamba. My friends, stop lying to people. So what about why then did the Jubilee also win the MCA? And then they actually got almost 50-50 for the member of parliament. You see, those things, they don't add up. So are you also trying to tell me that the one that won the MCA in Maguga, that he was also famous more than the other MCA? Is that what you guys are trying to tell me? So that's what now you have to understand something, that politics has still not yet started. So the only front runner that we have right now is actually Ruto himself. And it doesn't matter what kind of crowd you pull. Let me give you an example. If now you take like something, let me say you take a very weird animal in the market, everyone is going to gather and look at it. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly how these politicians, they pull the crowd, but it does not translate that they are very popular. So the translation of popularity is actually going to happen after the votes have been cast. And that's when now people, they're going to realize, like, all this kind of euphoria that is going on in the UDA, that it was actually almost null and void. Because the problem in Kenya right now that we have is that we are still a tribalistic country. So it does not matter what idea someone brings and saying bottom up approach or whatever you will come up with. When it comes during the time of election, they are going to follow what their kingpin told them to do. That's why in Mombasa,
not anymore.
oh, Mwangi, you are talking, so let me talk. You're going to ask me the question later. So now, when you tell me that, okay, right now Ruto is sweeping through Mombasa, look what he's doing, is even pulling huge crowd, my friend. If a celebrity shows up in a place, of course many people will come and surround you, but that does not mean that they like you. Okay, they will even shout and say, yeah, Ruto, this, that, but it does not mean anything. By the way, if someone was actually going to win because of the crowd, Raila could have been a president long time ago. He was a master of crowd puller. He did not even have to buy any crowd for him to be surrounded. You understand? So when you're also thinking about politics, you also need to think about the statistics. You need to look at you need to understand the how many voters are there. For example, like right now, I can average that maybe we might go to 18 million voters probably. So that does not translate, because the people that you've been talking around, right, that mmekuwapo mnaongea about UDA, that does not mean that that it translates to all those other millions of people. You will only know the result after the ballot. You understand? So if the politician is able to pull crowd and all those kind of things, all those things do not matter, because right now our country is very, very like tribalistic. Nobody cares about, you talk about bottom up, it's none of anybody's concern. They just want to wait, they secretly go to the ballot, and then some people even normally change their mind by the time they go to vote. They say, oh, by the way, wait a minute. Why am I voting for Akalenjin? Right? Let me put my Luya person over here. That is not gonna happen. So it doesn't matter like what people they say right now. The real politics, as I keep on saying in this forum, is going to start from probably March next year or April. Now that's when now people they will know the reality of life. You understand? And then I also hear that people they are underestimating Uhuru, right? For example, let me tell you, if Uhuru was able to bring Cambridge Analytica against Raila Odinga, do you want to tell me that Uhuru is very dumb that they are going to keep quiet until the general election? They are going to change the masses until you're not going to believe. One day in politics, it's like 1,000 years. You understand? So people will just wake up and turn against you and say, what? Like this is true and all that, and they're going to change their mind. And even don't be shocked, guys, if we actually get a Kikuyu who become a president next year. Even that is a possibility. It might happen, because they know how to play the game of numbers. They know how to undercut you. They know how to arrange who is going to run, who is going to pretend that he's running for president for another person to lose. And that's going to happen. And because we are very tribalistic, people that are going to vote for that specific person of their tribe. And now if we do for the tribe, believe it or not, probably we're also expecting another Gikuyu president. So we should not be lying ourselves over here about the
thank you.
The bottom up. The bottom up right now, they don't add up anyway. So that is my submission for today.
Thank you, Sam. But I wonder when you say a day in politics can change everything and masses will change. Mbona hii masses itachange sisi watu wa ODM haita tu change tuende ANC. Itachange tu watu wenye wana support Ruto wa support mwingine. Hii masses ina change sisi hatuwezi toka ODM tuende ANC.
Unaniuliza?
Kwa sababu masses zako zikichange zitatoka tu UDA ziende kwingine. Lakini hizi masses hazitatutoa ODM zitupeleke ANC.
But they were Clinton.
Yes.
There's nothing like party in Kenya. It's all okay to a Ruto from UDA, Kesha UDC. Like there will be no UDA. If you remove Raila from ODM, there will be no ODM. If you remove Uhuru from Jubilee, there'll be no Jubilee. It is as simple as that. What people they follow, they just follow their tribesmen. About bottom up, it's not going to see the light of day during the election time. People, they will change their minds because of what they've been told. For example, I think Clinton in Germany, right? And probably some here in the United States, or probably when you never go out of the country. Like, you just go to the grassroots and then you see how those people reason. I know so many Kikuyus that are against Ruto even. They're against the UDA. Okay? Upon one Mwangi is for UDA, another Mwangi is not for UDA. Like, that's how politics is going to be next year. Resources,
some what we don't understand here from the two Mwangis, Kiamba by election. Eti sasa kwa sababu Jubilee wameshindwa na kapasent kamoja, it means William Ruto lost the 50%. At the same time, wanatuambia Kariri Njama ndiye alikuwa candidate wa Ruto until he decided to go and run on a Jubilee ticket. At the same time, hatuambiwi hii 50%. Now that Ruto as a presidential candidate amechukua 50. Hii 50 ingine ni ya nani now that Uhuru is not running?
Alafu Clinton, let me ask you, what about the MC in Maguga? Alikuwa more popular than the one for UDA, the Jubilee, when alishinda na 20-something votes.
Now that's what we are asking ourselves. Kwa sababu Ruto akishinda na 1%, it means ame lose already. Uko akishindwa na 1%, sasa ame lose kabisa.
Okay, and let me also tell you something. The people that were supposed to celebrate ni Jubilee, because Jubilee walifikiria they will get 0%. Walifikiria, oh my God, UDA that has been
No.
First of all, let me finish. UDA, mtu hapa akiniambia ati UDA is 5 months old party. UDA is Ruto. Ruto has been campaigning since 2017. It's just a name that has been given, okay? So the synonym of UDA is Ruto. Kwa hivyo, UDA wali invest so much resources in Kiamba. So much resources wakaeka mpaka Tally Center, walikuwa very serious. Unaona watu na computer hapo. But let me tell you something. How do you invest 200 million shilling in a race like that, alafu you get a return of 50%?
But so where do you people get the figures? Where do you people get the figures of the exact amount used and the all these things? Yeah.
Let me just ask you some. Let me ask you.
But now let me finish what I'm trying to say. But when you are investing all those resources in a constituency, plus wanaenda kuattack the Jubilee stronghold, wanacha pali UDA stronghold ziko to cause chaos so that people they cannot come line up. You tell me during the general election whether that will be possible. You tell me.
Let me clarify that. Let me just clarify that Kiamba thing. UDA only wanted to make a statement. I don't know whether you're getting it right.
No, you've not made any statement.
UDA only made statement. No, let me tell you. No, let me finish my statement. UDA wanted to make a very big statement to the ruling party Jubilee and Uhuru, to be exact. Kiamba is just next to Gatondo. We all know that. So these people wanted to show Uhuru. Actually, let me tell you, this is all political. It's not about who. If we just wanted to show Uhuru that yes, we can do it, and we can actually
50% a big statement? How is 50%?
So they could actually invest even in $1 billion. They could even leave alone 50%, even if it was 0.001.
Oh, it does not matter. UDA lost. Okay, you actually lost. If you did not get 70%, then that means all your investment went futile. By the way, let me tell you something. If you go to Ruto's heart, you see how he feels right now. I don't think he's very happy with that result. He's not happy. So it means he has a lot of work to do. And let me tell you, 50% is not a statement. Take that to the bank.
Okay, thank you, guys.
You need at least 70% for you to tell me that you made a statement. You've not made any statement yet.
Thank you guys. Thank you. History ya Ruto hatutaimaliza bana. Sasa sijui Ruto angefail kabisa hata kuwin hiyo seat ama Muguga. Sasa tungesema amejaribu ama sasa hana support yoyote Mount Kenya, so it is a story for another day.
Clinton.
As we wait for the moderator to come.
Clinton.
Yes.
This is Joshua.
Joshua, do you have a question or what do you want to say, Joshua?
I just want to add something over what Mwangi was saying, yeah?
So you want to make your statement, yeah?
Yes, I want to make my statement. And
I think you came after somebody.
I came. No. I think I was the last person. Yeah, I was the last person, man. Everybody else has spoken. I'm the last person who hasn't spoken.
Yeah, I've not spoken.
Okay. So fine.
Okay, so Joshua, you came after Machuki. So if it is a question in 1 minute, you proceed. If it is your statement, you wait.
Okay, fine. Mine is a statement, so I can wait. I don't mind waiting.
Okay, Machuki, in 4 to 5 minutes, Machuki.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clinton. And thank you for this platform because it's giving us a place where we can air our differences, our commonalities, as we want the better part of Kenya, that is. Mine is like a statement and sometimes wanting to just mark out some things that people are imagining that are unimaginable. That's why you find that some classes of litigants, they at times come together in some issues or sometimes they disagree. So these are some guys like, there is this guy who was saying that the bottom up is unimaginable. That is to the best of knowledge. And to some guys, I think some my namesake doesn't accept this, but you can't say it's unimaginable lest you are given the opportunity to do it and it defeats you. But to some guys like me and some of us, if you are really told to go sit down, give us your thing, but nobody has come because this is a thing which is cooking. We should not really push it down and say it cannot happen. I just want to marry this one with, okay, tell me this is a professor in Kenya, this is a professor in the USA, this is a professor in the UK. These are all learned elites. These are learned people. At times, same recognition, same thing. So you can't tell me if this bottom up has been said in the United States of America, that it cannot be done in Kenya, that Kenya is a young nation. That one really is a no. You can't dispute that. So if it's going to start with us, it should start with us. So some people can dispute our neighbor, Tanzania, did nothing. But such positive vibes that are really, that tapped even the revenues to assisting them to roll in their lendings or their borrowings. That's what we need to do. We propose the Uhuru. I'm just making like a statement. I want to watch my time. We propose the Uhuru for those guys who say that Kibaki or that Uhuru is going to endorse somebody and he'll win massively. I think that is a wrong no. and we can't really, we should not have that thing in mind. Some people, why I wonder why we are really against this guy who is called Ruto, and they are saying he cannot make a good president. To the best of my knowledge, is a scholar. Just follow his education background. Scoring A's. So, do you want to tell me that he's a danda? He doesn't have anything to offer? My guys, we all of us are family men. Otherwise, some of us scored even E's in our in primary schools and in secondary schools. But here we are leading families which are successful, and in any case, they are okay and they are dwelling well. We are looking for money in any case, and we are feeding out. So, do I want to dispute this? There are some people, oh, this guy was immaterial. Maybe the family is not going to be successful. The family is not going to get food to eat. Ruto is a scholar. He's a doctor as at now. So, and I think he has the managerial skills and the education to take Kenya to the next level. If at all, since independence to this time, he's going to be the best president and the most learned president. Leave alone these other guys who is close, nearly back.
So Machuki, according to you, Ruto qualifies because of his educational background.
So, with education, is the top, the number one qualified student to presidency.
Okay,
as I think, as I close finish, something you said, Kikuyus maybe next time 2022 we can expect. Please don't expect that. It's next to impossibility. No president, no candidate is going to rise from Kikuyu as at this time. Who's going to get it so soft and just clinch that seat? It's good that we don't dream at in the course of the day. Ruto's welcome to Mombasa, and let us not close our eyes, guys. You say he can be cheered, and he doesn't have the support. That's really a very big lie to some of us. Because if you are against somebody and you are not, you don't buy the ideas, you can go to a crowd and the crowd doesn't cheer you up. This one happens.
73 seconds, Somalize, boss.
Thank you.
73.
My very last thing, Jubilee party is failing, and you see the kicks they are throwing. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow they are going to have a crisis meeting, whereby now for them they have realized the things are not good. So in that, we expect a very strong message, and we are going to wait and see what they are going to tell us. So, sir, let us hope for the good of our country, Kenya, but let us not this guy who is called Mr. William Samoei Ruto. I think is the best. Otherwise, please, I mean, a second. Please.
Otherwise, yes.
Five guys who want to get presidency. The other thing I was wanting to just put out is there is no one candidate who can there is one person who can contest for presidents and win. It's a lie. And we come 2022, we'll see this. That you must be in a group of swarm and flocks and so that you win. My friend, no. You don't believe in yourself. You want to be endorsed. You want to be backed up. You want anything. Ruto is going to win a soul man plus some good elites. Thank you, sir. I don't expect.
Okay, thank you Machuki. Niko na swali personal. Naomba unifafanulie hii tafadhali.
Yes. Yeah.
Nilikuwa na rafiki alikuwa anaitwa Michuki na Machuki. Yes. Sasa unielezee kuna moja Mkisii na Mkikuyu kati ya Machuki na Michuki.
See, and I followed this guy who was the guy with a kid I think I had a kid crying at the background. We are the Kisis and we have been in ODM for like the rest of our lives. But I think this Pharisee is going to is changing. If you want to test the politics, come to Kisia and they do those political what they call the Sinovate and what have you. Ruto is so popular.
I've got a few questions.
Machuki, haikuwa siasa. Nimeulizia tu tofauti kati ya hayo majina mawili. Nilikuwa nataka nijue gani iko Central na gani iko Kisii.
And I have given
thank you for your clarification.
Thank you, sir.
So umeniambia hadi example. Okay. Sasa yule hajaongea amalizie. Kuna swali.
Yes, I had a question for Machuki.
Jane, sasa si unaelewa Machuki ata explain in another 2 minutes na. Acha huyu jamaa aseme. Acha Joshua Kiama aseme alafu tuulizane maswali.
And it's really a very simple.
Okay, Jonas, put your question in 1 minute. Joshua, hold on, please.
So Mr. Machuki, I hear it sounds like you have already taken your ballot, you have already ticked your ballot, and you have already put it in the ballot box. That's what it sounds like to me. But what I wanted to ask Mr. Machuki is that as a voter, what is it that you're looking for? And I suspect, Mr. Machuki, you're looking for a country which is free of corruption. You're probably also looking for a country which is free of tribalism. You're probably also looking for a country where we are closing the poverty gap. You're probably also looking for a country where we are providing universal health care for all our citizens. You're probably also looking for a country where we're providing education to all our children. And my question to Machuki, which one of these things is Jubilee not doing, and which one of those things is UDA going to do better? Is UDA telling us that they are going to fight corruption more than Jubilee has been doing? Is UDA telling us that they're going to provide more funds for education than Jubilee has been doing? Is UDA telling us that they're going to give us more rural electrification than Jubilee has been doing? What is it different from what Jubilee has been doing to what UDA is now going to do different? Because I don't see that you as a voter, even me, I'm a voter, and you're also going to vote. And those are the issues that I'm going to be voting on.
Thank you.
So when you
answer that question,
what are you voting on? Are you voting for education? Are you voting for low corruption? Are you voting for healthcare? What are you voting on?
Okay, thank you, Jonas. Machuki, answer that question.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas, for that good question. And it really shows what you really need to start happening as we move forward. That is from 2022 going forward. As you enlisted all those things, I think that those are the things that I want. And those are the dreams that we as a voter,
it's all to me like you should be Jubilee. That's what Jubilee is offering.
Just give me my time.
Can I help Machuki answer that
Jubilee,
you have 1 minute to settle the question.
That's what they have been working on. That's what Jubilee has.
Can I help Machuki answer that question?
No. Let Machuki help himself.
Give me my time.
For himself. You're not going to help him in the ballot box.
Machuki, you have like 20 seconds to answer the question.
You're not going to be in the ballot with Machuki.
That's what we want, and that's what we are really crying for, because corruption has really lamed our country so much. That's what we are going to fight. We want universal health care. We want free education, and all these goodies that are going to come from the forthcoming. By the way, Jonas, don't track back. We are not moving to 1990. we are going to 2030,
Yeah,
whereby
well,
these things that we are imagining are going to come 2022 going forward.
you
All of
know,
us don't.
as a country, we have been working on this thing since 1963. When
But-
this
but
was there, when this
we
was
still
there,
for them. But we still for them. There
Yeah.
is nothing new that we are going to build highways over the space. We are not going to do build buildings in the seas and in the lakes. We are going to dwell on these things because these are our really problems in our daily life.
But Jubilee is working on these problems. What is the difference now?
Joshua Kiamba, proceed.
We want and the things which
In 5 minutes.
we have already been doing. What's the difference?
Sajonis, let me have my contribution as well. Michuki, you can mute your mic and maybe as we chat the way forward. Now, I'm going to touch on around four crucial matters that have been a point of discussion tonight. And first and foremost, among us that are sharing this particular discussion, I don't know how many of us are really present in the country today, as in the Kenyan country, in the Kenyan soil. I may not be sure. So I had one of the Mwangis talk about the Jubilee UDA stuff about a few minutes ago. And Kiamba by-election should not take anyone by shocker whatsoever. Why am I saying so? The narrative that UDA, I don't know, UDA is so popular than I don't know who in Kiamba. I just want to do a small creep back that some times ago, the two candidates went to the mansion's house, that is the DP's place in Karen, and they invited him to visit and help support the youth in Kiamba. Okay, that happened, and the two of them, remember, one of them had already been hijacked. The young man, the university, the Motura guy who used to sell the Moturas around there. So he went there, but an opportunity cropped up. So what happened during this time? The governance in one of the party, and this is what I would want everybody here to understand. We have a Jubilee party that is leading, led by the Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Along the way, something tragic happened. And one of the biggest tragic that happened, and even you will bear witness with me, is that as a father, if you are reading your children without an example of how they need to live together, you definitely flop. And the spirit that happened in Jubilee, that we have a small baby called Uda that cropped up, and we have TPS led by Kionjori, we have couriers, we have Mwangiwairias, all these guys are in Jubilee, but they have gone ahead to form their own independent parties. So in whatever circumstance or in whatever angle we would like to look at the entire Kiamba, Juja by-elections or Muguga by-elections, we have a course that has led to all this. It's like the children are saying, no, we can do without you. We can go to another uncle or another father who can listen to us because you decided not to tackle us. So this by-election, what, according to us, that are currently in the ground today, is that some of the concerns that are brought about are that people believe that there is a short change that has already been caused by the leader, who is the Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, as the president of the Republic of Kenya. And that's the fact. Now, the two guys went to visit the mansion, the Sasora's mansion, as it's been referred to, and came down to the ground. When they came to the ground, there is one that is being said that he has been on the ground for the longest. But I asked the people of Kiamba at some point, because I personally went there. You denied this guy, like the Jubilee candidate, you denied him 2013, you denied him 2017. What is so unique that you're giving him leadership in 2021, 2022, which is a premature, election? So all along, for me, I will just bash it as my own opinion that the biggest trouble that caused us to be where we are in Jubilee and in Jubilee, to have a split baby called Uda that is growing around, making everybody restless is because of the bad leadership from the top. We lack parliamentary group meetings. ODM has been having group meetings throughout. It has been calling for its members to come and chart the way forward every 3 months. I'm a consistent follower of what has been happening. And I can tell you for free, if you put your house in order, it's very rare that you're going to scatter your children. So enough said. What I would like to tell you is that I happen to have consulted.
Just a question, Joshua. Does
acha amalize kwa dakika yake moja ama mbili.
Yes.
Tafadhali. Yeah.
Then other matters that I want to touch on is matters of corruption. Okay, we are saying that corruption is the biggest enemy of Kenya today. I agree, but who has this goodwill to fight this corruption? It's the monster around us. What is corruption even in the first place? Yeah, I lived in Congo the other day, and when you are arrested by a cop in Congo and you want to bail yourself in Congo, they ask for you in France. In the French language, they say "cause we the motivation for the police." I mean, you motivated the policeman so that you don't go and face the jail or whatever. So you tend to wonder. This motivation in Kenya is called corruption. And I'm telling you this because I saw how it worked down there. But how are we going to fight it? How are we going? Clinton, don't laugh. I'm telling you. They say
no, man, I have to laugh. I have a right. You are saying in Congo we motivate the police officers. We don't call it corruption.
No, it's not called corruption in Congo. Congo we
but
call
even,
this
even
is motivation.
in Kenya we motivate them.
No, we don't motivate. Here we close the eyes and buy the tea. You see the difference is you are buying tea here. There you are motivating. You are motivating somebody not to do 1, 2, 3 things. Here you are being told toa ya macho ama uende mbele bwana. Hapa hata ufichwi. You're being told outright. So the other thing I want to tell you is about the kingship. Ownership of the Mount Kenya region. As we speak today, other guys who have contributed, I've heard them say, and more so on a great approach. Today, I'll tell you for free that I have consulted for one of the pollsters companies that gave the correct prediction for Kiamba by election. And I'm proud to be part and parcel of the team that was on ground in Kiamba doing the pollster itself. And we said, and I can share the link here and give you our prediction that we conducted between the 9th and the 11th. And you see the outcome, because all of you here can be able to go through intense data and see the kind of responses that we got from ground. Now, what is happening here? In Central, there are so many other small parties that are there. It's not only UDA that is only shouting in Central, but the strategic approach that is being used by the leadership in UNDA is quite intense, that it's going to have a massive following across the country. Everybody today is planning for the future. And what is happening today is that the strategic planning in terms of, what happened in 2017, 2016, the merging of the parties, the small parties into one party, is still the same ideology that is being led by, even including today, the people who are reading UDA. Why am I saying so? Because these people decided to fold all their big parties, their small parties, to have one party. Sawa, ndio hiyo na wrap up, eh?
Yeah.
Ndio hiyo na wrap up, boss. So all that we can be able to see here is a very simple approach, that a united nation does not have really to rely on the kingpins or the tribal politics, as some have said. Some have said very well that here, in our country today, most of what we rotate around is within the kingpins. I agree, Sam. That's an opinion. That's what you're seeing in Mount Kenya. There's already a split between the people following Muturi as being ordained and other people saying there are other people who are better than him. So matters of such is what is happening in Western. There is Wetangula follow-up, there is a Mudavadi follow-up. Okay? So I agree. There is a Mutua in Ukambani, the Rua Eastern, you see there is another follow-up down there. There of people who call themselves the Mutuas, and others are calling themselves the Karontos. And this narrative will continue. So as we forge forward, I know and we agree that we are going to have a lot of kind of political formations which are going to be either good or even impact us negatively. So my contribution ends there. However, if anyone has a question, feel free to answer me or to ask me. I'll answer you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Joshua Kiama. Kimani is asleep. Hebu nione ni saa ngapi? So ni saa 6:30. So guys, mimi yangu na yenu kwisha hapo. Tuonane maybe kesho ama Saturday ama Sunday hiyo ijayo. So now that the moderator is not there, nitasema hivi. It was nice discussing with you people, and I look forward to meeting you again and again. So me, I have to sleep because tomorrow is Monday. So Bwana Duke, nitamka mkiendelea, you can moderate as you continue with the show. Mtembea akikuja atachukulia kutoka kwako. Ama net ya Duke ikipotea na net yako iko strong, unaendelea tu na wenzako mpaka mbaki wawili ama mtu mmoja, halafu show inaisha. So meanwhile, thank you guys, na muwe na usiku mwanana popote mlipo. Duke, have it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, can we come up with a different topic or we continue with the same? Because for me, I'm seeing the topic we have currently is exhausted. So what is the proposal first before we start?
I wanted to ask something, Joshua.
Yes.
Joshua, I wanted to ask you now that Ruto is making inroads in central Kenya. When he chooses the running mate, will it affect whatever he will choose? Will it affect his chances of becoming the president?
Something interesting. It changes with the dynamics, which I don't think from the ground. There is a conversation that has been going around, and I'm going to be very frank to you, very candid. Currently, with the current formation, the central people are not even interested in the presidency, nor even in the deputizing of anyone. I can tell you that. It's a conversation that is ongoing. And as a pollster and someone who is always on ground, today that's my livelihood. That's where I'm getting my concerns from. There's a question I'm always floating. The biggest concerns to you, especially in the region of Mount Kenya, the biggest concern is about the money into their pockets. It's all about the money. It's about the economy in terms of the material that are the common needs for every person. Yeah? So what the biggest concern they are saying is whatever with the current constituted bodies, if it's about the judiciary, somebody from Mount Kenya, the military, leading from Mount Kenya, matters of the money, I mean the CBK, it's somebody from Mount Kenya. They are not interested currently, including the upper house, yeah, where you see it's Muturi, and according to our constitution, you'll find that the next person, in case Uhuru and Ruto are not there, for another 90 days, the people who can occupy that seat is still the Mount Kenya people. They are not interested in number 1 and number 2 as it is constituted today, because they are saying they have had a presidency, and the impact they are getting is on the only time they can only boast about is when they had the Kibaki presidency, where the economy seemed revival, although now it's down to the dark. You see farmers in tea are uprooting, coffee they are uprooting, up until the dairy is now being owned by one individual family, across all dairies. So it's a conversation that is not a concern to them at the moment, and the more we engage, I'll still update you basing with my current next week's visit to Murang'a County, Nyeri, and Kirinyaga County. I'll be in the 3 counties next week.
Thank you.
I think Joshua has put some very wonderful points there. I think he has put it the way it is on the ground. Just maybe to add on that, I think you should realize that this is the first time in history that Kikuyu is adopting a foreigner in their land. In history. I mean in history. Kikuyu never voted for Moi. Kikuyu never voted for Raila. Kikuyu never voted for anybody. This is the first time that a foreigner comes up with something, plays it on Kikuyu land, and within a few months it's popular to extent of even challenging the king. So there's so much that's happening on the ground that people are not getting right. And I think based on Joshua's facts, because he's actually done the research, I think yes, there is a statement. Both armies opposing me and Jones, but yes, there is a statement, and you should not underrate that statement. A very long journey does not start up there. It starts with steps. Even the visit right now for Ruto in course, it is a step. It's not that he has made it. It's not that he is guaranteed next year is in the upper house. No, but you should be worried of the steps that this guy has made, especially the achievement he has made so far in 2010. It's massive, my friend.
Duke, something I would like maybe to add. Tim, I would like you also to do your back check. John, Sam, just do a back check in terms of how energetic the current guy we are discussing around here is. Ruto's visit to Mombasa, to me, is not a coincidence or something. I just want to take you back to the year 2012, just a few months before the formation of when he was in URP. And I just want to, I would want you to just take a step back and look at how efficient ever since that day that he quit ODM or he left ODM to date. And I write for me, any single weekend, Ruto has not been either donating or not been out there with the people. Any single day that he has not even visited when he's doing his tours up until the day he was given, and it's out of a threat. This is just suspicion that came around in Jubilee or about Morathe. I think you've all known that Morathe has resigned more than 5 times in the same party, that he still calls himself a chairman. So it's out of threat and fear that these guys felt that these guys are no nonsense. His energy is nothing to be undermined whatsoever. This is a guy today alone. He has traversed. He was in the church, St. Patrick's down there in Kirifi, moved from St. Patrick, went away all the way to Kirifi, some praise, Rungarunga. He met guys, came down all the way to Ukunda, and he met the same people. He is a guy with.
Joshua, why should we vote for him?
I'm coming there. I'm coming there, Johnny.
I outlined the few things, about 4 or 5 things that the voter is looking for, and you're not responding to how he's addressing corruption. You have not addressed that question. You have not addressed the question of what is he going to do to address universal healthcare. You have not answered that question. You have not told us how he's going to be addressing the question of education. You have not given us that answer. You have not told us what he's going to be doing to reduce the poverty gap. Nothing. Zero.
Let me tell you.
Zero. You have not told us anything. You're giving us a lot of stories. He has been donating money, giving handouts. He has not given me anything.
I've not told you he has given you money.
And get me out of poverty.
Let me tell you, Johnny, it's not, when you discuss a debate with emotions, you go nowhere. Here you just need to sober up and see. Anyone coming as a presidency, including today's visit by Modavadi, would you ask him the same question? Everybody has changed the conversation today. And we are saying we are going to focus. If you chase me, if you invite me in your house and chase me out of your house, even before the so-called mandate that we agreed when I come to your house is what I'm going to advocate for. You chase me away even before we start. How else am I going to help you in the same house?
Okay, Joshua,
how?
Joshua, don't you think the reason why Mount Kenya they are so much behind Ruto is because they fear Raila?
No, that phenomena changed. Let me tell you, my brother.
Who does that?
Let me tell you. and you check, I can send and share with you a link. I am a diehard of ODM. I'm the only person in my village and my cousin who only vote for ODM to date.
Which village? There were 2 ODM votes in your village.
Sorry?
There were 2 ODM votes in your village.
Not even 2. There were 6. Only 6.
You, your cousin, your children.
Me, my cousin. No, I'm not. My kids are not voting. They will vote 2022. Okay, my kids will start voting in 2022, Johnny's. But I'm telling you this as a matter of fact. I'm a diehard of ODM, and what led me into ODM is because I lived in Mombasa. I bought into the party politics of ODM, and if you listen to me, I said a bad father is a father who cannot be able to correct his children together. And remember, by then, in 2007, 2006, 2007, those years, when we were splitting and when we were being told by Kivuito, there is a banana and there is an orange. I just want to remind you something, Johnny.
Can somebody have troublesome children?
Of course, he can have some troubles with some children.
Do all families? All families have a member who's a black sheep. We all have trouble in our families. We don't break. I
agree. No. Let me tell you. Even the
family, because you have one person who's having a small problem with the brother or with the father. You don't break the family. You don't.
I think Jones, there's something there's something Jones that I've asked several times here.
You don't break the family.
Yes.
About why or how why we are voting for Ruto. And Jubilee is doing the same thing that Ruto is telling us that she will do. Jones, it's all about the process. Look, we have the agenda is right. Actually, what you are seeing right now on the table that Uhuru has done, it was not his agenda. He has accomplished former president's agenda. What we are seeing right now, ile kitu labda Uhuru amefanya yake ni ring road peke yake. Hizo zingine zote zilikuwa za Kibaki. But now the process through which
can we move forward? Let us move more. Can we move forward now?
Let me just clarify that 1 minute. Jones, it's the process. The process through which we are going to achieve the four whatever agenda that Uhuru has or Uhuru had. That process is what we are opposing on how it is being carried out at the moment. And Ruto has that answer.
You're opposing the building of roads. You're opposing rural electrification.
Not opposing. No. We are not. We are supporting it, but the process. Lakini Kiza John, wezi nikandamiza inanisaidia. So empower me first.
Excuse. Nyamwega and Musima, mute your mics, and Victor.
Victor, mute your mic.
Nyamwega, mute your mic.
Mute your mic. We can.
Nyamwega.
Yes.
Mute your mic. So Johnson was saying, wezi nikandamiza, alafu unasema unanisaidia. Just empower me first as we sort out the other national agendas we're talking about. We are not opposing at the universal health care, the last mile connectivity, which actually is not reaching out to everybody as it is being termed as, because the process is not well defined. So can we define the process through which you are going to achieve this agenda?
But from there now, against Uhuru because of Raila. Uhuru has done a lot of projects, so stop lying. We know your agenda.
No, tell me one agenda. No. Tell me one agenda. Complete. I'm not saying he has not done. He has done many. But amongst the many that he has accomplished, Kibaki's agenda, including the SGR, including these big roads that he has done.
Including all the hospitals that have been built in the slums. Was that Kibaki's agenda?
No, we are not saying that 100%
free water that have been given to all the slum dwellers in Nairobi. Was that
Listen,
Kibaki?
I'm not saying 100. I'm not saying 100%. You're not getting me right.
You're
I'm
not
not
getting me
saying
right. I'm not saying
100%.
100%.
I'm not saying that 100%
I'm not saying that
was Kibaki. No. But I'm saying this. Uhuru, first and foremost, did adopt the Kibaki's manifesto, finished on some of the projects, and that's exactly what the next
Okay,
president will
please
do to the
name
Uhuru agenda.
some.
But now
Mwangi.
we must have a good defined process to achieve that.
Okay,
You
please
get what I'm saying,
name me
Sam?
those
You don't
projects.
have to. Pardon?
Name me those projects that you're saying they were Kibaki.
Actually, listen, apart from the NMS things, there's no any other project that Uhuru has done. Show me one.
No, name them. You
Show me
said
one.
they were Kibaki's project. You're the one to tell me what were those Kibaki's project.
Okay. I've started with one. Let me start with one.
No,
SGR.
name me at
Because
least
the top
five.
is the top most.
I
The
can
last
name
mile
Mwangi, can I
connectivity.
assist you?
You know, it was.
Mwangi, can I speak also?
Let me,
Can I assist you?
yeah, go on.
Yeah,
But at
we
least
have
I've given you
the,
two.
for instance, the SGR was conceived during the Kibaki administration. We have the bypasses, the southern, the eastern, all those were concepts of Kibaki. So Mwangi is right to some extent, but that
No,
Uhuru
keep going. You're doing good, Duke. Keep going. Okay, then SGR. What was that other one?
the southern bypass. We have the
I mean,
bypasses, southern, eastern
actually,
bypass.
all of them isipokuwa hizi za Nairobi NMS. Nini gani ingine ilikuwa ya Uhuru? Hebu tuonyeshe, hebu tusemee, hebu tutajie zenye unasema ni za Uhuru.
Okay.
Isipokuwa za NMS. No, name them. Name them right now.
Isipokuwa za NMS. No, name them. Name them right now.
Can I talk? Let us move forward. We need to move forward because we have been.
We need to move forward because we have been.
Can I talk? Can I add something on the projects that Uhuru has done?
There are people here who have their mics on and are really destroying the forum.
There are people here who have the mics on and are
with that kind of feedback.
No, let me tell you what the problem is. I think Victor, you've got like two. I think to YouTube.
Let me add on.
No, let me tell you what the problem is. I think Victor, you've got like two. I think to YouTube.
Let me add on. I have two YouTubes.
No, you've got a video running somewhere plus the one in the StreamYard. So you need to close the one from YouTube.
How can I close? How can I close it?
Were you from YouTube?
The one from you.
Just log out and you come in again. Then you sort yourself.
No, you don't need to log out. You just need to close the other one.
YouTube.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. That's the reason I was getting a lot of background.
Yeah.
Noise. Background conversation. Two background conversation.
Yeah, that was the problem.
Sorry, because it's the first time I'm joining this forum. I haven't known how to the technicality of this thing.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
So who was talking? It was Dr. Nyamwea was telling us about Uhuru.
Mwangi has already voted.
Oh, Mwangi has voted.
Mwangi has already voted. We need to be talking to undecided voters.
Yeah, but they were Duke was telling us all the projects that
Oh, okay, fine. Let me hijack for 1 minute. Thanks so much. I am saying thanks Sam for educating us also in terms of IT. I'm saying there are really people with great minds and ideas. Okay, mine is this. I believe whoever president who wins an election, when he gets into office, the best idea is to ensure that the accomplished things, they are made realities, not to rubbish everything and start your new project. So what Uhuru did, I don't think it was really in order, because all these projects were running, The budgets were they had already, even some were already underway. So you can't come into office and abandon them and start new ones. Then it won't even make economic sense when you abandon this one, and that is taxpayers' money. You initiate new ones. That it will take a country into a wrong direction. Fine. For me, having accomplished what he inherited from the previous government, that is, to me, that is an achievement. Because honestly, electricity has been connected to quite a number of citizens. We have realized, even if the laptops were not successful, but at least people are getting affordable education. There is healthcare, there is SGL, there are roads and all that. He has really tried, yes. The question is that, in any leadership, you can't do it alone. It's a teamwork. When Uhuru came into power, he was together with Ruto. If these two guys doesn't conceive an idea jointly, then there will be a lot of stagnation. Yeah.
Just wait. I think like Ole, Sogik and Victor, you need to mute your mic because we are struggling to hear something.
Yeah, thank you. Let me hope it's clear now.
Yeah, it's clear.
Thank you very much. So, to me, I can say Uhuru has achieved a lot, but the problem is they were not moving in harmony with the deputy. If they could be moving in harmony with the deputy, I'm sure we could have achieved a lot. And then now, when I'm looking at saying Ruto has taken over the coast, you know what? The tactics that our deputy president using is something that has been really coached, and he knows very well the weakness of the common man. And if really Ruto was to sell his policies and ascend to power, the best thing he could have done is to help Uhuru accomplish the agendas they had initiated from the word go. Because it means then Uhuru could have successfully exited from power, and they could have actually inherited the power so well, because we could be well convinced that honestly this team has really served Kenyans. This issue of the narrative of hustler nation, the narrative of the wheelbarrows and everything, to me, if Ruto was a man enough, what he's doing is not bad. But if he was a man enough, he would have actually ensured that the people down there on the ground, they have an environment that can enable them participate in the growth of an economy. One, ensure even the cost of petrol, the fuel, because fuel controls a lot of stuff from production, from transportation, from everything. Ensure that even the mama mboga down there can access products from the farm at a cheaper cost. The farmer is able to do all his farming at a cheaper rate, so that at least even if you don't give me a wheelbarrow, I'm sure that the products I'm gonna get, I'm sure Kenyans are ambitious people. They're hardworking Kenyans. What they need is the instruments, the environment to enable them do their work and ascend to be able to put food on the table for their children and even educate their children. Not the issue of helping one Kenyan with a wheelbarrow and assume that each and every person has gotten is going to benefit from that one wheelbarrow. So what he's doing is taking advantage of the situation, the poverty. You know what Kenyans do, these leaders, they ensure that we are singing their tune by stabbing us. They make sure that they have really stabbed that we can't breathe. Then they use that opportunity to colonize us, and that's what he's doing. For me, even by campaigning right now, this is still corruption because he's using our resources. He's in office. We had given him a position to serve us. Instead of serving us, what he's doing is trying to enrich himself. He's focused on how he will sit there and protect the rooted whatever, the items, the things that he has rooted from the government, the corrupt proceeds. I can't imagine sitting back and seeing he may win power, he may become a president, yes, but I can't imagine Ruto is seated there and the people sitting around him, the likes of Murkomen, backing left, right, center, bragging as how they can lead, and I've seen even the likes of Murkomen and the Sang, we had very young leaders who were given power and they have done nothing for the season they have been in parliament, in the Senate, even Sang, a governor for 10 years and he has absolutely done nothing in his county. So what I'm saying is, let's use this forum to give Kenyan facts on how to make better choices. And I said this last time. If we educate Kenyans as youths and actually expose what these people have done, because these are leaders that we have tested their leadership. We know who they are, we know their abilities, what they can't do. So we stand up a better position to gauge them according to their performance and then educate the Kenyans on how to make choices. Because even as we test this Peter Hub now, it's out of the choices that we made in the previous past that has actually blanched out, has put us in this in this mess. So for us not to get into the same, we need to educate our Kenyans, our youths, and I have a strong feeling that this forum has a role to play. So Duke and whoever the panelists here, let's stand a chance, give Kenyans facts. Let's not confuse them more. Let's not sing the song. Let's not dance the tunes of these leaders. We have a mandate to transform, and the transformation will start from me and Sam and Jones and everybody from here. Why should we sing about Ruto? Why should we sing about embrace them? When we see very well what they have done, we have the eyes. Why don't we tell Kenyans on what to do, on the mistakes that we have made, so that we don't repeat the same again? I'm done. Thank you so much.
Duke, there are people who are asking for the link so they can join the channel.
I do not have the link because I don't have it, so I cannot assist them. Maybe Mtembe is watching, he can give the link.
Is anybody able to share the link on the...
All right, I can get the link from Facebook and then I post it in the chat.
Even in YouTube, it is in the comment section. Let them scroll up.
Oh, it's in the comment.
It's in the comment section in YouTube. Just scroll back.
Yeah, but when you go to Facebook, you'll be able to see it because it's...
Mr. Sadiq, I think your microphone is very noisy.
Okay, I want to respond to Mosima, and then I give others a chance to speak also. Mosima, actually, what we are trying to do, we are actually practical people. We are discussing about just the choice.
Go ahead.
My mic.
I think it was Sogik. Mic is noisy. Yours is clear.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that we are practical and we are working with the reality. So in the Kenyan political context, is that we have two competitors. Even if some says it's only Ruto as clearly said he will contest, which is a fact, but also from us we can interpret and speculate that we are only going to have two contests between NASA and Ruto. So we are trying to compare the two. So we are trying to each person is entitled to his opinion. So what we have to do is actually we listen to them and then you subscribe to whoever you want to subscribe. So we are not misleading people. So that's why we have been discussing about bottom-up approach to some extent. But before we move forward, I want us to, I think Jonas has been saying about universal healthcare, universal education. How can we have that? But what my response to him is that, we have to talk about or to discuss what we have been given by those who are contesting. For instance, this Ruto said about bottom-up approach. So we discuss about that. So unless and otherwise you have alternatives, you give us. Maybe you say Ruto has not said how to handle universal healthcare, and there's somebody who has a plan on how to do universal healthcare. Then from that we can consider and maybe change our stand. So we are open to that. But
I think Mosima actually addressed that question when he said that it's not really a matter of every administration coming and completely throwing out what the other administration was doing and starting their own programs. So you cannot. So it's kind of unfair to start saying that these programs were for Kibaki and these ones were for Uhuru Kenyatta and these ones were Moi programs, and now these ones are gonna be programs which the new administration is gonna be doing. There's a continuity in the programs. The programs really, the goal is the same. We're just trying to reduce poverty in our country. We're trying to reduce corruption, and we're trying to work on this tribalism, because like it or not, we all belong to tribes. When you're born into a tribe. So we kind of have to work on that question of national cohesion. So the goal of our country has never really changed, and really the problem that we really have, the biggest problem, so basically the goal is the same. All these leaders come in and they give us sort of the same kind of they rebrand the solution. So now there's a rebranding where now we're being told bottoms up approach, but it's really just a rebranding of, well, I hope it's a rebranding of the programs that the Jubilee government has been having. So really now the only question really that we end up having is that we have a problem with the leadership. Nobody wants to look at I think it's section 6 of the Constitution. We talk about leadership and the type of leaders that we want, but then nobody goes into that thing. Before they actually go and place their vote in the ballot, are they looking at those qualifications that we said are the qualifications of a leader, and then selecting the leader who is then going to implement the 4 or 5 things that we already all know in Kenya we want? The things we want to Duke are the same. I'm sure even you don't want corruption. Even me, I don't want corruption. You want a country where people are able to access healthcare. We want the same things. You want a country where people are living in the modern world, where they have access to infrastructure, they have access to roads, they have access to clean water, people are safe and secure in their homes. We really all want the same. I don't know, I've not had anybody here who wants anything different from what I want. So the problem only becomes is now when you go and you vote, when you go and you place that ballot in the ballot box, are you really looking at the things which you want, which we all sit here and agree on that we want, or are you going to the ballot box and voting like Sam was telling us that all the people are voting along tribal lines, or they are voting along some sort of a euphoria that somebody comes up with? They go in there, they vote. Are they looking at the sort of the values that we put in our constitution when we said that leaders have to have integrity, they have to have there's a lot of things. I'm sure you can look at chapter 6 and see those questions, and we're not able. It seems like we're not able to vet our candidates on those questions, because every time you ask a candidate about corruption, they start saying start with the other one. I remember when the president was talking about lifestyle audit. He said, I think he said he was going to start with himself and then Ruto or something. And then Ruto said, no, don't start with me. Start with the other guys. If you're a leader, you should be ready to start. You should be ready to say, me, I'm going to lead. Vet me. Let's go. And then let's vet the next person. Instead of being so defensive, where you don't want to be vetted, you don't want to be asked, this money which you're pouring into the villages, where is it coming from? We're asking for integrity. And once you have integrity, it doesn't even matter who the leader is, because the programs are the same.
Yes, that's a fact. But the issue is, when you are trying to talk about those issues, that who is going to do that? Because you have those at the top are very compromised. You see, for instance, you find the top leadership is very compromised. They are corrupt themselves. And there you find a person who is very corrupt saying somebody is corrupt. And everything gets politicized. You see that? So that's the issue. We For instance, the corruption allegations we hear, most of them are in rhetoric, they are in social media. But the person who has the mandate for those corrupt individuals to be prosecuted is the president. He has the DPP. For instance, if you talk about the KEMSA scandal, talk about the Eurobond, talk about everything, what happens is that the DPP should be instructed by the president to investigate,
Jones,
come
what
with the
happened?
evidence, and go to the judiciary, which is independent. So the issue is, if you find that somebody just says somebody's corrupt,
Right. And I
but
can respond to that.
no serious, no.
I can
So
respond
that's the
to
issue.
Yeah. So Duke, the thing is this: when you have somebody come into power and they don't have a clear mandate, they have just somehow managed to slide through. They don't really have a clear mandate. So now they're not able to do some of these things, because when you try to do them, you find somebody runs to the other side and says, "Hey, by the way, now me, I'm being accused of corruption because I'm Tanga Tanga." Or when you try to go after somebody, they go to the other side and say, "Hey, this is our guy. Why are you attacking our guy?"
So that's a fact, but that's
So
a
what I'm
fact. But
saying
the
is-
issue is, just a moment, that's a fact. But the issue is, if we work with what we have at hand, for instance, if you have like 4 choices,
Yes.
all 2 choices, you pick which is better. Ultimately, one has to win. So sometimes you find all of them do not have a clear manifesto or what they are going to do. So what we have is that to pick the best from what we have. So I'm getting you. So for you, it's better for us to say who to pick.
Yeah, Duke, we can change the narrative. We can change the narrative and change the story, so that instead of people coming to give us stories about bottoms up or bottoms down or this and this and that, where they're not really getting to the key point of the integrity of leadership, we can change the narrative and say, "Hey, by the way, you know what? Before you come to us with any sort of stories about anything or anything, we want to vet your integrity first. Then after we're done vetting your integrity and your leadership, then we can start talking about how are you going to implement these 4 or 5 things that all developing countries are dealing with worldwide." There's nothing different, But if we don't, if this narrative is not changed, if we don't change, if us guys come here and we spend the whole day talking about Tanga Tanga, this, that, Ruto, UDA, what, and we're not focusing on changing. We have to change this story and start asking, where is the integrity of our leaders? And when we begin to ask that question, we're going to begin to find that we have Kenyans in Kenya who actually have integrity. People with integrity are going to be able now to get the spotlight. The spotlight will begin to shift towards now the people of integrity, and we're able to see, hey, you know what? We actually have candidates who actually want to run for president, who actually have integrity. So let's go there. But you and I, we sit here. By the way, Duke, we agree on a lot of things. In fact, I've not even found anything that we disagree on, other than the fact that sometimes it's almost like you've already voted or you've given up.
No. Actually, I'm the only person who voted for Miguna. I voted in Nairobi and they gave Miguna vote. So the problem is, that's why I've said it's about the choices we have.
Yeah.
So actually, sometimes I look about all of them and see they are not qualified, but one of them has to win. So what do you do?
No, they don't.
If we have
No. Now I will interject here, Mr. Duke.
Yes.
I think John, the way Jones has put this thing is, to me, it has really sunk very deep into my mind. And if we can conceive this, for example, when we talk of changing a narrative, the Constitution says it's Wanchiku who has the mandate to give someone power to lead. Also, which means whoever candidates who are out there trying to campaign, trying to struggle so hard to get into leadership, the power remains in our hands. It's us to change the narrative, not them. So what are we supposed to do? Now, I wish if we could be having an independent, for example, if judiciary could be so independent, so that whoever, or even the IBC, together with the judiciary, so that whoever is given the mandate
to vie for presidency must be a clean person, vetted, declared everything, cleared, and then you proceed to the next level. So these two institutions, or the institutions concerned, they are failing in the sense that they are not able to filter and give us people. I don't care whether it's Raila, I don't care whoever it is, because I know even when we start proper campaigns, there are people out there, clean people who are really and who have the qualities to become a president. Only that they lack the resources. If the Mwananchi changes the narrative of being bought to vote and say, okay, fine, we want to elect somebody regardless of his financial status, as long as you have the qualities to transform this country, we're gonna have you as the president. Because as we are only being bought.
Musioma, I
right?
would like to just intervene. I'll correct you a little bit. How do you change the narrative of Mwananchi? What are some of the initiatives you should take in order to change the narrative of a Mwananchi, a common Mwananchi?
Thank you,
As an
Victor.
individual,
Thank you,
as an
Victor.
individual,
Before,
and
just
don't
that one.
have the mantle of a leadership. How do you change
Just
that?
that one. I think John stands a better position to educate you because I said we have the mandate. You, me, and whoever out there has the mandate to choose a president. These people can never be presidents without your vote.
Exactly.
Yeah. So Ruto has not become a president, neither Raila, not anybody. The person who's a president right now is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Why? Just because we gave him the mandate to be president. So if we made a mistake for the choice that we made earlier, and we're here watching out what is happening, people rebranding themselves, calling them young youths, calling them angels, and we know them. For example, when you talk of you want now to change the whole narrative and start, you want to bottom up. You are the person who were there when the constitution was made. We came up with the devolution. Now it's up down, it's top down as per the devolution. Now you want to come in and change everything and start from bottom up. Tell us even fasting. How you gonna you gonna be selected or elected as a president? How are you going to deal with the debt that we have? Because you can't say now I'm a president, I'm going to change everything, assume about the debts we have with China and everything, and start your own programs. You'll have to face the music. Tell us how you're going to do this without shutting the doors of corruption, without tapping every single taxpayer's money.
Musima summarize, then we have Angela, and then some people have not spoken.
Yeah, thank you. So Victor, what I was saying, John stands a better position to educate you on that. We have the mandate. These people they haven't become whoever is campaigning out there has not become a president until we vote him out. So before then, we have the power to educate our civilians so that they can make a better choice.
So we change the narrative by first we educate our friends or our family members about the status of the country in terms of democracy, in terms of development.
Victor,
that is our actually, John. John, you can educate me now because maybe I might be.
But I think what Victor is saying, I think it's something called civil education, because that's what's lacking in Kenya. So because right now the politics that we have is called money exchange hand economy. That's what it is.
Even anchored in tribal lines.
Yeah, and the tribal lines and everything. That's why in Kenya right now, people, they don't vote based on issues. They just vote because of their tribal line and all those kind of things. But when it comes to the time when somebody is able to vote based on the problems they have, like now, that's when Kenya probably will have to start having politicians who they present issues that they are going to solve genuinely, not like tricking them and then you get them in power and then they don't do those things that they're saying. So civic education is actually what is currently lacking in Kenya, and that's why I normally advise that we really need to change our education system, especially in Kenya, so that even the way the students, they're doing their curriculum, they're able to be able to also understand what is the function of a government. You see what I'm saying? But right now it's too late even for the next year's election, because everyone has already made up their mind, and it will still remain the tradition that people will still keep on using their tribal line to actually cast their vote.
But also to add on that, for me, I go for strong institutions. For instance, if you educate people and there is enough civic education, and then the person who comes into power, he finds institutions which are weak, so he can do what he wants. It's about strict consequences and the strong institutions which hold individuals accountable, because we are all humans. If you find a compromised system, you can be tempted to root or to do some illegal undertakings. So the change also has to come from the top. So the institutions must be strong. So that's notable change must come from the president. You have to strengthen the institutions, stop interfering with other institutions.
The politicians are controlling the institutions. So what that means, if you try to bring in the civic education, they will try to stop it. For instance, in the previous election, when Raila was bringing Cambridge Analytica, they continued with it, right? But do you remember the one Raila brought? What was it called? Aristotle, right? They were deported. Okay, so what the politicians they normally do, they have to swing to how it's going to help them, not help their competitors. That's why civic education, even if I still say that's what's required, it's still going to be almost impossible to make that happen.
Let me ask. Okay.
And can you give Angela a chance to talk as well?
Sure.
Yeah. Angie. Okay.
Hi guys. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, it's been interesting today listening to everyone, and I'm glad now we've moved on to to discussions on policy and things that really matter for Kenya, because we can continue talking about individuals and these are individuals who have been in power forever. They've never done anything. It's almost like we are doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. I mean, that's the definition of stupidity. If us as Kenyans, we continue being played by these leaders, and then we fight for them, we are wound up like wires. By the time election comes, we want to burst, and then we end up hurting each other because of these people. So I will continue to say that let's talk about issues. Let's talk about what will this person do for me, and not in a sense of euphoria and imagining that all of a sudden somebody has changed after 50 years in politics, 20 years in politics. Somebody all of a sudden now he has answers. He has solutions to my problems. Let's not be lied to, and let's not lie to ourselves. I keep on saying the beginning of moving forward is accepting, number one, that I'm being lied to. And then you can, even when you're dating someone and you know they are a bit dodgy, it's good to accept that they are dodgy, so that you can be able to move forward knowing that it's you who's the fool. So yeah, so let's deal with issues. I'm really enjoying I've really enjoyed the session for the last 1 hour, because you guys have been talking about issues and you've been talking about solutions, and even if it looks like there are only two horses in the race, that's a lie. By the way, we are lying to ourselves that there are only two horses in the race. The other people who have announced, who have not been in power as long as some people. So so let's be sober. Let's not allow emotions to run over, because we are going to it's going to end up 2022 is going to end up as a disaster for every Kenyan. And the only people who are going to epuka are the leaders, because they have their jets or whatever, and they have resources to be able to leave the country. Whereas we'll be left there fighting. So we need to forget our tribes for once and think about Kenya as a whole. And imagine that, maybe, what if I wasn't born in Central? What if I was born in Luoland? How would I feel if I'm being treated the way I see these people being treated? Let's forget about tribes, and let's start thinking of ourselves as Kenyans. That's one thing that Tanzania is way ahead of us, is they don't look at each other as tribe. In fact, when you go there and start asking people, what is your tribe? They will be like, we're in Kenya. They'll know you're a Kenyan, because we are the ones who are so focused on tribe. So it is my prayer that come next year, let's consider the other people who are running. So that's step number one. Even if I am the only one who's going to vote for that one person who's going to lose, that's step number one in our changing the paradigm, changing the way we think. So I don't know whether it's Victor who had asked for solutions. I think number one is just like Duke in 2017 voted for Miguna. Even if Miguna did not win, let's have that attitude when we are voting for these people. Let's vote for the person who has given you the policies that you see for you are going to work, and this person is true. He's speaking the truth. He's not just telling you what you want to hear. In as long as someone is telling you what you want to hear, he's going to tell you, and you're going to be so emotional, you're going to fight with people, and then you're going to choose the wrong person. And then come 2023, we'll be here talking about the same things. So there's today I've listened to so many people, and I'm like, I've noticed that there's also a lot of bitterness and hatred against Uhuru, against the president. You see, if you disrespect your leaders, Uhuru is the president.
Okay, Andrew, just wait a minute. Yusuf is telling me with Jones that we need to wait for him. Okay, I hope you're happy. There we go. Yeah, Jones is saying that you should wave.
Is Yusuf joining the panel, or just wants to be greeted?
No, he told us that we need to go sleep and stop wasting our time because Ruto is a kingpin in Kenya. Okay. All right, Angie, you can continue.
So let's be. I mean, let's this bitterness and hatred that we have towards the president, and even towards even leaders. Maybe even me, I'm bitter towards somebody. I don't know. But in as long as we are bitter and we hate somebody, we cannot judge in a sober manner. We're going to choose the wrong leaders out of bitterness and hatred, and we are not going to make good decisions. Let our decisions not be led by, because I am against so and so is why I'm voting for so and so. Let our decisions be based on issues. Who's going to solve my problems? Who looks like they're genuine? Those are the types of things we need to be doing. And we stop recycling these same leaders. We are recycling the same people. We're getting hurt, and then we continue hurting ourselves over and over and over as Kenyans. Guys, we need to wake up. Many of us are so asleep, and in as long as we remain in this slumber, come 2023, we are going to regret it. And a good example of what even I'm talking about right now, even as I'm speaking right now, Yusuf is writing, talking about, so and so will be the leader. That attitude, we need to stop. We need to change. We need to stop thinking like that. If it needs even in the morning as a therapy, people wake up and you tell yourself one bad thing about the person who you're supporting with all of your heart, because there's no one who's perfect. Everybody has pros and has cons. Has a good side, has strengths, has weaknesses. If in the morning you wake up and you say, yeah, even as I'm supporting so and so, he's like this. It will be good therapy, so that come 2023, when the decision has been made as who is the president, we are not going to end up killing each other. Because you will realize that whoever you're supporting is not a god. He's a human being, just like me and you. And for that reason, there's more than 2 horses in the race. There are so many people there are other people who have already announced they are running, and we know who they are. But because in our minds we have decided it's only so and so and so and so, we are going to end up in a lot of trouble come 2023. So we had better even consider these other people. When someone comes to your town, please do not hit him with stones because you don't want to vote for him, or because you've been riled up and you're so angry. Let's consider everybody. Let them tell us what they want, what their issues are, and what they are going to do for us. And let's listen to them. Let's not throw stones, because if we start throwing stones now, in 2023 we'll be throwing boulders. So I pray for Kenya, and it's my prayer that we're going to really think about what who we are making the head of state in that country, because it will determine our future, and it will determine the future of our children and our children's children.
I think we have question, or yes, been quiet for a long period of time. Yes.
Can I add on what Angela has?
Yes, add on, and then we'll have Questa, because he has been waiting for long.
I would like to reiterate on what Angela said, that when we are going to elect these leaders, we have to not be carried by our emotions. Because right now in central Kenya, there is a lot of eruption of emotions, which is going there because there is a betrayal. They feel they want to do away with this periodical or historical betrayal. So they are voting with emotions. And there is the things which you should look at on the leaders before we elect them. And I like listening to there is a leader, a very wise leader. I always listen. Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. There are those things which we should look at before we elect a leader. For instance, in Kenya tuko na shida ya corruption, rushwa ambaye ni adui wa haki, which has been a problem. Our current president Uhuru Kenyatta has been trying to fight corruption, but in vain, due to the strategy he has put in place and not working. The reason as to why I'm saying the strategy are not working, we have the Kemsa billionaires. No one and no signs that there is a person who's going to be convicted. If a person is going to be convicted, we can say now, this Uhuru Kenyatta is a true leader, because whatever he's saying, he's putting it in action. Right? So they are promising us. We see our leaders between Uhuru and we have Raila and we have Ruto. We see there is some traces of hypocrisy which run across these leaders. Because Raila was accommodated into the government to fight or to be a champion for the common mwananchi. But we can't see if he's very honest about fighting articulating and fixing some issues like corruption, which has been ailing this country for long. And that is very, very critical. Another thing is, we want to look for a leader who is going to defend our constitution. Mtu ambaye atatetea katiba yetu, wakati anachukua kiapo anasema mimi nitailinda na kutetea katiba. But at the end of the day, we see the president himself is defying the court orders, which is against the oath he took. So these are the same leaders we elect with emotions, and 3 years later we start regretting. Actually, I'm very bitter. I get emotional for the people who are crying fool for electing the Uhuru Kenyatta the president 3 times, and now they're going to they're saying now they're going to do a revenge or making Ruto punishing Nini or Uhuru for any expenses of electing William Samoei Ruto. That is very wrong, and I will concur with some. We need civic education, which is we are missing our people. Because if we don't educate, we are going to perish, all of us. Yes, I rest my case at that point.
You keep on
Unless okay, like I think there's a problem with the audio on your side. I think even when you talk, we'll not be able to hear. But when you unmute, like it brings a lot of noise over here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, Victor, we heard you. Did you finish?
Yes, I have finished, and then the next person can.
Okay, unless okay, you want to talk?
Yes.
Okay.
Wanted to talk this issue of corruption. It is really a thorn in the flesh.
Yeah, there's a problem with your audio. There's something I don't know. Are you using a computer?
Yeah,
No.
Jonas, mute first. Jonas, can you mute and then we hear whether it's from your side?
Yeah,
also.
That's it.
Yeah, because for me, I'm hearing you guys clearly.
Okay, you're clear. Okay, you're a bit clear.
I'm clear now. Okay. So I was saying this issue of corruption in this country, it is really a thorn in the flesh so far. The issue of who there's somebody who talked about chapter 6. Now the issue of leaders who have fronted themselves now who would want to become presidents in this country. You can pick each and every one of them. Name names. Ruto is in the open to have declared he wants to become the president. And it is because since 2018, this guy has been jobless. He has been out of government functions. You remember the executive order number 1, where they gave Matiang'i to be head of government projects after the handshake. So what has been really in the center of development in this country is the president, Matiang'i, and his brother, Raila Odinga. This guy now got Ruto got time to market himself, and he is the center of either praises and accusations, because is really being seen every now and then. Now, when it comes to corruption in this country, even with the governors, nowadays it is very difficult for you to hear governors being impeached. Do you know why? The reason is most of the contracts now, main contracts in the counties, they are being done by the MCAs. The MCAs are now in charge of. They are the ones who are doing the roads. They are the ones and sharing with the governor. So it is really becoming very difficult now. The corruption is now going down. It's going down. It continues trickling down there. It's really so bad. Now the issue about Angela saying people are hating Uhuru. I don't know. There are people who voted Uhuru the last general election twice, and they are not enjoying anything. People who are enjoying is the people who didn't even vote, leave alone voting for ODM. They didn't even vote. And that is how politics are. In this country, I don't know whether we are right to say we now have a leader that who doesn't have any dirt. This one is as clean as snow. It is really difficult. It's becoming difficult. Every now and then scandals. Every now and then scandal. Is really difficult. So even as we go and sleep, we really hope that going to 2022, the most we expect it will be a very peaceful election, and we would like to say, may the best candidate win, because as we are now, somebody had said it is there are two horses. It is Raila and Ruto. Let us not cheat ourselves. It's Raila and Ruto who are in the forefront. These are the guys. These are the guys who will really try to cling on any of them. You will hear somebody saying, I want to back UDA. You will hear somebody saying, I want to back ODM. And those are alignments we expect even before the end of this year. Let us not lie to ourselves that there is somebody, even if Ruto is saying that he wants to go it alone, it's not possible. Like Sam had said, it's not possible. It is just a matter of time when before these people align themselves. Even that issue of the running mate, these running mates people will pick. It will have a direction. It will have a dimension. It will have an issue. It will bring issues. It will change the way people will now perceive the person whom they were saying, this guy is my man. And then the person will be chosen now to be the running mate. It will bring problems. So guys, let's just try to every now and then we try to see if we can analyze and see whether we will get it right. It will be for the benefit of this country. Thank you.
Mr.
But Eli hasn't talked. Like, is Eli there? Or what?
I think he has an issue with his network. He's trying to log in.
But it keeps on loading, right? Okay. But I have a question for Ole Soge. Like, it's telling us that there's no clean person in Kenya, right? All right, I understand all that, right? But are we choosing leaders based on issues, or are we choosing leaders based on emotions? Because for me, I really don't want to involve myself in the politics of emotions, but I just want to like follow the logic, follow the common sense. And I ask myself, what is the reason for me to vote for this person? What is he gonna do for me? And that's why I see what Jones has been trying to question. What was he trying to question? Was it Mwangi? There were two Mwangis, but you know what I'm talking about. But now, if we keep on arguing here about somebody who just have to, we vote this person. Okay, right now, I disagree it's a two-horse race, because I still go back to what I say, that the politics in Kenya, it's tribal. And if probably Mudavadi, Kalonzo, they refuse to back up Raila, do you know exactly what's going to happen? Probably Uhuru might actually even go with Mudavadi because we'll be able to sell in Mount Kenya. And let me tell you, they will give Ruto a run of his money, okay? But I'm telling you, what's going to happen is they are going to orchestrate what we call illusion, that this person will be running, that person will be running, and then you're going to have somebody like Mudavadi getting votes in the Luya, dividing it, somebody else in Central dividing the Kikuyus in Central, and then at the end of the day, we're either going to have maybe even a Mount Kenya becoming number one in that run-up election, So I know it sounds like a far-fetched to actually say the next president might actually come from Mount Kenya, and I hope that does not happen. But I know that is exactly what they're going to plan. That's why when you talk about politics right now, like I will tell you for sure right now, we just need to argue about the issues or when it comes to the economy. But the time we need to really argue about politics, it's actually from March next year. From March next year, now we can actually confidently sit here and actually say what is actually going to happen. You see what I'm saying? But right now, it's quite difficult to actually know who is actually going to become the next president of Kenya. And so far, what I've seen with Ruto is a little bit almost impossible, in my opinion, based on the arithmetic that I've been doing. Because I know how Kenyans vote. Okay. But if we can talk about the issue, and I see Jones keep on taking us back to the issue, and yesterday we had a very good forum of where we were really talking about what on earth is a bottom-up economy. We keep on asking this question, but we don't get any answer. Nobody, like the people who support that kind of a theory, they don't even actually tell you exactly what this bottom-up is. That's why when you hear Jones keep on saying, like, can you tell me what current government project are you opposing? What is it? And yesterday I was telling guys that the economic of every country is dynamic. It's not static. The economy does not go on a straight line. I do understand, like in Kenya right now, people are suffering because of the high prices of food. Some people lack of employment. I understand all that, and that is the function, and that's because the economy is actually like a living thing. It goes like it breathes in and it breathes out. You see what I'm saying? So we still need to create the crest and the trough in the economy. And the reason why people are suffering right now in Kenya is because of the projects that Uhuru is borrowing a lot of money to actually make those infrastructure, so that maybe in the future, people from the United States, like the venture capitalists, they can see the country and say, oh my goodness, you guys have got very good infrastructure. We need to come and invest in your country. And then automatically, the stakeholders who are the Kenyans, the outside stakeholders, they get employed. And that's how we're able to help so many people to get employed. So, for example, like we are running a company in Kenya, for example, and it's in the, let's say it's in the manufacturing. I'm not going to say what it is. So everything that we manufacture, we are taxed even before we sell it. You see what I'm saying? So it's a small, medium enterprise. It's not even the, I cannot even call it's for the hustler person. It's not a hustler company. It's just called a small, medium enterprise. Okay. So if we keep on getting taxed even before we sell this product, right? We are really hurt with the tax that is going on, but we understand the reason why they need to collect enough tax until, like, when you come to me and then you ask me, Sam, can you employ me as a driver? I will be like, this is how much I can only pay you. We cannot go more than this, because the government is eating over 50% of the other revenue that we are creating. I'm actually telling you now what my situation right now. Okay, because I normally have people, they come, they tell us, oh, I need employment, and then they tell you, okay, but this is my salary expectation, and then you tell them, based on our own company algorithm of how things have been running, we can only afford to be able to pay you this much, right? Because the government actually takes all others. That's why now, when you come over here and you tell me about the bottom-up approach, so what you're telling me is that now you guys, you want to tax us more, so that we can be, so that now that money can go to that person of border. Because now when you tell me that people border, they need some incentives so that they are able to expand their business, right? What does that mean? It means that now the government, they have to come and chase us people with the business so that we pay more, so that now we can make the border in Mamamboga very comfortable. Because I initially heard, even before I got in here, I had somebody say, but Ruto is trying to say that the rich, they have to pay their fair share for NHIF, right? And this person is being paid 500,000 per month. First of all, who told you that somebody who receives a salary of 500,000 per month wants NHIF? These people, they have private insurance, right? So they really don't care about NHIF. So that's why, like, it becomes so almost impossible for someone to actually convince me where the money will come for us to give people to be able to do business. For example, if you come to me and you tell me, Sam, I want you to give me some money for business, I'll be like, okay, first of all, can you show me your business plan? Can you show me that you've been having successful sales in your business, so that now we see like how we can split the equity and all those kind of things? Then if you can prove all that, then you are you are qualified to receive that fund. Okay, but you cannot come here and tell me that, okay, because Ruto has said that 100 million shilling per CDF constituency is going to give to those people at the bottom so that they can expand their business. If, for example, take one constituency in Kiambu, of which it has an average of 17,000 registered voters as of now, because I know some of the numbers. Okay, if you take 100 million, you divide by 17,000 of registered voters. I am not even talking about the total population, right? Of the registered voters, you come and find that you will only be given 484 shilling per month. What are you going to do with 484 shilling? So this narrative of bottom-up economy, it is just an illusion that is being peddled for someone who does not want to actually talk based on tribe. Because if Ruto right now is to tell us, oh, the tyranny of numbers of tribes, he's going to lose. That's why he's actually going to say, okay, I want to come out of the tribe, and then I talk about the economy. I talk about the bottom up. That's exactly what he's doing. Because let me tell you, if Ruto wins presidency coming next year, by the time he gets in the office, he'll be like, wait a minute, what did I tell these guys? That I can actually give them money to expand their business. So he has increased a lot of hope on people. And then people, they're like, oh my goodness, Ruto has won the presidency, so let me look at my M-Pesa tomorrow. I'm going to have some money that will come in so that I can expand my business. He's not going to get that money, because right now our economy in Kenya, it has 1.3 trillion deficit, 1.3 trillion budget deficit. So that means that the government does not have any extra money that they can actually give even you or less or gig. They can't, because they don't have the money. Even when Ruto wins the next year election, he will need to go back to China. He needs to go probably beg some people in Canada and say, you guys, please, you need to save my country with some more money so that I can turn off the fire that we started from 2013 when we started the government. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's something that is actually not going to work based on my own economic model, because I have done that model. I have tried to look in so many ways. It's not going to function. If you try to raise tax for the people at the top, they're going to get so angry, and these people at the top are the one employing people at the bottom, right? So they're going to say, because the money is too much, that I have to give to the government so that the people at the top, they're able to be given some money to expand their businesses. Then it means I have to fire you, I have to fire you, I have to fire you, so that now I can at least be able to get some profit in the business. You need to understand that. So that's Victor Basweti, that's why when you're telling me like what civic education do people have, this forum is already like a civic education. Like probably you'll hear what I'm saying could be making some sense, and you'd have to go to other people at the grassroots and you try to explain to them in a simple term. Do you understand? So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like this driving narrative of bottom up. Duke, I know you're going to approach me and you're going to attack on that. I know that. So I know Duke is talking after this and he'll be attacking me. so that's what I'm saying. For me, I don't like following emotions in politics. I don't follow tribal, but I understand Kenyans are very tribal. I really don't care what tribe you come from. But trust me, what is going to happen is that we are really going to have a country that will have anarchy when somebody who promised a bottom up is unable to actually show people what this money is, where it's coming from. You see what I'm saying? Alafu tuna Victor Basucha anasema, but Ruto, ulituambia like you will expand Mama Mboga. Where is the money? No way. We need to go and tell this guy we kill him when he's going to do the crowd. And that's how some countries they've been able. Did you see what happened in Haiti? Does anyone understand what happened in Haiti the other day? The president was literally killed, right?
Assassinated in Haiti. Yes.
Yeah.
Haiti.
You see? A president was assassinated in Haiti because Haiti is a complete socialist country. And that's exactly what Ruto is advocating right now. By the way, one day you guys are going to remember the words that I'm telling you. What bottom up is actually socialist. That is not going to work. So, Olesogi, the only reason...
Which country has implemented this example of a country which has a successful country which has implemented a bottom-up approach?
Victor Boswete, I wish you were here yesterday. I was telling people because I did an economic degree, right?
Yes.
And I told guys every time, okay, all my years of studying economics in the university, we've never even come up with anything called a bottom-up economy because it does not exist. A bottom-up economy it's actually used in an investment as a form of an investment, security investment of a company, but it cannot be applied based on an economic model. So I know Duke will say no, but I know he's coming and you will hear him. So this is what I'm telling you guys. Like I am just telling you, Kenya will become a very frustrated country if you promise them something and then then you come and tell them, oh, by the way, you guys, I thought this was going to be possible, but it's not going to be possible because as soon as I became president, I looked at our budget and I was like, oh my God, we are running trillions of deficit.
Kids laptops, the laptop, every kid will have a laptop. It never worked.
It never, because it's almost impossible. You cannot go to China and then you tell them, by the way, can you guys give me loans because we need to give our class 1 student laptops? They'll be like, my friend, are you kidding me? Like why should we do that, right? Ruto will be unable to, even if he may become president, Victor, I am not even joking. I will have to continue borrowing the loan so that I can set off the fire of corruptions, the way they've been stealing. That's what's going to happen. Ruto become president, that's exactly what is going to happen. That's what I'm telling you guys. We just have to be real. Like if you just love Ruto, just vote. You just say, oh, by the way, me, I just love the guy. But guess what? There's not going to be any change. There's not going to be change. Because when he enters, it's just going to be the same thing. Atakwana Pandandege, Victor Basweri, Ana Pandandege and China. He humbled himself and say, oh, guys, please, you need to give me loan. Oh, and then France, oh my goodness, guys, I need some money. I need to switch off some fire. Because if we refuse to pay the loans that we have, the Chinese, they've already created a trap on us. You understand? And they will come, they will take all the ports, you'll be shocked. So that's what I'm saying. Like right now, do not bring your hopes high when you're talking about the bottom up because it's unimplementable. It's not going to work. Okay? So that's why now, Duke, I know you really have a lot of rebuttals, so you can just go ahead and bring them.
Okay. First, so we agreed here that we want civic education, but first of all, for you to talk to people, you have to appeal to them to start with. You have to make them attentive. So to some extent, you are attacking those associated with the deputy president too much. By that, it's going to be very difficult for them to listen to you. We are maybe those who are watching.
Well,
So,
hey guys, before we go too far, and I like the conversation which we're having with Duke and Sam, but there were a few things that Mosaimo had. Was it Mosaima had asked that I just wanted to touch on, and then we continue, if you guys allow me. Mosaima had asked.
But I was speaking. Can I finish and then you go? Because I was responding to some extent.
No, you being the chairman, you have the monopoly.
Okay, you speak. Okay, speak, then I will speak.
Yeah, so Musaima was asking about how to change the narrative and start talking about the issues that we're supposed to be discussing. And what I was going to ask is, if you guys remember, I think Huru had come out and talked about lifestyle audit, right? And then the whole, which is actually like a narrative. And then the whole lifestyle audit narrative thing was kind of killed at birth. So I wonder whether any one of these presidential candidates, if they were to actually stand up and say, by the way, when I become president, we're going to have lifestyle audit. I wonder whether all of these people who are following some of these candidates are going to follow the candidates, or they're going to now abandon. Because I wonder whether if Ruto was to stand and say, hey, by the way, I'm running for president and I'm going to fight corruption, and I'm going to fight corruption by enforcing a lifestyle audit, and I'm going to start with myself. And then after me, I go through lifestyle audit, my vice president will go through lifestyle audit, Kimani Ichung'wah will have a lifestyle audit, Moses Kuria will have a lifestyle audit, this Gachagua guy in Nyeri will have a lifestyle audit. I wonder whether he will have the type of support that he has. Probably the answer to that is probably no. He's not willing to fight corruption. We need people who are willing, because you're asking, how do you know which candidate then to vote for? Find the candidate who's coming up with things which are honest and programs which is saying, I'm going to do this, I'll fight corruption, and this is what I'm going to do. And I see that the Jubilee administration had actually tried to go that route. And then from what I saw as though Ruto kind of took that lifestyle audit thing, turned it into a joke, and then the whole thing was abandoned.
I have one question. The president said that he will start. Did he start? Lifestyle audit said that the lifestyle audit will start from myself. Did he do the lifestyle audit for himself?
What happened? Well, so that's a question we need to ask him. That's a question Ruto needs to say, me, I'll start. The president has already been president. He's leaving office. He has already been president. He has already done 2013.
But it's not. It's the president who invented that.
He's leaving office.
And they say that will start. I actually say it's going to start from me. It is the president who say.
Isn't he leaving office?
Lifestyle audit implementable.
Yes.
How can you do a lifestyle audit?
Oh, it's very implementable. It's very implementable.
It's very implementable.
Very.
How comes it has not been done? Because it was one of the key pillar strategy of fighting corruption.
It's very implementable, because I don't see how even the local MCA who runs for a position locally, that MCA, are you telling me that person cannot be taken through a lifestyle audit? It's very implementable, because you just have to ask somebody, where are you getting this money?
What has hindered it from being done?
They don't want to. There's no other reason other than They just don't want to do it, and it's a very
I have
simple
the reason. The reason is
because
you know
we as the voters, we can take these politicians and put them in a box. It's very simple. This narrative can be changed, and the new narrative can become: we want lifestyle audits for all these people, and then you run for president. The narrative
there
can
is, the question is, if you talk about self-audit, it's going to be very difficult actually. For instance, who is going to conduct it? It can even be politicized. So the issue we have in Kenya is politicizing every agenda.
No, it's not.
For instance, even corruption is politicized.
There's no.
For instance, if, for example,
Duke.
I'm trying to give an example. For instance, assume there is corruption suspected to a given individual. Maybe Raila has been found corrupt, or Ruto has been found corrupt. Always there will start politicization. So the side of Ruto will start accusing Raila of actually falsely propagating that, and the reverse is true.
When you're a front runner, so let's say we have front runners, right? Nobody can politicize anything. You can subject yourself. You're the front runner. You're the leader. You're the man. You can subject yourself and say, I'm going to subject myself to a lifestyle audit. And these questions about my sources of income, I'm going to answer these questions. So you sit down and you answer the questions. It's very simple. You're running for office, man. You're running
the problem is
you're running
we do not have
a country, and you don't want to tell us?
What I'm trying to say is that we should have like an institution to conduct that, which is established, maybe through a democratic process, or through parliament, or through an executive, and is given a mandate to do that. Now, when you find that we have the president and is not willing or is unable to come up with, we have three arms of the government: the judiciary, the parliament, the legislation, and the executive. For the lifestyle audit to be effective, we should have a body which maybe is independent. For instance, like we have the anti-corruption body. So the problem is, if that body has not been formed, it will not work. So what I'm talking about is that the person who has failed is the president. He has the instruments of power. If we want a lifestyle audit, he can come up with a formula to come. Maybe he can table maybe he has members of parliament who are supporting him. Maybe he can give one of them a bill to take to parliament, and then that comes like a functional body which can be mandated, and it even becomes comparison for every politician. You can even make it comparison for every politician.
Duke, we saw these judges being vetted the other day when we got this judge being called Kome. The other day, we saw these IBC commissioners who want to be commissioners being vetted. And these people were actually submitting their tax records. Were they not submitting their tax records? You saw on TV, they were being told, hey, by the way, you have an issue with KRA. You have not really submitted your tax record. Can you submit that record? Once that record is submitted, then it's very clear that somebody who's submitting a tax, when you do your taxes, you have to say what your income is, isn't it? You have to state your income. You have to show that you've been paying taxes, and that income can be tracked to show where this income has actually come from. And then we're able to see, hey, by the way, this guy is the one who started Facebook. He's a billionaire in dollars, so he can afford to come and be giving us money. It's very simple. It's not a very complicated thing. It does not need a lot of math. I don't think there's a lot of big calculations that have to be done to be able to see that this is your tax record for since 20.
The problem is that we know. Just a moment. In Kenya, we have actually it's very difficult for even actually the statistics says that even the taxes which is corrected, just 60% gets into the treasury. 40% is rooted, and the actually is like not all taxes is corrected because we do not have like a digitized system.
So what
For
does that have
instance,
to do with somebody submitting their tax records? What does that
Yeah.
have anything to do with somebody who wants to run for office submitting their tax records?
what I'm trying to say is that it cannot give a true reflection of the individuals or the net worth of individuals.
Why?
For instance, if you have your private business, you know, in other countries, you have to pay like 30% of your income, you pay as a tax. But here in Kenya, for example, if I have like a shop and in a year I've made a profit like 100,000, I don't pay taxes, 30% of that tax. So it's like there is.
So you're not paying taxes.
What
but
I'm trying to say is
you're not
that.
paying taxes, but you want to be a leader. You're saying
Yeah.
you're saying that somebody can come. You're basically saying that somebody can come and show that a very low income, but when we look at their lifestyle and the money that they're giving away or the things that they're doing, they don't fall within the boundaries of their tax record. How can that be unless you're money laundering or stealing? People are paying taxes, man. You're not paying taxes?
Yes, people are paying taxes, but in the third world countries, not all taxes are paid. It's very difficult for every person to pay tax because we do not have a platform and an organized environment for every person to pay taxes.
But somebody who is a billionaire or multi-millionaire, right?
Yes.
You know, you're talking about Mama Mboga. Mama Mboga may not be able to pay taxes. Somebody who has a small micro business is not paying taxes. But somebody who's generating income in the millions and millions of shillings should be able to show tax records. They should be able to. They should be able to do it. And they should be able to lead by saying, here are the records. Let's move. And
So
then
now, for example, for instance, if you, for example, we talk about the richest individuals in Kenya.
Yes.
You know, you can Google and see. Do we have their tax information?
The ones who are running for office, should be able to produce their tax records.
So yes, it's a fact they can, but the issue is, for instance, I want them to give those tax information. But the issue is we don't have that power and mandate. We don't have instruments of power. For me, like me, maybe I want all of them to give those tax information. But us, we want them to reveal that information.
How is the IBC?
What I'm trying to say is that it has to come from the government.
Fine.
The government is the one which has to initiate that.
Right. How was why were the IBC commissioners being asked to produce their tax records? Why were the judges being asked about their tax records? Which provision were they using?
There is a vetting process because they were doing like that. There was an application, and there is a process for a person who has applied for that position. But here, when you are talking about contesting for the office, whether you're a member of parliament or whether you are the president, we don't have those provisions. So what I'm trying to say, as citizens, for example, we wish, I hope they produce them, but we need to have a system which compels them to produce. As citizens, I can't say, Ruto, can you produce tax information? Or I say, Raila, I want your tax information. And most Kenyans are not interested. So the change must have to come from the top, where we have institutions, where we have rules, which compels every person. Actually, if a person is contesting, before he's cleared to contest, those information must be available. That's why I'm saying change must come from the top. That person holding the presidency, because he has the highest instruments of power.
So
He's the one who set that process.
You have changed now from the bottom up. Now you're talking about change coming from the top. You're not talking about change coming from the top.
No, there is a difference between administration and there is a difference between economy. Economy is different from administration. For instance, you cannot say that the police are not there to just providing security because we are ordinary people. So we are talking about the economy, but we are not talking about the administration and execution of government duties. So you have to differentiate between the two.
So when it comes to leadership, can these leaders, you can lead by saying, like now me, if I decide I'm going to go and run for election in my small village, I'm gonna go and say, hey, by the way, here are my taxes. You want to vet where my money is coming from? I don't have anything to hide. This is the money which I have, and this is what I have. That's it. And I'll be able to show. I mean, I don't have anything to hide, so you can lead.
Yes, that's a fact, but all of them have not given that information. So
I suspect even you,
we are unable to know.
Even you, Duke, I
Yes.
suspect if you were to go to your village and run for office, you're not going to be hiding your source of income. It's going to be clear what your source of income is, or if you have, whatever it may be. You don't have anything. I don't have anything, and that's what you call leadership. That's leadership. You lead by saying.
This topic of doing what you call lifestyle audit is very interesting and very critical when we are electing our leaders, and it has not been taken seriously. It is called, another term is called integrity checks.
Yes.
It has to be now to be a reality, and it has to be implemented now. So before someone, it's very important, before someone is being elected or has been go under contesting a particular post, he has to undergo through integrity checks, whereby one of the action points of integrity check is doing lifestyle audit. Hey, nyumba ulinunua hii pesa, now you are able to account whatever you have. You can provide an explanation which is very logical. That one is something which has to be put into constitution. I don't know why it wasn't included in the BBI. That one also can help us to have a very, I can say, a prosperous way of doing a selection of our leaders. I think it's very important.
These politicians, Victor, will just run away. If you put that thing in the BBI, all these guys that are running for office, they can't even run.
And which if that happens, it will be the best thing.
My friend.
They wouldn't be able to run, and then somebody like Duke can run.
No, I cannot. What I was trying to say, it's good for them to provide tax information, but there must be a system which compels them. So if it's the willingness of people to provide or not to provide, and me as a citizen, I cannot reach that person to ask him, give me your tax returns. So what I was trying to say, it's good, but it has to be implemented by the government, which has authority and the instrument of power, which makes compulsory for every person to avail that information. So I'm trying to say that change must come the way Victor said. It must be maybe entered into the constitution or passed in parliament or within the judiciary, something of that kind, which makes those who are seeking office, which makes compulsory for them, because they cannot evade. But trying to say that
so like now, the people of Kiamba, they went and voted for an MP, right? Maybe they could have told their MP, by the way, when you go to parliament, this is the issue we want. We want you to go to parliament, and this is the issue that we want you to stand for. We want you to go to parliament with this issue of lifestyle audit. We're not giving you any other mandate. Don't even do anything else for us.
Exactly.
But when you go to parliament, when you open your mouth, the only thing we should be coming out of your mouth is lifestyle audit. But if you elect somebody who himself already cannot subject himself to lifestyle audit, when he goes to parliament, he cannot go there and talk about lifestyle audit. Unfortunately, he can't. So you have to start with that guy there and tell him, you're running, you who is running, this is the issue.
Yeah, that thing of lifestyle audit should have been included in the BBI. Then would have known that these guys are serious. Because in as long as we continue to choose leaders who even they would not allow anything like lifestyle audit to come near them. That what lifestyle audit just makes them cringe because of the things that we would find out about them. It's time we but I wish somehow it would be one of the requirements for you to become, even to run for any position it can really weed out a lot of weeds. I mean, a lot of just the people we don't need to be leaders in the country. It would really help out a lot, but they are not. They wouldn't. That would not be in their interests. So it's never gonna happen. We can dream on.
Now, I want us to move forward. Now we want to talk about what can be done for corruption to be eliminated in Kenya. Jonas, what can you do if you are a president, or which policies or implementation which you think they can be instituted so that we cut corruption, because it's very devastating to this nation? What can be done? Now what we want to talk about the solution.
And that's what I was suggesting, that even that local election, which happens in Kiamba and Muguga, there are opportunities there to begin to turn the narrative around. Because even when you're voting for an MCA, you need to vet your MCA. If your MCA today was the Mutura guy, like now we were told this guy in Muguga was the Mutura guy. See, that's what somebody told us here. And then in the next 3 months, he's driving around Kiamba in a Range Rover, 10 million shillings, and he's living in Runda. You know? I mean, it begins, so I don't
and by the way, Jones, don't even laugh, because the guy who was chosen in Juja, I read I don't know, I read in the newspapers, or I heard, I don't know, but there is something going on about his wife being the one who's running things. The guy who was elected in Juja with UDA, these are the people we are electing. His wife is the one who's running things in the office, in the MP's office, telling people who already have tenders to reapply. So corruption has already started within months of somebody being elected. You see, so don't laugh. It's not funny, because that's exactly what's happening. It's happening right now as we speak, and this is our first UDA candidate.
Whereby the wife she's the one who's controlling the execution of duties of that.
Yeah, at the office. Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
Within months. So don't be surprised if you see people driving 10 million shilling Range Rovers, because if corruption starts from day one, it's almost as if you are itching to be voted in so that you can start the drama.
Duke, even in America, when people are earning money in dollars, you don't see people driving around in Range Rovers. Those vehicles are $100,000.
Yes, that's why I'm trying. Okay, that's why I'm asking you for the solution. I'm just requesting. It's like you are pointing to the problem which I've already admitted is there. So what is the solution? What can be done in the government? How can we go about it so that we do away with it? We want solutions. Maybe if somebody wants this.
Yeah, it's not about what can be done in the government. It's me and you and Victor and Angela changing this narrative. When we're in this forum, we need to stop being partisan. We have to stop being partisan, and we have to, because now you see, like now we've agreed that we need to change the narrative. But tomorrow when I come here, Duke is going to be all the other side of UDA, telling us about bottom up. Victor will have crossed sides, telling us about ODM. So we all go into our partisan corners and start talking about our candidates, but we don't talk about changing the narrative. Because Duke, you and I, we have been here. We were here on Friday, we were here on Saturday, we're here now Sunday. Even last week, I'm sure you were in the forum, even the week before. But why are we having the wrong conversation? Even if you look at the title of today's forum, what was the title? That Ruto has taken over Musambweni by force or something. What was the title? Just look at that title, Duke. Look at that title and tell me whether we're not ourselves responsible for not wanting to shift the narrative. It can be shifted.
I think Jones, let me respond in regard to what Duke has raised, that what can be done in order to iron out this problem of corruption, which has been a problem. First, it in correspondence with the previous topic we had of integrity check. That's one of the first things to be done in order to iron out the corruption problem in our country. If I was to be a president, I come up with a new policy. Any elective post, the person, before you go to the people, you have to be vetted first to be confirmed on your integrity. An independent body like IBC has to be created, to be given a mandate. If you're going for the MCA seat, you come to the office, be interviewed, integrity check has to be done. Then now you are given a leeway to go and then start campaigning, hunting for the votes from your people. Anyone who's campaigning without being vetted, that person has to be arrested. That's a crime. So if we can do that one, I think we are going to have to filter out good leaders who will not lead us to corruption. Another thing which we can do in order to deal with this corruption, or to get rid of this corruption, or to reduce it, going to be at least it won't be finished completely corruption, but at least if it can be reduced from 90% to at least 50%, I think that one will be a good start or a move. So that's one of the actions or some initiatives which has to be put into place in order to start dealing with the corruption problem in the country.
For me, I believe I'll mention two things that maybe I see would help for us to change these, or rather to get rid of the corruption thing. Number one, we need to change our mindset. There was a time I was riding in a mat, and then I met this young girl. She was a little bit younger than me. Then we started talking about Sonko and the way he's just a useless guy, and both of us had voted for him, So we were saying, now these are the kind of leaders we are choosing. So we had a very long conversation on corruption and stuff. And then at the end of the conversation, you know what this girl told me? That even her, if she was in that position, she would also steal. You see? So there's a problem with the mindset of us Kenyans. We think that the only way we can get ahead in life is through stealing. And I have so many friends who have that mindset. Like people are calling you and saying that you talking about scamming people, like it's just normal. And you like it's normal, like it has reached a point where scamming and stealing and those manner of things, it has become normal. We talk about it normally, even in this forum.
Hustling.
Yeah, no, we call it hustling. Even in this forum, when people are talking about the leaders we are choosing, people are like, okay, the only two options we have, they are both corrupt, and we accept it, and we talk about it like it's normal. So what other options do we have? Everybody is corrupt. That type of mindset. We need to change our mindset and realize that we don't have to be corrupt to be successful. That's number one. We don't. Because not everybody, even in Kenya, not everybody is corrupt, and there are very many people who are successful. So and maybe even Kenya is a bad example, or Africa is a bad example. Even all over the world, there are people who are millionaires, and I would believe maybe they've never probably even given one bribe anywhere. In America, it's illegal to even get a kickback. Even the amount of gift that you can get from somebody is defined within a company. The amount of money you can go and spend on entertainment and meals when you're dealing with clients, it's defined. And there's an amount of money that you can give that will get you arrested. So just being very strict and realizing that we can, corruption is not the only way to get rich. So mindset is so important. We need to change our mindset. Also, another thing I have noticed in the US is systems and structures. I'm sure there are thieves in America. I'm sure there are people who have corrupt minds in America. I'm sure. But the systems and structures, when you get into a company, the application process, they don't skip anything, any step of the process. You have an application. Within the application, you fill out whether you've ever committed, you've ever been arrested, and whether you've committed a crime. You put in all your information. They check your IDs. They do a background check. And this is just getting a job, and it doesn't even matter whether it's a $15 an hour job, $30 an hour job, $10 an hour job. They do a background check. They are very strict on their systems and structures because they don't want to hire somebody who's going to come and steal from them, you know. Okay. And then when you've been hired, even though if people are able to get through the cracks and somehow get employed, and you still have maybe a criminal mind, their logins to computers, their passwords, there are so many systems and structures. You can't just write your password and leave it there on the desk. You whenever you're leaving your desk, you have to leave the screensaver. Like, there are so many, the systems and structures are followed. I know in Kenya there was a procurement system that was brought about. I can't remember, IFMIS or something. There was a for procurement that was brought about, or that was put at it, so that at the procurement there can be systems and structures around the procurement process. But guess what? People also have to be willing to use these systems and structures. People start doing things behind the way they've always done them, and there's a system there that has been set up. So there has to be willingness from the people. There have to be systems and structures, and we have to change our mindset. In as long as we have normalized corruption, we'll continue choosing the same leaders. These leaders, they are a reflection of who we are. Let us not lie to ourselves. They are exactly a reflection of who we are. Because even in this forum, when people come and the things they say, sometimes I shake my head and I say, oh my God, this is just serious. We have accepted it. It is okay. It is normal. Tuendelee tu. You know, in the meantime, people are dying of hunger. Yesterday, I was watching a YouTube channel. People in Mombasa sleeping on the streets. They are homeless people. There's so many things going on in that Kenya. And when you look at all the issues, even the issues, Ashley has brought out the issue of the girls who go to Saudi Arabia. All these issues, every issue that is affecting Kenya today is as a result of corruption. If we look deeply into it, we'll find that it's as a result of corruption. So I believe that if we change our mindset, if we have systems and structures, and we are willing to go by these systems and structures, things will work well. But if we continue to just normalize everything and say, oh, but everybody steals, you have never stolen, and even that assumption that everybody is a thief, that is wrong. How corrupt can a society be for all of us? Everybody in society is a thief. That's even a corrupt thinking, you know. Anyway, I hope things work out in Kenya, but it's going to be an uphill task.
Okay, for me, I've listened to what you've said: integrity tests, lifestyle audit, systems and structures, and then mindset. For me, I will talk about systems and structures. That is the first thing, number one. Because, of course, mindset is good, but you know, the mindset is formed from the environment. Your mind is as a result of the environment which you are exposed to, the way you have grown. So what will change this mindset is when we have strict consequences. For instance, it's not that those people in Europe have a mindset of not being corrupt, or those in the USA have a mindset of not being corrupt. It's because they are aware that if you are found in anything to do with corruption, there are very strict consequences. That one makes individuals to fear. So that's the main aim. So the first thing is actually to have a system which is very strict and which is not partisan, which cuts across regardless of who you are or which party you are or who you are. For instance, I gave one example here about some members of parliament who went to, was it Singapore, and they were going to do something like to do with benchmarking. And then they entered the airspace of Singapore. There was like announcement, a microphone in the airspace which announced that you are entering the Singapore airspace. If you have any illegal drug, you will be executed. You will not even be returned to your nation. You see that? And those members of parliament started sweating to the extent they started checking their pockets, and they are aware that they have nothing illegal. So what is that trying to say? What can make citizens not to steal is about consequences, a strong system. For example, even me, I can be tempted. Assume you are in a company and there is a chance you take 100 million and nothing happens, and you go, you stay your life until you die. No consequences. You can be tempted. So it's about a system. For instance, some scandals we have been having here, because the chicken scandal, and then even that fake contract of the arms which was in the deputy president's office. Those are guys from first world countries who are coming to here to do corruption because they know here the system is compromised. There is no consequences. For instance, look at the Chinese who are building roads and what. They are bribing engineers and they're all over the country. So it's about, rule number one is about consequences. Number two is about tracking the government resources. You know, the major corruption in Kenya is by the politicians. So you find that there is resources which, for example, we have a budget, for example, say 3.6 something trillion. And then that money is distributed, Ministry of Health, counties, not traced. They are not traced. What are they going to do? So you should have like a tracing mechanism. For instance, if, for example, we have given, say, 2 million to the Ministry of Agriculture, 2 billions. So we have to say, what did it do? It did ABCD. For instance, also there is somebody who I like listening to Miguna. One day he said that, assume you give your child to go to a shop, maybe to buy sugar, 1 kg, and you know sugar 1 kg is 200. And then that child buys sugar at 800 Kenya shillings. What will you do? What will you do? So it's about, you have to trace. You go to that shop, you say, why do you sell the sugar at 800? The sugar is 200. That's a mistake. Where is the 600? Give it to me. So that's what the government has to do. For instance, if you go to a given area, people are buying wheelbarrows at 100,000. It was somewhere in Pongoma. So you go, no, we know it is, you have to trace and recover public resources. You know the wheelbarrow is 5,000. This money was paid to who? Somebody to just bank account. We want 95,000 for each wheelbarrow. So if you are unable to do that, your money is freezed and then it is recovered by force. That's what can happen. But here you find that, you know, it can be very difficult for people to trace the amount of money which has been routed. People route legally. For instance, I happened to that I worked for in Nairobi county government for some times. What happened is this. For example, there was thousands of acres of land which belonged to the county government of Nairobi. But you find those who are working, they are the mayor. For example, they write receipts. For instance, they say, this piece of land was bought 200 million by somebody, and it's false. And then this 200 million was used to correct Rita in Nairobi, and it's illegal. What can you do in that? You see? It's very difficult. They have documents, they have everything. So it's very difficult to trace the rooted resources because you don't think those who root, they root very carefully. So what can happen is that we start from here. Say from today, we want to have a strict system. So we are going to trace every resource or every coin which comes from the government budget. And what can assist us, for example, we can have, for example, like a blockchain system whereby it's not good for me to, we can have like one system, we say, for example, I advocated for us to have an independent treasury where we have the four arms of the government. We have the executive, we have the registration, and then we have the judiciary. So if we have, for example, the treasury to be an independent arm of government, which is concerned with maybe tracking the resources that we are spending, advising, making financial decisions for the government. So we have qualified experts. So that one can actually bring some sanity in terms of the way the government can. The currently we have the executive is the treasury, it can take any money and then no accountability. So actually that's what I can say.
Yeah, I think Duke, we have been left here, me and you. So, you know, you and I think we even though you seem, I think you know, you had previously taken a political position. I'm happy to see that you're now shifting to the middle. You're shifting to the middle where we're now open-minded and less partisan. And I think that's the way this forum has been moving. I think a lot of people have been, you know, everybody comes in one side or the other, but as we continue this discussion, you find that now we are kind of coming together to, you know, to start talking about the real problems and stop taking such extreme sides one way or the other. So I don't know whether you want to continue with the forum today or we need to, you know.
I think we can end it because we can end it.
Yeah, and hopefully next time we have I don't know how we come up with the subjects of discussion, and I can imagine Mutembei has to have a you know, like a catchy, something which catches people's attention, you know. But I think one way
the problem is that you find the media is trying to it does that intentionally.
Yeah.
It captures what sells well so that you can have like viewers and then make money that way. So it's intentional way of finding money from my observation.
Yeah. But then once we get here, I think we have an opportunity on this panel to change the narrative. One way, you know, in some small way, I think the opportunity is you know, is there. And you know, I'm not partisan. You know.
Actually, even me, I'm not partisan. Actually, for instance, what happened for a fact, I've been a young member. I actually voted for Raila 2017. But what happened, you know, I was frustrated. So after we were talking about secession and everything went, I was very frustrated. I even stopped watching news.
Yeah.
And then I was surprised by the handshake one day.
Yeah.
That even upset me. And I said I will never vote. I will focus on my life. So I started recovering that way. But I started supporting Ruto when I heard him speak at Bomas of Kenya.
Yeah.
Because he was articulating issues and like people were pulling at him and like every person was standing against him. And actually he talked about facts. He was talking about the ombudsman. It's like it's creating a ring between the government, the executive and the judiciary. And that's like compromising the independence of the institutions. Right. And he was saying my respective submission I disagree, but I felt. Then I supported him like that. It's nothing like that's how I changed because of frustrations due to that. Not that I'm two-sided to this or two-sided to this. No, it's because also I come in to, for instance, if I see people accusing Ruto unfairly, I can jump in to defend him. The same way I did Raila. You see, for instance, the way some was saying that Ruto spent 300 million in Kiamba. You know, you cannot justify that statement. You see? So, like, that's not fair. So, if you are, for example, fairness, you have an unbiased fairness, you can respond in a different way, and maybe people say you are in UD or you are in this case, but trying to respond to what they are saying, which is not making sense.
Yeah, and I don't know whether you were here when we had that panelist who outlined for us all the reasons that he has for UDA. And then when I asked him, just to dig a little bit deeper, when I asked him whether he agrees with the healthcare, whether he agrees with all these things, he agreed with everything. I don't know whether you were here at the time. There's a guy who was here supporting UDA, but then when I questioned the reasons for his support, at the end of it, he didn't have any real, because his reasons are, they got reasons. I mean, he doesn't want anything different from what the Jubilee administration has been doing.
Actually, for me, the reason of not supporting Raila is that I feel that he has, I feel Raila as somebody who can bring radical change in government. He can change everything, catch even big thieves, recover property which is stolen. So that's why I used to follow him previously. But of late, I'm seeing that it's maybe he has tried too much and it's become very desperate and is giving in to cartels and trying to cooperate with them so that when he comes into power, they can direct what to do, give them contracts, retain the status quo. So that's my perception or my opinion. So that's what I feel that is coming too close to the system and they will be compromised and they will not stand independently and bring that radical change which is needed in Kenya for the welfare. Because in Kenya, for example, there is the gap between the poor and the rich is very devastating. So, that's what's happening actually, the real fight in South Africa is not that Zuma was imprisoned.
Right.
It's because we have people who are too poor. The COVID has made them even too poor. They cannot make ends meet. So it's they are waiting for an opportunity for them to bring anarchy. So that's why I feel that those who are extremely poor must be addressed. Otherwise, to reach a point where those things we are seeing in South Africa may happen here in Kenya.
Yeah, all the things in Haiti. Even Haiti,
yes.
It's a problem of poverty. A problem of poverty. And this gap between rich and poor. Well, I don't know. I think I guess we only have this forum on the weekends. Is it only Friday?
So, yes.
Only Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. And at what time does it actually begin? Sometimes I'm not sure whether it starts at. What
Where
time?
are you? It depends.
Yeah.
In Kenya, it starts about 10 p.m. in Kenya time. 10 p.m.
Oh, it starts.
It depends where you are.
So a lot of the viewers are not even in Kenya then.
But me, I'm in Kenya.
Well, other than you, it may be because
so I was telling you the time it starts is 10 p.m. Kenyan time, so you can change that and know what time in your country.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. If it starts at 10 p.m. Kenyan time, then obviously maybe a lot of the viewers who are viewing may not even be in Kenya. Because, I mean, because now maybe at this time it's very late in the night at this time in Kenya, whereas now here in the me, I'm in Central Time in the US, it's only 7 p.m.
Yes.
44 p.m. So I think some of our, I don't know whether, I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating that maybe you know, maybe we need to start earlier to allow Kenyans to join. Instead of starting at 10 p.m., it needs to start at 10 a.m. or something. You know, or 5
So
p.m.
we can call it a day.
Yes. So, Mr. Duke, we'll see you next. Is it Friday next week? This week, Friday.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Asante.